Okay, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. Welcome to everybody. It looks like a packed house. My name is Dan Garodnick. I'm the chair of the City Planning Commission and director of the Department of City Planning. We welcome all of you to today's public meeting of June 7th, 2023. Two notes before we get started. First off, I wanted to mention New York City has issued an air quality health advisory until 11:59 p.m. All New Yorkers are recommended to limit outdoor activities and stay inside where possible. If you have heart or breathing problems or you are a child or older adult, you should limit outdoor activities. And if you are outside, a high quality mask is advised. But of course, all of you who are in here with us, I think we are safe and sound. We also have a special guest in attendance this morning. I want to welcome Maxwell Wenger, who is participating in New York City's Commissioner for a Day event, where young civic-minded individuals get an opportunity to see what it's like to run a city agency. Max, just give a stand up and wave to everybody, as I know you are. Welcome. Welcome. Maxwell, you could not have picked a more exciting day to join us. We're glad you're here, and hopefully you find today to be a very rewarding experience. As per usual, we are going to kick off with a few votes before moving to today's public hearing. We'll vote on a plan to acquire office space at 850 3rd Avenue and Sunset Park to consolidate the Human Resources Administration's IT services. If approved, this location would house over 760 employees. Next up, votes on two projects in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. First is a rezoning at 7120 New Utrecht Avenue to facilitate a 9-story mixed-use building with around 100 homes, 30 of them income-restricted and ground floor retail. This transit-oriented development would be next to the 71st Street D train stop and Lieutenant Joseph Petrosino Playground. The second project is also an example of transit-oriented development, a rezoning for 1656 West 10th Street. That would create 27 homes, about a quarter of them income-restricted, near the N, Q, and W trains and Seth Low Playground. Moving to Staten Island, our last vote for today is an authorization to construct an in-ground swimming pool at 42 Cromwell Circle in Tote Hill. Once the votes are done, we will move on to our sole public hearing for today on Madison Square Garden's request for a special permit and the Department of City Planning's related proposed zoning text amendment. To operate an arena greater than 2,500 seats, Madison Square Garden needs a special permit from the City of New York. This permit was first granted in 1963 for 50 years, then again in 2013 for 10. It is expiring now in 2023. The primary subject of the hearing today is to hear from the public on whether we should grant the permit, for how long, and if we do, how Madison Square Garden's operations, which are so closely connected to Penn Station, would not only enable but also enhance the state's ability to reconstruct Penn Station right downstairs and, frankly, all around. Alongside MSG's request for a special permit, we will hear public testimony about City Planning's proposed text amendment, which for the first time includes a number of requirements that MSG must meet to merit the special permit. This proposed amendment seeks to ensure, first, that MSG stays appropriately consistent and compatible with Penn Station as it exists today and with any future improvements to the station. Second, that the public spaces are of appropriate proportions and quality design to be commensurate with the civic importance of the site. And third, that the proposed loading for the arena not unduly interfere with the use of the public spaces, with the transit facilities, or either interrupt the flow of pedestrian traffic or interfere with the efficient functioning of adjacent streets. Between the arena's frequently sold out events and Penn Station's status as the busiest transit hub in the nation, appropriate improvements to the public realm and pedestrian circulation are essential. The civic and economic importance of the station and the stadium, which share a block, are not lost on anyone in New York. To ensure that both thrive, we believe that MSG's loading operations must be appropriately managed and that the public realm around the station and MSG, which serves as the gateway for hundreds of thousands of people coming into New York City every day, should be world-class. As I said when these applications started public review, the City Planning Commission will be keenly focused on making sure that MSG works closely with the three rail agencies that operate Penn Station: the Metropolitan Transit Authority, Amtrak, and New Jersey Transit, which are in the early stages of planning for an improved Penn Station. On Friday, the rail agencies submitted a report to this commission, which cited crowding, circulation, and confusing navigation as three of Penn Station's most significant current challenges, and concluded, quote, MSG's existing configuration and property boundaries impose severe constraints on the station that impede the safe and efficient movement of passengers and restrict efforts to implement improvements, particularly at the street and platform levels, end quote. While this commission is not here to decide on the precise plan for what a future much improved Penn Station will look like, in the context of the MSG special permit application, we are focused on this very question, making sure that MSG, its structure, and its operations are consistent with the plans for a future Penn Station. This will be the primary determining factor of whether or for how long this permit can be granted. We will carefully evaluate how far MSG can and will go to accommodate the public infrastructure project right below it and public realm improvements needed around it. As Mayor Adams said, our top priority is getting the best deal for the people of New York City, who have for too long endured a substandard train station and bleak conditions in the immediate area, including many enormous trucks that block pedestrian flow and park on surrounding streets. New Yorkers deserve a world-class public realm and transportation hub that will be a source of pride for all of us. We need to chart a path forward that will make sure that we change this neighborhood for the better. It's an incredibly exciting moment for New York City. We expect lots of testimony on this subject today. I already see a number of people who have signed up, including from the applicant, Madison Square Garden, MTA, rail agencies, and members of the public. So let's get this started. Maxwell, I just want to ask you to come up here and help me out for a second. I'm going to give you this. Just get us started. All right, we are now in order. Thank you very much. All right, Sarah, let's turn it over to you. Thank you, Maxwell.
Good morning. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held remotely through the NYC Engage portal and in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, Lower Concourse. Today is Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. I will now call the roll. Chair Garodnick.
Here.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Here.
Commissioner Benjamin. Present. Commissioner Bozark. Here. Commissioner Cerullo.
Here.
Commissioner Crowell.
Here.
Commissioner Dueck.
Here.
Commissioner Gold.
Here.
Commissioner Goodrich. Here. Commissioner Kamani. Here. Commissioner Madden.
Here.
Commissioner Osorio.
Here.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Here.
A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the public meeting of Wednesday, May 24, 2023.
Great. Thank you very much. On the minutes, I make a motion to approve the minutes of May 24th. Commissioner Ramprashad has seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Minutes are approved.
Scheduling. Calendar numbers 1 through 7. We have resolutions for adoption scheduling Wednesday, June 28, 2023, for a public hearing to be held in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, and remotely through the NYC Engage portal.
Great. Thank you. On the resolution, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Seconded by the Vice Chairman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, resolutions are adopted.
The next part of the calendar is your report section on page 7. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar number 8, 853rd Avenue HRA office space, CD7 N230109PXK. And the matter of application for a notice of intent to acquire office space concerning 850 3rd Avenue HRA office space. For a favorable report on calendar number 8, Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
No.
Commissioner Bozark.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dueck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
No.
Commissioner Kamani.
Yes.
Commissioner Madden.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
No, as I consider that this application conflicts with the city's comprehensive waterfront plan's goal to strengthen economic activity in the Sunset Park significant maritime and industrial area. The proposal doesn't contribute to maritime nor industrial development. It accommodates the minimum amount of industrial uses when the city should be planning to attract the maximum amount of green industrial development projected by the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 8. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 9 and 10, 7120 New Utrecht Avenue rezoning. CD 11, calendar number 9, C230001 ZMK, calendar number 10, N230002 ZRK, and the matter of applications for a zoning map and zoning text amendment concerning 7120 New Utrecht Avenue rezoning. For a favorable report on calendar numbers 9 and 10, Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Bozark.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dueck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 9 and 10. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 11 and 12, 1656 West 10th Street rezoning. CD 11, calendar number 11, C220285 ZMK, calendar number 10, N220286 ZRK, and the matter of applications for a zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 1656 West 10th Street rezoning. For a favorable report on calendar numbers 11 and 12. Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Bozark.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dueck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 11 and 12. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 13 through 18. Warner Street Commercial Development has been laid over. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 19 and 20, 42 Cromwell Circle. CD2, calendar number 19, N230211 ZAR. Calendar number 20, N230212 ZAR. And the matter of applications for the grant of authorizations concerning 42 Cromwell Circle for the adoption of calendar numbers 19 and 20. Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Bozark.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dueck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Calendar numbers 19 and 20 have been adopted. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 9.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We are going to get right into it here, and I will just ask those who are members of the public here to testify to limit the remarks to 3 minutes, after which time we will politely but persistently ask you to yield. Madam Secretary, why don't you introduce the first and only item that we have today.
Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 21 and 22, CD5. Calendar number 21, Madison Square Garden, C230238ZSM, public hearing, and the matter of an application for a special permit concerning Madison Square Garden, and calendar number 22, Arena Text Amendment, N230240ZRM, public hearing, and the matter of an application for a zoning text amendment concerning the Arena Text Amendment.
Great. Thank you very much. Without any further ado, I'd like to invite the applicant team from Madison Square Garden, which includes Rich Constable, Elise Wagner, Joel Fisher, Robert Castronovo, Signe Nielsen, David Velez, Kasi Gigina, to join us. And whenever you are settled and ready, you all have 10 minutes. Welcome. Good to see you.
Your microphone's not on.
Make sure it's green at the base of that mic.
Good morning. All right. Chair Garodnick, Maxwell, and members of the commission. My name is Rich Constable, and I lead Government Affairs and Social Impact in Madison Square Garden. We are here today to respectfully request that our application for a special permit be granted in perpetuity. Madison Square Garden is a center of New York cultural life, employing thousands and serving as a significant driver of the economy. In fact, every year the garden contributes more than $2 billion in economic impact to the city. Fans and employees love attending our events and enjoy our central location in close proximity to mass transit. More than a driver of economic activity, the garden is deeply committed to our community, and whether through the Garden of Dreams Foundation or affecting positive change through social impact initiatives, we continually leverage the power of the garden to help our community. That is why, throughout this public review process, we have been and will continue to work collaboratively with the rail agencies and other key stakeholders to ensure that our presence above Penn Station does not negatively impact the station. Granting the Garden special permit in perpetuity is a necessary prerequisite to creating a world-class Penn Station, as doing so will give all stakeholders, including the governor, the mayor, and rail agencies, the ability to quickly execute on long-term improvements to Penn Station without having to worry that a future ULURP process will upend those plans. More to the point, limiting MSG special permit and requiring all stakeholders to come back and repeat this process in a few short years would add unnecessary delay and uncertainty to any serious long-term Penn Station improvement project. Finally, the conceptual plan proposed by the MTA does not work from an engineering perspective, as our independent structural engineer will explain. And the MTA recently submitted a compatibility report that argues that the arena use is not compatible because the MTA claims it can't make certain improvements with MSG in its current location. But the challenges the MTA faces do not arise out of arena use, which is the subject of the special permit. They exist because the MTA would like to use land it does not own to construct its proposed improvements. The MTA is blatantly attempting to use their compatibility report, much of which is outside the scope of the special permit process, to further their negotiating position. With that said, I will now turn over to Elise Wagner, co-chair of the Land Use Department of Kramer 11, to present our application.
Thank you, Rich. This is an application for a special permit for the continued operation of the arena, along with an open space proposal to enhance the experience of visitors to MSG and Penn Station. The arena was originally developed pursuant to a special permit approved in 1963 with a 50-year term. In 1989, the Commission approved a minor modification of the special permit to allow the refurbishment and upgrading of the MSG complex. In 2013, the Commission approved a special permit for a 10-year term and several other actions which do not need to be renewed. The arena is located on a superblock that also contains the 2 Penn office building and above and below grade Penn Station facilities. These uses were designed in construction to function as a single integrated project. This slide shows the complex but well-organized pedestrian and vehicular circulation on the block. As shown by the purple arrows, the main entrance to the arena, where 70% of guests arrive for a typical event, is at the eastern end of the building, of the MSG building at the second level. Pedestrians arriving from 7th Avenue can access the entrance by 2 breezeways that run through 2 Penn and lead to the Chase Square pedestrian bridge, which spans the mid-block driveway. The purple arrows also show that pedestrians arriving from Penn Station at the mid-block are able to access Chase Square from the stairs located at the western end of the breezeways. There are also other pedestrian access points along the perimeter of the building. Since we were last before you, MSG has made significant improvements to ingress and egress, including converting egress points to locations that are used for both ingress and egress. There are a number of loading facilities serving MSG, 2 Penn, and Amtrak, shown with green arrows, and access to Penn Station and transit facilities is shown in blue. The MSG building is surrounded by at-grade open areas. The open areas consist of designated pedestrian-accessible areas, shown in gray, and exterior loading areas for the arena, 2 Penn, and Penn Station, shown in white. This section shows the arena facilities in gray. Those are the areas that are subject to the special permit. The other uses on the site, including the theater, the Amtrak Rotunda, and the Penn Station and 2 Penn loading facilities above grade and Penn Station below grade, are not subject to the special permit. MSG's, Great. MSG's open space proposal includes a number of improvements that will enhance the local area. Designed by Signe Nielsen, they include high-quality civic amenities and reflect thoughtful public open space design. The proposed enhancements are designed to visually reinforce the site's identity and relationship to neighboring open spaces like Plaza 33 and Moynihan Station, and to facilitate greater public use of the open areas without impeding pedestrian traffic. The proposed upgrades include high-quality decorative pavers, 9 planter benches, weather-protected bicycle parking, and new planter boxes. As you know, MSG's special permit is being reviewed in conjunction with a text amendment proposed by the Department of City Planning. Section 7441 of the zoning resolution as amended requires a number of standards that the commission must meet, as the chair said. I have already described the access to the site and the proposed open space amenities. I'd like to spend the balance of our time addressing the last 2 of the required findings. MSG could not operate without carefully orchestrated loading operations, and they continually look to maximize the effectiveness and efficiency of those operations. As discussed in the loading plan submitted with the application, the arena's internal loading facilities are challenged by insufficient vertical clearances and other structural conditions that cannot be practically modified. MSG has developed a complex and flexible set of loading protocols that allow it to operate one of the busiest sports and entertainment arenas in the world, with minimal impacts on vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Loading operations take place during limited hours and on limited days during the year. Parking and staging of most of the trucks occurs on-site during off-peak hours, 2 to 8 a.m. Sports events generally require no more than 6 trucks, which can be accommodated within MSG's outdoor loading area. Truck load-in or load-out for concerts or special events, which requires an average of 10 trucks, are carried out on only about 90 days a year. The on-site loading areas can accommodate up to 10 trucks for concerts and special events. For events requiring more than 7 semi-trucks, MSG uses the adjacent streets for load-in or load-out for staging. MSG obtains permits in advance from the Mayor's Office of Film, Theater, and Broadcasting to allow loading and staging activities in the adjacent streets. And let's just quickly, this just shows the truck layout, and then go to the next slide. And this just shows the union employees who bring the materials up to the floor. So with respect to the last finding, the arena use is compatible with existing transit facilities by design. MSG and Penn Station were developed as a single integrated project and have coexisted in a positive collaborative relationship. The site plan for the arena, which is distinct from that of a standard Midtown office development, includes generous open spaces, accessible by arena patrons and Penn Station visitors, multiple pedestrian access points to Penn Station, and loading facilities for Penn Station, both inside and outside the building. It is because the MSG site contains an arena with existing open spaces and not an office building footprint that the MTA is able to even consider the improvements it is proposing. As the MTA acknowledges in its report, further design and engineering work is required to determine the precise nature of the improvements and how they affect MSG's property and operations. As Rich said, MSG has cooperated and will continue to cooperate with the rail agencies in the development of the plans for Penn Station. However, the MTA's current vision for Penn reconstruction is not sufficiently advanced to determine appropriate consistency and compatibility. Thus, MSG and Department of City Planning staff are preparing a restrictive declaration that MSG would enter into in connection with the special permit, and that would establish a process whereby the commission would review future modifications to the arena that are proposed in connection with a Penn Station project.
We're sure to ask you about that, so why don't we hold it there?
Right.
And because we hit the 10 minutes, so we're going to have plenty of questions, so I'm sure we'll get into it.
Very good. Would you like us to introduce our responders before?
Sure. Let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll pose some questions to you. Just let us know who you've got.
Great. So we have Joel Fisher, Executive Vice President, Marquee Events and Operations, Bobby Castronova, who's the General Manager of the Garden, Signe Nielsen, Founding principal at Matthews Nilsson, she's our landscape architect. Kauzi Jujina, structural engineer and principal at Severu Associates. And David Velez, senior environmental project planner at VHB.
Great. Thank you, and welcome to all of you. There's going to be plenty of questions from the Commission. I'm going to get the ball rolling. First of all, thank you for your testimony and for your application. The first question I have is about the request for the special permit in perpetuity, because as you noted in your presentation, the first permit was for 50, the second permit was for 10. Of all moments for us to consider an in perpetuity permit, it feels like with the uncertainty, even the uncertainty that you described in your testimony about what the future will hold for Penn Station and its environs, why would this be the first moment for us to consider a special permit in perpetuity?
So I have two responses. The first is equity. We are not the only arena stadium in New York City. Barclays, Yankee Stadium, et cetera. None of them have to come before any governmental bodies and request a special permit in perpetuity. Since 1963, there have been two venues that have come before this body and made a request for a special permit. And in both instances, it was granted in perpetuity. So just in terms of being, for us, we'd like to be treated in a similar fashion as both other venues that have come before this body, as well as other venues in New York. However, to just get to the point of your question, we all know that there are major renovations being planned by the administration, by the rail agencies. Renovations, by the way, as a vested member of the community that we support. We too would like to see a world-class, first-rate Penn Station. The parties should demand that as part of this process, MSG remain in perpetuity, because why invest billions and billions of dollars to have, in a few years, another ULURP process that says, oh, MSG's got to go, and the federal government, state agencies have devoted billions and billions of dollars. So for certitude, we think it's more important to have a longer term than simply, a shortened special permit. So that's why we're making a request in perpetuity.
Okay. The city planning proposed text amendment would require MSG, with any length of permit that it might be granted, to come back once more details are known about the rail agency's plans for Penn Station to ensure consistent and continued compatibility with their plans. Does MSG support this text amendment?
Yes, we do. And as I noted in my testimony, we have been working with your staff to draft a restrictive declaration that would set forth the process pursuant to which MSG would come back, and the matter would be before the commission to determine appropriate consistency and compatibility at that time.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about, Mr. Constable, you noted the MTA's report from Friday about the current compatibility, and noted that it was, I'm going to paraphrase, just an effort to strengthen its own bargaining position here, perhaps relative to MSG in this process, and that it was seeking to access or impose changes on land that it does not own. But my question for you is this, is there anything not appropriate for the MTA or for this commission to be thinking about this area, including land that is not owned by a public facility, rail agency, or the city itself, to think about how to ensure civic grandeur, access, et cetera? Is that inappropriate in your view for us to be considering that?
Not at all.
Okay. Say more then as to why you believe it is not okay for the MTA to be thinking about what they might need on land that they do not own.
So, for clarity, the MTA should the MTA should be thinking broadly about how do we improve Penn Station? How do we bring it into the 21st century? How do we make it world-class? They should wake up every morning and have that as a thought. As you noted, we are intertwined, we being MSG and the station. So any changes that they're going to make necessarily would mean, assuming that we remain where we are, that we have to coordinate, we have to collaborate, we have to cooperate. And so our viewpoint is that's what we will do and will continue to do. We've been working very, very closely with the MTA now for the better part of 2 years on this, with Amtrak for the better part of 60 years as the owners. But the plan that they have in terms of their vision is a concept piece. It is not detailed. There's no concrete engineering, no concrete mechanical, no concrete electrical, no concrete structural that we can look at and respond to. Just a very quick example, there's a pedestrian bridge that we have where some 70% of our guests come through every single day. In their concept rendering, it's lifted, it's a different place, and so on and so forth. Well, putting cost to one side, doing so, and we have our structural engineer, and he could talk to about this in detail, moving it in the manner that they would want would mean we'd have to stop Rangers games at MSG for a full season. And we all know that there are competing plans and proposals, and one of those competing plans and proposals has our bridge in place, and all of the things that at least the MTA requests would still happen, but we wouldn't be shut down, right? So the point is this: it is too early in their development for us to react to what they're doing. And once we have concrete, detailed plans, once their plans are sufficiently advanced, then yes, then we can move forward. I don't know, Lisa, if you have anything to add.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Before I go to other commissioners, let me just focus in for a moment on loading, because that obviously is central to the way.
I'm going to call in our
loading expert. Go ahead. Yeah. You can introduce yourself again.
Good morning. My name is Bobby Casanova. I'm the general manager of Madison Square Garden.
Welcome. Nice to have you here. So the process for loading, and we saw images in the application, certainly in all of the documents that predated it. That loading here is primarily trucks accessing the garden at 33rd Street.
Correct.
And moving in, backing out on 33rd Street, choreographed with flag guys, trucks queuing between 7th and 8th Avenue on 33rd Street, also sometimes between 8th and 9th Avenue on 33rd Street, also on 8th Avenue between 31st and 33rd Street, and also on 31st Street between 7th and 8th Avenue. Correct?
When necessary for the larger shows, yes. We'll take additional.
Right, for the big shows, not for a routine sports event, but for the bigger shows, which, as I understand, are about 90 days a year, trucks load in, out on 33rd Street and queue in the manner that I just described.
Correct.
Okay. That may be a carefully choreographed, and I expect that it is a carefully choreographed experience for MSG. For the public, it looks like a lot of trucks, and it feels like a blockade around Penn Station and the garden itself. So one of the questions that I have here is, how we can conclude as the City Planning Commission that the proposed loading, and as I understand it, there's not really many, if any, proposed changes to loading here in this application, that how are we supposed to conclude that it doesn't unduly interfere with the use of the public spaces and or the transit facilities in question?
I actually think that question is better given to David Velez from VHB, who did the environmental analysis.
Great.
I think you're asking about interference between the trucks and pedestrians,
yes.
Which is a little
let's
different.
Anybody you think is appropriate, I'll take.
Yeah, good morning. David Velez with VHB. So the trucks on 31st Street, the trucks on 33rd Street, 8th Avenue, none of them are blocking legal pedestrian crossings. You know, they're typically located in places where there would be curbside activity for other loading, parking, taxi queuing, that type of thing. So, you know, the pedestrian interference is not a concern because they're all in essentially legal curbside locations.
Okay, that's a narrow view of the definition of pedestrian experience, maybe the legal definition, but narrow definition for sure, which is if a taxi could be there, then a truck could be there, which is essentially what you're saying. So let me, go ahead.
One more thing. So these trucks aren't sitting there for long periods of time. The load-in happens, you know, starting before 8 a.m. Trucks are typically on-site in the 33rd Street loading area already. So the trucks are moving. They're not static. They're not staying there for long periods of time.
What length of time is that usually?
Okay, let's let Bobby come back to that.
Typical arrival time is between 2 and 8 a.m., most likely 6 a.m. It's a logistical question depending on where the event may have played the night before. So if you're coming from Boston, chances are you're getting there closer to 6 a.m. If you're coming from Newark, chances are you're a little earlier than that.
And how long do they stay?
Once we have them in position and we unload, we send them off-site.
How long does that take?
It all depends on what you're unloading. I mean, video equipment, lighting equipment, more expensive, a little more timely, as opposed to staging, which comes off pretty quickly.
Okay, so I'm going to assume, I'm just going to take a guess because I don't know. Since you haven't given me a time, I'll assume that each truck is, 5 hours each?
No, less than that.
How much less?
I would say
4 hours?
5 hours, we have the full loading complete based on a 10 to 12 truck show.
Tell me each truck an average, if you can, or you can describe it by the specific.
30 to 45 minutes on.
Got it. Okay, so that's your average. The shortest could be, is that 30 would be the fastest, I assume?
Yeah, we do faster than that.
Well, we've seen what you've done with the forklifts. It's an impressive feat. And then the longest would be a couple hours, possibly.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Remember that 6 or 7 trucks are on site. So if you have an average of 10 trucks per event, there are only 4 trucks that are on the public right-of-way. Right. And the rest are within Madison Square Garden property.
Right. And there is no limitation, though, to have those trucks arrive between 2 and 8 a.m. Is that correct? If they came at noon, they could come at noon?
Well, Bobby's going to explain to you how this works and why they come at that time.
Yes, we obviously try to get them there as soon as possible. On the overnight, obviously less traffic for trucks to come in, arrive, and park. We do permit any of the additional staging areas as necessary for anything above the 7 semis. If a truck is arriving at noon, we're in bad shape. We hope to never be in that position. But again, we do permit the space, and by that time, we would have room within our exterior loading area to bring them right in. It wouldn't require any additional staging off-site if they are not there by that 8 a.m. time frame.
If the city didn't give you the ability to queue up on the streets, how would you accomplish your goal?
It would be a big logistical concern. Obviously, there's a lot of timing involved with getting a show built, up and running. A lot of it is dependent on the artist's sound check and getting the doors open for operation. So if we did not have the ability to do that, there would be timing concerns with getting the trucks in place. Well,
one of the concepts here that we're all pretty excited about as a possibility is a shared street on 33rd Street. A shared street on 33rd Street with trucks that are either sitting for any period of time, or, well, I guess really just sitting for any period of time, or backing out and heading west on 33rd Street after they do a delivery is certainly impactful and perhaps even inconsistent with a shared street on 33rd Street. How does that work? How might that work without the ability of, perhaps being able to send trucks inbound on 33rd and out on 31st, recognizing, and we're going to talk about this in a minute with your structural engineers, and I'm going to defer to my colleagues because I know they're going to ask about it on the Chase Plaza and the taxiway. But how, if that were to stay in place, how does that work in a way that's consistent with a shared street on 33rd?
We are looking forward to working with DOT on the concept of a shared street. We understand it's under their jurisdiction, and what I believe would happen is that there would be more activity on 31st Street rather than 33rd. So the trucks would come in on 33rd, but not stage there if it was a shared street. Because in that way, the trucks would come in early in the morning when there are not as many pedestrians. If anybody wants to come to a load-in, as the chair said, it's very orchestrated. They would come in, they would back out, and therefore there would really not be any pedestrian vehicular conflicts. But we're happy to work with DOT to create a plan to make that happen.
So there wouldn't be any conflicts in terms of staging on 33rd between 7th and 8th, but the trucks would still come in. I think under any plan that would be that's the route, but you would eliminate potentially the staging of trucks on 33rd between 7th and 8th.
That's great. And my understanding of a shared street is that it is shared between pedestrians and vehicles, and so this would be done in a compatible way.
Right. It would have to be done in a carefully coordinated way, and certainly not staging trucks there would have to be central to that. Okay, last question from me, and then I'm going to Commissioner Dweck and others. The entrance for truck loading on the corner of the Garden on 33rd Street, 12 feet 6 inches, clearly marked on the above the door. That is not big enough for a truck of modern standards, and even modern as of maybe 1964, to get through. Is there any physical change that could be made to allow for trucks to be able to pull in to that space, considering that dynamic where you need a couple extra feet to get them in?
So I reference our structural engineer. Here he is.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Regina. I'm the partner at Severed Associates.
Can you repeat your name, please?
Kelsey Regina.
Welcome.
I'm the partner at Severed Associates, and we are the firm that designed the 1960s Penn Station and Madison Square Garden as one entity. When we designed this, the AASHTO clearance requirements were 12'6". A year after the garden opened, the law changed and it became 14'6". Most trucks today are 14'6". So you would have to have a clearance of about 16 feet just to be on the safe side. The problem is you need to, in order for this to be a throughway, you need to have a minimum clearance of about 16 feet. So you have to capture 3.5 feet from somewhere. There was a idea tossed that we could take away the topping slab, this, that, whatever, to create more space by lowering the asphalt. Unfortunately, that's not true because that slab is only 6 inches thick, and then there's a steel structure below it. There's a waterproofing membrane above it, and the topping slab is anywhere between 6 and 8 inches. So the most that you would gain is 8 inches, and I'm sure the railroad would not like a lack of waterproofing or anything because this is unsafe. To raise the bridge is practically impossible. Anybody can do anything given zero constraints. But the two levels that are Chase Square are supported by the roof structure. This roof structure also supports all the machinery for the dehumidification that is required to create NHL quality ice. This structure, the roof structure, also supports the columns that hold up concourses at levels 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So in order to do any surgery on the roof structure, you would have to essentially take off all the equipment, shut down the hockey rink, somehow find a way to support concourses 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, which you cannot really do by shoring because those shores would land on railroad tracks or on the platform. So certain platforms would have to go, or certain tracks would have to go offline unless you can find a better way to support it. Because right now, there are no supports. The entire bridge is supported on one side at the 2-pen property line, on the other side by the gardens columns. It's a free-spanning structure that holds up all of this. Can I keep the roof intact and just raise the lowest level? If I do that, all my floor alignments are messed up. The ramps do not work. ADA access does not work. Stairs do not work. Can you just rip the whole thing out, concourses and everything, and redo it? Yes, you can. But the Rangers then have to somehow play somewhere else. And the Richard's idea of they would play elsewhere for one season or would have to play elsewhere for one season is a highly optimistic time frame.
Okay, thank you. Let me, I'm going to just ask one point of clarification.
I have one
Go
more.
ahead. Go ahead.
Even if you succeeded in raising the bottom to 16 feet, you still, all you have accomplished is a throughway from 31st to 33rd. You still don't have the area for the trucks to turn into the loading dock. A semi requires a lot of turning radius. You don't have that.
Okay, so if I understand the answer to your question, when I was focusing on the corner, at least for the moment, although we certainly were going to get into the question about the breezeway, Chase Plaza, et cetera. On the corner, you're saying that even if you were to shave off some underground area, you can't really because you hit steel beams.
Correct.
And that above it, at least in this is just for the moment, the corner loading area at 33rd in that entrance of the garden loading, there's no way to raise it either by the 3 or 4 feet over there in the corner. I felt like you diverted over to the conversation about the access, the breezeway, but what about
because it's pointless. If I raise it by 4 feet, I have a 4-foot elevation problem to get into the building. I have to align with the floors in the building. I can't just.
I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing, but and I want to make sure that we are because I want to understand your point.
Right.
I'm talking about the ramp in the corner with the 12-foot 6 inches, not the 9-foot.
Right.
Okay, so let's just say you can't go down to lower. There's still a truck backing in there is going to hit into the garden at 12.6, and you're saying it needs to be 16.
The problem is that beam that you are saying at 12.6, that's not the only beam. There's a ramp that goes from that level all the way to the marshalling yards, which are at level 5, which is the ice level. So every single piece of structure from level 1 to level 5 would have to be adjusted.
I understand. So your point is it needs to be 16 even as it's going upward.
Correct.
And that is not just an entry point question. That is an entire internal structural question. Okay. Okay, I'm going to stop there.
And then once I get up there, the 5th floor is ice, 6th floor is the upper balcony. I still don't have the 16 feet.
Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Dweck.
Thank you. I didn't have the benefit of being on the commission in 1963, but I wasn't born yet. But I did have the benefit of being on the commission in 2013, and I think that it would be beneficial to the commission, and in order to properly frame the debate, if you can briefly, and I say briefly, touch on the as-of-right development potential for this property that is privately owned, should the commission deny your special permit application. Right. And how that would impact the surroundings and the transit systems that you are neighbors with.
Thank you. The property is zoned C64 within the Special Hudson Yards District, sub-area B4, and there's an ability to build 2.5 million square feet. You could build an office building.
In theory, if
Right. Or you could leave the arena and use it for 2,500 people, $24.99.
So I'd imagine that if the permit wasn't renewed, the property wouldn't be just left to waste.
Exactly.
It would be used and probably converted to an office building at 2.5 million square feet, as of right, without having to come to the commission for a permit or for...
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure my fellow commissioners will ask many of the other nuances on the project, so I'll pass that to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. I want to ask a specific question about the MTA's proposal. Does MSG believe that the MTA's future design plans, you know, the mid-block train hall, the expanded 8th Avenue entrances, do you believe they are beneficial to MSG and your patrons who overwhelmingly use Penn Station to access the garden?
Well, it's hard to answer that question because they don't have plans that are nearly developed. We are in favor, and we've met many, many times, and will continue to meet. We met as recently as Monday with the MTA, and we will cooperate in every way possible to make sure that the plans that they have work and that we can continue to operate efficiently, if not more efficiently. But for me to comment on that, we have to see plans. The only things we've seen are nice renderings. There is no architectural plans at all, and they've said that to us, and those are far off. So for me or any of us to really comment on that, we can't, because we don't know what those plans are. Rich mentioned there's other plans out there. Those are fully developed, and we can comment on those plans.
All right. Well, granted, you haven't seen the working drawings.
We've seen everything, I believe, that they've done, and they're not developed at all.
Well, conceptually, would what they propose make it easier and safer for people to get to and from the garden? Just conceptually, what they're proposing.
Again, I don't think I can answer that question because it's just, we're speculating on what those plans are. It's just, it's hard for us to comment on plans that don't exist. They just don't exist.
Right. Commissioner, you referred to working drawings. I believe there are not even design drawings. What there are concepts at this point, as I understand it.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Commissioner Bozarg. Okay, she's going to yield to Commissioner Cerullo for a moment. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So just just to pick up that line of questioning for a second, and I'm sort of reminded of other work that this commission approved in Midtown East in the rezoning process, where the relationship between sort of the MTA's vision, this is sort of public realm related particularly, but above and below grade improvements that obviously benefit the transit system, but in doing so benefit the users, that at that time, and certainly it's successfully working in Midtown, there is a direct correlation between private entities and the requirement to provide certain improvements, the MTA, which were suggested originally by the MTA in most cases. Some came out of community input process, but, and our chair would remember this also very clearly from the time he sort of spearheaded Midtown East rezoning, it was all done by concept. There were no specifics at the time. There might have been ideas of what station might needed to be repaired or what kinds of ideas. It was all very ideas. There was nothing written. There was no design plans. and it ended up working, but it also required everyone coming together. So while I may be able to understand you can't comment on a design you haven't seen, and no one would expect that, obviously. There have been ideas that the MTA has put out there, some of them in their report, some even with renderings, as conceptual as they may be. What is the feeling about those? And what, beyond not being able to comment on things specifically, what conversations are currently taking place with the MTA about those, and what counter proposals, if any, are being put forward by the Garden? So that could help us figure out, it's not just everyone sitting in their corners waiting for something this to happen and then conversations will occur. Obviously, these things have to be happening simultaneously.
Right. First of all, I believe that the East Midtown discussions, which were obviously very fruitful, ultimately related to bonuses for transit improvements. And in this case, MSG is not getting a bonus. But putting that aside, MSG is more than happy to discuss with the Commission compatibility of proposed plans with MSG when we have more detailed design plans. And as I said, MSG has agreed to come back, which is important, and will enter into a restrictive declaration that sets forth that process. So all we're saying is that it's premature. And let me just note, when you think about the fact that you have a station with MSG with the floor 5 levels up and this incredibly complicated structure, mechanical, electrical, so it's not just about will this be helpful to MSG, it's is this going to work so they can continue to operate the arena?
And I appreciate that. I would then suggest then, based on that position, which I can't debate because I realize that there's details in here that are real, that perhaps it's time for the Garden to provide to the MTA what is doable and what isn't for them, so that they can then be more specific about recommendations that they may be making in their vision and details, so that it's not give us everything you want to do and then we'll tell you everything you can't do and then we'll come back to you again. So it's really just to encourage the interaction and the sort of the working together to get to a better place.
So let me answer both your questions. The first question about 10 years ago, which I was involved with, you're right, that was more concept than developed, but none of it affected the operations of the Garden, and we were willing at that time and did everything that was asked of us at that time, because it didn't affect the operations. We have met with the MTA more than 10 times, and like I said, as recently as this past Monday. We continue to say we will cooperate, we will be compatible. We need to see more plans. We have offered our consultants, Fauzi right here, and our electrical consultant, they haven't taken us up on that at all. Okay. The other plan that we've referred to have worked religiously with these guys, so they know exactly how our building operates and what can and can't be done. The plans that the MTA initially showed us, we told them specifically we had a hard time and it was almost impossible, which is what Kelsey described earlier with regards to Chase Bridge. We told them that the loading plan that they had did not work, did not have the turning radius. So we've given all of that input, and they have not come back to us at all with any new plans. They have not worked with us. I mean, they have worked with us, and we've had very cordial, good conversations with them. But that's why I keep saying we need more definitive, defined plans, and we will cooperate with that. We've offered to cooperate with that to tell you what can and can't be done, a lot of things that Kelsey just mentioned. They have not taken us up on that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that response, and you're feeding me the follow-up question later on at another point in the hearing when expect that the MTA will be testifying too, and I'll bring this issue up again with them.
Sure.
But I do believe that there are, and I've learned this lesson directly, the mere fact that operations may be impacted also has a scale. Some are unmanageable operational impacts, and some are, we have to learn how to do business differently in the world we live in today for the public good. So I hope at some point all of those that scale finds its way to the middle, which is generally the best way to resolve some of these issues in any category.
I'll just end by saying we've continuously said from an operations standpoint, we will be cooperative as much as we possibly can. Our goal, being a community member, is to make sure that we get the greatest station in the world that everybody is happy with, as well as have a garden that can operate as efficiently, if not more efficiently, than we presently do. That's what we want. We want exactly the same thing that you guys do.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner, for that.
Of course. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bozer.
I was wondering if you could respond specifically to the borough president's recommendations around the train hall being placed on 8th Avenue and using parts of the theater. And I think you referred to some of these different ideas as competing ideas, and I would just like to put forward that they all speak to this desire and need to make really significant and needed experiences for the public in the railways and at the surface level. Major equity issues there as well, probably more important than the equity issues of how different stadiums are being treated. But if you could respond to that proposal specifically, and also I think this touches on what the Commissioner was just asking, but what is the MSG's vision of where a state-of-the-art train hall could be placed that would also work with your operations? Because I think that's one of the core questions here is around the compatibility. And some of the responses feel like they do kind of feed into some of the public skepticism around whether MSG really is going to be able to come up with solutions that work with the public bodies, the railway agencies, and in a way that meets the public need as well. Also agreeing fully that MSG is an important cultural institution, cultural civic space, and so these shouldn't be competing priorities. But if you could just respond to that.
Sure. So on the borough president, we are very pleased that his report was, at a foundational level, made clear that at least he wasn't part of his recommendation, part of his recommendation looking to move Madison Square Garden. So obviously we're pleased with that. With respect to his recommendation of an 8th Avenue entrance, as well as a mid-block entrance, we take no position. Our view is it's part of the public discourse. Ultimately, the governor and the rail agencies will make that determination. But we share the goals of having a world-class train station. We share the goals of not having the garden impede upon that in any way. And as Joel and Elise mentioned, we will continue to collaborate and cooperate with all stakeholders that are involved to reach that goal. With respect to your question about MSG, and I believe that you were maybe alluding to a possible move in the future. No. Okay, good. All right. So, look, I just don't run government affairs. I run corporate social responsibility as well. We take our commitments to our community extremely seriously. And we will meet with all elected leaders, community groups, rail agencies, and anything that we could do to advance. I won't regurgitate the statements made by my colleagues, but there's a tension there right now that can only be solved when we can see more detail and concrete plans that we could respond to with this, some of the statements that Kowzi just made. But we want to work together. But it's difficult on hypotheticals. It's difficult on grand vision. I think Kowzi mentioned, hey, if you have no economic constraints, hey, if you have no structural constraints, sure, right? But that's not the way, as a publicly traded company, we can move forward. We need more information.
I think the follow-up I have on that is just trying to understand if there is a threshold of cost and inconvenience that the MSG is willing to take in working with the public bodies, and not looking for a number here, but from some of the responses to the ideas that have been put forward, it seems like if anything impedes operations, you're not willing to consider it.
That's not what we're suggesting. We're a business, right? We're a business. I know people, we're public trust, we're also a business. And that business is putting on concerts, sporting events, and the like. That business can't be on land that we own, for clarity, right? That business, we can't have it not be able to operate for a year, 2 years, 3 years, or the MTA's plan. Like, we're right now in a building that's being renovated. It's been renovated for the last 3 years, top to bottom, new glass, new interiors. It's going to be amazing. The office space. The office space. We have not, the 2,000 MSG employees, been interrupted at all. I've been in my office every single day while all of this work is being happening. And the only point of that anecdote is that's how we want to work with the rail agencies on a go-forward basis. We have a business that we have to run. And so we want to work with them. We want it improved, but we have a business. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gold.
Thanks. Good morning. So I don't have the benefit of having sat on the commission 10 years ago when this last came up, but can you give us a little bit by way of update on, over the last 10 years, a couple of things. One, what changes, have been made? I'd like you to focus on the investment, which you alluded to, and clearly you're underway. So how significant has that been, number one? And then number two, the public benefit that we've added over the last 10 years during the term of this license.
I believe the office space that was being referred to is in 2 Penn Plaza. Okay. That 2 Penn Plaza is being renovated, which is where MSG has their office space.
Got it. But presumably there's been, some investment in the garden. We've all, I think, seen it. And also, presumably, you've added some public benefit over the last 10 years. If you can just talk a little bit about that, about what's happened over the last 10 years during the term of this license.
In terms of our operation, we've put an emphasis on our guest and employee safety, especially in the exterior. So while we are confined to certain limitations, as you've heard, what we've done is we've staffed more staff on the exterior, security, guest services, providing wayfinding, additional signage as best as possible to try to direct guests accordingly. We've added security around all of our loading dock areas. In addition to filing for the permits on the additional stationing zones within the surrounding blocks, we also have pedestrian traffic managers that we've hired for every load in and load out. Clearly marked, orange vest, flag waving, whatever we can do, again, that's not within constraints we are dealing with, to try to improve the public realm and the entire exterior area, the best of our ability. New entrances, exactly. We've taken advantage. Rich mentioned 70% of our guests come in through Chase Square. At one point, that was 100%. We've opened up additional entrances on the 8th Avenue side. Primarily, they were used for egress. We now use them for ingress. That's where we bring in, 30% of our guests coming into the building. Additional entrances on the south side of the building, 31st Street, what we refer to as 4 Penn. We've made use of all those entrances to try to improve the guest experience, but improve the surrounding areas as well.
Got it. And if you could, and it may be difficult, but if you can size the investment that you put into the facility over the last 10 years?
Well, I mean, as you know, we went through a major renovation from 2010 to 2013. We spent $1 billion of our own money, and since then, I can't quantify it, but it's been millions that we continue to upgrade the building and do things, whether it's labor or physical things that we can do. We're always, we're in a competitive business, so we're always looking to improve the building and the surrounding area. We spent a lot of money on the open space plan as part of the renovation, and quite honestly, you've seen the open space plan. That's not hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's that's millions upon millions of dollars, $10 million or so of an investment we're willing to make the area look a lot better. So we're willing to invest when it makes sense so we can improve the experience for the Penn Station riders as well as our guests.
And I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think Mr. Constable had made the point earlier that, presumably investment both in the area and the facility can be a function of, term, if you will. I may be paraphrasing, but basically a shorter term calls for a lesser investment. So I guess the other question I just have as sort of a point to follow up is, if this were renewed in perpetuity, beyond what we've seen, what would the perfect world be for how are you guys thinking about investment, again, both in the area and the facility? If you got, let's say, today's ask, what are we thinking about, and
well, we would obviously do the open space plan. Mm-hmm. We would continue to update that over time as it got old. We would work very closely with whichever group you guys or the politicians or whoever it is chose for us to work with, to ensure that the station was as great a station as it could possibly be, and we can continue to operate. As Rich said, we're a business, and we have to operate. We operate almost 365 days a year between the arena and all the other events we do. So we would continue to invest when necessary on those types of things.
And if I could just add one very important note, because there's, a silent suggestion that unless, things are extracted from Madison Square Garden as part of the special permit project, nothing will happen when it comes to our collaboration with our partners at the rail agencies. We have 60 years of history with Amtrak. Amtrak is the owner of the station. We have 60 years. I believe you may hear from representatives from Amtrak. Ask them in terms of over the last 60 years, not the last 6 months that we've been going through this process, how collaborative have we been when there's issues, when there's concerns. We are extremely collaborative. We are extremely cooperative. And whether it's 1973, 83 or 2003 or 2023, we will continue to be as collaborative, even more if possible, than we have in the past.
And I would say, just to stress Rich's point with regards to Amtrak as an example, we are so intertwined. We have cables running through their area. They ask us to do things with regards to safety notices on our boards and new accessible elevators and things like that. We have worked with them and will continue to work with them seamlessly, as we would do with any of the railroads. We do that with New Jersey Transit. So that's not going to change. And we've had a tremendous working relationship. As you know, there's easements for whether it's Amtrak, New Jersey Transit, Vornado. It all works seamlessly.
Just
the waterproofing, right? I mean, we're doing all of that together.
Just by way of follow-up, and it might be directed for Mr. Constable, but for either of you, how would you characterize the working relationship today with the MTA?
With the MTA?
With MTA. I know we mentioned Amtrak, but is the working relationship, would we characterize it as intact, as good, as?
Look, we don't like to get into, specifics, but I will just tell you from our viewpoint, we have a great relationship with the MTA. Joe mentioned, just had a great conversation with them a few days ago where, we have an exchange of ideas. And they can't force us to do anything. We can't force them to do anything. But I forget which of the commissioners mentioned it. The spirit is there of collaboration, of cooperation. Everything that we've said, Joel and I, about being cooperative, being collaborative, so on and so forth, are things that we've said, not just here today publicly, but with them privately. And so my view is that spirit is alive and well, and that spirit will continue with or without this process.
And I would just add, I completely agree, and in any great relationship, there's going to be difference of opinions, and you have to work that out, and we're willing to do that. But we've had over the last 2 years with the whole staff, many, many meetings that have been really productive. I think there's a difference of opinion on certain things, and as I said, that's got to be worked out, but we got a great working relationship.
I think I'd just echo Commissioner Cerullo's comment, or sort of that at the end of the day, clearly it's a symbiotic relationship, and clearly it can do well for both. So we certainly would encourage that working together. To the extent, obviously, not everything can be done one way or the other, but the collaboration I think is important here. So.
And I would suggest to you that we cannot come back at some point in the future before you for a compatibility determination at such time as there are more developed plans without having worked with the rail agencies throughout that time period. That's going to be necessary in order for us to be able to come back and talk to you about compatibility and consistency in the future.
I think that's fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Elise. As you know, I've been here for the past, not here, but 40 years. So I remember all of the times you've been here, including, which you didn't mention, your $1 billion renovation where you added the skyboxes and you increased the total number of seats.
No,
you decreased the seats. You came before that in '83, I think, to increase the number of seats when Paul was representing you. But at any rate, my first question has to do with the fact that when this superblock was conceived, an essential partner of it, and it remains, is 2 Penn Plaza, but it doesn't seem as if any of the plans at all include 2 Penn Plaza as a partner, despite the fact that 70%, which you've said, go through Penn Plaza in order to get to your facility. So where is Penn Plaza, and have any of the plans that everyone has been discussing for this super block taken into account that there is space and impact at 2 Penn Plaza? Where is Vornado?
we work every single day, myself, every single day with Vornado.
Great. I'm not faulting you.
I'm not suggesting that. I just trying to answer your question. So with regards to their plans, I think you've all seen once they're finished. As Rich said, we've gone through a large renovation, which has been not good for the MTA, the Penn Station, us, our guests, all that. But once it's done, Vornado's plans are spectacular. That will already make the area better. We have a weekly meeting, literally, that Bobby and myself are on every week on Tuesday with the MTA, their representatives, Skanska, Vornado, everybody that's doing work in the entire area. So we've worked 33rd Street has been closed down. That's made it difficult for us to load, but we've figured out a way, working collaboratively with Vornado, with the MTA, with Skanska, with everybody involved, with Turner building what's been built in the station. So we have a very good working relationship, and they've been taken into consideration for everything that we've done.
But I'm not asking you whether you're taking them into consideration. I'm asking whether this entire planning process is considering the whole super block or is just considering the property that is under the control of MSG. I understand the special permit is only for the portion of MSG's lot that is not the theater. But since so many of the findings relate to an improved Penn Station, and Penn Station is underneath the whole thing, that I'm not sure whether we can really look at those improvements and what could happen without having a sense of what's happening on the other part of the block that contributes and feeds in. People go into Penn, when they want to go into Penn Station, a large number of them go in under 2 Penn Plaza. So how the station is to be improved if we're leaving 2 Penn Plaza out, and if there are lots of improvements being made to 2 Penn Plaza, I personally would like to know what you're talking about, what they are.
So the findings that the department has proposed for the special permit, the specific final finding is that the arena use shall be appropriately compatible and consistent with the plans of the rail agencies. So I would suggest to you that if you have questions about the involvement of Vornado in the plans for Penn Station, that would be a question for the MTA and not for us.
Okay. And I will certainly ask them those questions. But I have more. Sorry. When you put up the graphic of the delivery operations, did that include deliveries, and how are they made, where are deliveries made to Penn Plaza and to Penn Station? Since they have all of that retail below grade, they have to have deliveries, and where are those made and how?
They are on the south side of Chase Bridge, just opposite our exterior loading area.
And that's for 2 Penn Plaza also?
Correct.
On 31st Street, off of 31st Street.
And how many, do they have tractor trailers? Do they have big vans? What's the?
Typically box trucks, bobtails, as we refer to them, which are much smaller than semis, vans, but nothing to the level of semi-trucks coming in there to deliver.
And they don't use the street at all?
Not that we've seen. They have their area within the loading on the south side of Chase Bridge.
One Penn uses the street. One Penn.
One Penn.
Right. So,
One Penn,
so
which is Vornado.
Vornado also has the building between 33rd and 34th Street, right?
Right.
And they also do use 33rd Street. So the question that was asked about the shared street, there will not only be an issue of MSG's loading, but there would be an issue of One Penn's loading, because they do have a loading bay on the north side of 33rd Street as well.
Okay. When you refer to concerts and special events, are those in the theater or are those in the arena?
Those are in the arena.
And do you need any of the loading, unloading for the theater when they have smaller events there?
It's loaded in a different location. Load-in for the theater actually takes place on 31st Street, towards the corner of 31st and 8th. The truck is actually on the plaza, where it's then barricaded off.
Yeah.
The
Number of events, yeah. Theater shows are much smaller. It's about 30 to 40 a year.
In addition to the 90?
In addition to the 90.
Okay. And I also just had one comment when, I believe, you were saying earlier that one of the issues was not closing down a season of the Rangers and the ice issues, but you did, when you were doing renovations, yes, you moved the Liberty. Sorry, had season tickets. We had to go to Madison Square Garden. So it is not impossible to move someone. I understand the Liberty has fewer fans and they could be accommodated. Presumably the Barclays Center, which used to have a hockey team and no longer does, could accommodate you for a season, or is that something that's not possible?
So when we relocated the Liberty, you may recall, we actually relocated them to our sister venue, Radio City Music Hall.
Right.
So we had another space.
And there is Barclay, which is another space. It's not under your control, but it is possible, since they had a hockey rink, they had a hockey team, not one that we in New York really like, but they were there.
It's a competitor.
So just wanted to put that out there, that it is not impossible. You have done it. There is another location that could work.
Just Commissioner, because, I suspect reporters are here. One thing just on that, the Barclays is no longer an NHL-approved venue, okay? So I get your larger point, but just so you know, that is not something that's possible. There's magic to being at the Garden, so we would like all of our games to be played.
I thought he played for the Lakers.
What's that? Touche. So we obviously want all of our games to be played. It's like, as I keep saying, it is a business. We would like all of our games for all of our teams to be played at the Garden. And we have a belief that work to happen in the future once The MTA has real concrete plans, but work that could be accomplished in the future can be coordinated so that our business doesn't have to shut down at all while work continues. That's what we would like to see on a go-forward basis.
Certain.
And I would say that's certainly possible. That I did some work on the Hudson Yards project where there was a very difficult schedule that was worked out between the same agencies except for you guys, when they had to put piling down to support the buildings. And so I understand how complex it is to find other ways to balance structural needs with a railroad below. But as Hudson Yards showed us, with an absolute will and desire to do it, it is possible.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me go to Commissioner Kermani.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for being here. I want to go, although Commissioner Benjamin, I could have listened to you. It was great levity and good points. I want to go back to unloading and loading for a minute. And that, let me try and get my thoughts together. Just something that the chair brought up at the beginning about that it's very choreographed, and I understand that, but the public perception and experience of it is not at all perceived as choreographed. It's disruptive, scary, however you want to talk about it, and that the number of days that there is loading and unloading going on, the 90, right, is the arena, 30 or 40 is the theater. So we're talking basically about 6 months. 120 days of unloading and loading going on total, which is a lot. And so I think my question is, one, how through changes do you change both the perception and experience of the public, which of that unloading and loading process, which to you is choreographed, so the community doesn't feel that way, feels imposing and impeding. And I think a second question is, understanding the history that the year after MSG opened, the height requirement was changed. So, like, what, if anything, has been done between then and now to make the process better? It just seems like kind of a mess.
I mean, I think we should let Bobby respond, because everybody should know he works at MSG now, but he did work at Barclays, so he has a lot of experience. And I think we should all just recognize that you can't run an arena without trucks. And,
I'm not suggesting that you can.
Right, and I believe there are trucks on the street at Barclays, even though it's a relatively new arena compared to MSG. So the only way to do it is to make it run in the absolute most choreographed way, which is what Bobby does. But
right.
Yeah, as Elise mentioned, this is not a problem that's unique and specific to MSG. Having worked at Barclays Center for 5 years, overseeing events and overseeing all concerts there, this is a function of hosting an event in a dense urban environment. Barclays Center in particular has the same number of trucks inside their loading area that we do at any given time. Any additional parking is staged off-site, most amongst city streets. We remain committed to optimizing our loading, both for MSG and the community. We've developed the best in-class loading operation, which we continually to look at to maximize the efficiency. You know, this includes truck arrival time, as we mentioned, arriving at off-peak hours, specific to concerts and loading out. It's not something that happens during the day. A typical call time is 11 p.m. at night in order to do it on the overnight, when both vehicular and pedestrian traffic are at a minimum.
I appreciate that, and I will say that I lived across the street from Barclays, now on the fancy side, when that was being constructed, and would have the same questions for them as in operations too. I mean, I get that tension. We're not, in the middle of Idaho with nothing around, but also understanding and really accepting that tension is going to exist forever. And so kind of what is the public benefit and how is that being communicated, I think is incredibly important, because people are going to continue to experience it and perceive it as a negative thing. And yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me go to Commissioner Cerullo.
So I just want to ask, talk a little bit about sort of the new finding and the sort of the burden on us to identify or accept the fact that there's a public realm plan that reflects the civic importance of the site. And I know just a little while ago there was discussion about open space, and I saw in the presentation sort of the renderings of that. And I don't in any way want to say that what we saw isn't light years nicer than anything that currently exists. But in a strange way, I'm playing with you a little bit. Help me write the finding. How do you envision that plan meets the finding? How do you see the benches? Because as beautiful as the rendering is, it's benches, planted benches. How does that support the civic importance of the site? And what other considerations were there in terms of providing an enhanced public realm around the site that weren't doable or just were not considered? Or has there been any thought to how this particular piece of the project can be improved for the public realm around the site?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Signe Nielsen, MNLA Landscape Architects. Well, let's just say that the public realm around Madison Square Garden is caught a bit between a rock and a hard place. There are people who believe that there should be no impediments to pedestrian movement. And there are people who believe that we should create an iconic public realm. And so I have tried to balance those two competing issues. And one thing that sort of drove the current design is the idea that Madison Square Garden is part of the fabric of the city. And with the investments that Vornado has made on 33rd, 34th, and eventually 31st, which is a unified paving treatment, we decided to continue that down 33rd Street in front of Madison Square Garden. And we believe that that brings Madison Square Garden into the family of a greatly upgraded public realm. The second thing is, and we are, by the way, the landscape architects for Plaza 33, as well as all the paving improvements around Vornado. So we do know actually the right materials and et cetera, et cetera. The other thing is we have planter benches in Plaza 33, which, as you know, is over the roof of the LIR Concourse. So we are faced with a similar condition in front of Madison Square Garden. And so we adopted a similar form, but rather than a circle, which would stick out more into the public sidewalk, we created more of an ellipse so that it is, and angled them so that it would take up less of the sidewalk. We've allowed enough space for, dare I say, jaywalkers to cut through, as well as, of course, ample clearance at the corners. And the way this, because of the curvature of the facade, the amount of open space becomes greater as you get to the corners where the majority of people are entering, whether it's from the north, south, or west. So the idea being that we wanted to create a place for people to rest, gather, meet before a game, after a game, meet before getting on the train, blah, 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 There is only a total of 72 linear feet of seating if you count all the planters, benches that are proposed on the north and the south. That is not a lot, but it is enough to provide eyes on the street and for people to gather in the shade, by the way, under trees, which are selected to not obscure signage and not to have their branches clipped by vehicles. And we believe that while it may not be the most iconic, I'm not sure we want iconic, right? This is supposed to be part of a fabric. This isn't supposed to scream and yell Madison Square Garden. It is supposed to be part of the fabric of the city. So that was the concept behind the design. I will also say that other things that were considered, you asked that, we really wanted to avoid what I would call vertical clutter. There's enough clutter already and impediments to people with the bollards, with the signage, with the taxi stands, with the blah, blah, blah. And so we have incorporated all new signage into the planters or mounted on the facade of MSG or Penn Station, however you want to treat it. So that, again, eliminates clutter. And we've also been meticulous, which gets to the bike station under the taxiway, to not have structures, because we believe that structures impede visibility and engender a sense of lack of safety and because of lack of visibility. So I hope that answers the question.
It does. And at first, I want to thank you for sort of walking us through your vision and the conceptual ideas of how this was all developed. And I don't want my question to be misunderstood. I think what I saw was beautiful. The where I was going, and in light of this conversation, sort of the follow-up to that is, and I realize you're working within on a small canvas, we'll say, but I also understand that the department in the discussions had made recommendations on perhaps other opportunities for public realm improvements here that did not make the cut in the final design, we'll call it, in proposal. And I wonder if there were what the reasons might have been for that, or whether or not there's room for other additional improvements as this moves through public review. Again, always for the benefit of those who would be using it. I also want to just note and compliment your sensitivity to the clutter issue. Our streets and sidewalks are overwhelmed with stuff, and that's a huge challenge. So the idea that you've incorporated some of the stuff is helpful to both the visualization of the areas, but the calming nature of it doesn't seem so chaotic. But I just wonder on the public realm is personally important to me, but I think, and I know to the neighborhood, given all the work that's happening, both from, not-for-profit, community-based organizations that focus on the public realm and the private sector doing amazing work on the public realm, that we do everything we could possibly do here to create the environment I believe we all share that we want to have.
Well, first off, let me say that we are more than willing to continue conversations about what is the right way to approach the public realm. I do recall those conversations with staff, and a number of them actually were integrated or integral to the notion of 33rd Street being a shared street, and which I fully support, and I believe the MSG does as well, as long as they can continue to operate. And so at the time, say 6 months ago when we designed this, there had not yet been any clear movement on a commitment from DOT on the street. But should that come to pass, I certainly would be open to more initiatives, but, recognizing that some of those initiatives are really outside of the property line and jurisdiction of MSG. But in terms of thinking about the greater public realm, that's what I do for a living. I am certainly open to, looking at this more holistically, and how it's adjudicated is, to be determined.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I have several more commissioners, but I do want to jump in for a second. If you can stick around for one minute, I want to talk a little bit about that the civic importance of the site for a moment, because when one approaches MSG and Penn Station from 8th Avenue, either from the north or the south, you get a really great sense of MSG. And Penn Station feels pretty invisible on 8th Avenue, almost like an afterthought or an asterisk. When you think about how we might improve the 8th Avenue experience for a Penn Station user, what do you envision?
Well, I'm likely to get into deep water here no matter what I say, but I will just say that the 8th Avenue sidewalk between 31st and 33rd is miserable. It is a continuous grate, and that is very uncomfortable for many people. So I guess if I were to say, I would love to see the sidewalk of 8th Avenue expanded. I don't know whether that's, I've seen various schemes for what you could do to 8th Avenue, do you widen the west side, do you widen the east side, but fundamentally the sidewalk of 8th Avenue is miserable. Between the bollards that go down the middle, everything about it is wrong. And so it's, I think that any initiatives, and I have also worked on the Penn Station plan that changed the facade of 8th Avenue, and I think eliminated maybe the Hulu Theater as a result, or pushed it somewhere. That I think is an interesting idea, but that alone will not improve the public realm. The sidewalk and those bollards and those gratings have got to change somehow, or else create a new place for pedestrians to walk.
How about at the corners? How about the corners?
I've gotten myself in trouble.
That's good. We want to hear more.
No, not at all. I just wanted to add something, and I totally respect your question about the view on 8th Avenue. 10 years ago, as part of our commitment, we gave and offered the MTA or whoever it was the opportunity to put up big signs for Penn Station. They never took advantage of that. But that was part of the plan 10 years ago, and it never happened. Not because of us. So, okay. And that would give Penn Station more visibility like you're looking for.
Okay, so I understand the challenges of the 8th Avenue sidewalk, the bollards, the grates, the theater. Let's just focus for a second on the corners, or the corners and the round, whatever we call that in the garden. The access for Penn Station at 31st and 33rd Street, where you have a plaza. Obviously 31st Street is a place for loading of trucks, also for Hulu Theater, as we've heard. But what could we do, and what do you think would be consistent with MSG operations that could be civically important and consistent with what we are trying to achieve here in terms of the grandeur of the site, that would work?
Wait, I'm sorry, just before she answers.
Are you instructing your client?
And only Elise knows I defer to her, obviously, on the application in the four corners. So you're asking for an aspirational idea from a learned landscape architect. And so she's speaking in her individual capacity, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll accept it. Listen, go ahead, proceed. I'm not going to say another word.
Well, a learned landscape architect doesn't feel that actually landscape is going to do the trick. What we do is more tactile, and in the sightline of a pedestrian. If you really want to create something iconic that will call out the station, that will not impede pedestrian circulation, I believe it has to be an architectural gesture. It can't be a landscape gesture. All I could really do is impede circulation with that's what I do. And so my feeling is that what you want to do is create a seamless ground plane that creates a civic gesture, provide some comfort where it is not in the way of egress, ingress to the station or to Madison Square Garden, and provide adequate lighting and enhanced lighting. That is what this proposal is about. But I think to the aspiration that you're asking for, I believe that needs to be done at a much greater scale than what I can certainly do, or what this special permit, I think, can do.
Architectural, not landscape, is your point.
I dare say so.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Let me go on to Commissioner Goodrich.
So let me just say before I get to my questions that when I first heard of this application, my initial thought was, oh my God, this is a cultural icon. What do you mean? So my first question is, and it goes back to one of the first framings of comparing this project and this arena to Yankee Stadium, to Barclays especially. I wanted to ask and really dig in if that's really a fair comparison. So let me just explain why. For Penn Station, the original capacity was 200,000, and now there are about 650,000 users in Penn Station, and Madison Square Garden has about 400 annual events, which, you know, many of those events bring in the traffic as well. So there's one aspect of the actual comparing it where it's not like, you know, the capacity is different. And then the second part of that is there just seems to be a misalignment, a historical misalignment of values, because from the community board's perspective, let me see what they said, the construction was accomplished by the demolition of above-grade elements of Penn Station. So essentially, my perspective, I'm a Brooklynite, is when I go to Barclays, it seems like there's a confluence, like it works together with Atlantic Terminal. And granted, Atlantic Terminal is not as large, obviously, as Penn Station, but it seems to work together side by side. And Madison Square Garden is sort of on top of Penn Station. So my first question is, if it's really even a fair comparison, because I think it was framed as equity before. And then my second question is semi-related, which is, we were talking a bit about it, but the pedestrian traffic. I wonder if, you know, and some other commissioners touched on this, but the public benches, if there is any other consideration to a design, well, no, let me just ask, is the purpose of the public benches to stymie or lessen the pedestrian traffic going into Penn Station, or do you think that it won't have an impact at all? Because I think for me, I'm thinking when I think of a public design here that would work really well for the confluence with Barclays would be something that would lessen the traffic so that it wouldn't be obviously as hectic. But when I think of public benches, I'm thinking of people who, it keeps people there. It's not a bridge to go elsewhere. So those are my two questions.
Sure. On the first question, I just want to explain that we mentioned Barclays and Yankee Stadium to point out that those arenas do not require special permits because they're on public land. So they are not required to go through the kind of public process that Madison Square Garden has already had to go through several times. So we were just suggesting that since they have, I believe, very long-term leases that are akin to perpetuity, that it's an equity argument that we be treated the same. So that was the reason to bring them up.
And I think the reason why I'm pushing back on that is what I'm essentially saying is, should you actually be treated the same because of the historical misalignment, and also just the original capacity is so vastly different from those other two. It's a private entity here, and so maybe you shouldn't be treated, let me just be blunt, maybe you shouldn't be treated the same, and there should be some temporary instead of, in perpetuity.
And I think what Rich suggested earlier is the opposite. In other words, if everybody knows that Madison Square Garden is going to stay there, then you can get the best possible plan for Penn Station, because the railroads will be using all the money and ability they have to create the best plan and will be working with us. If there's a shorter term and we have to come back in a short period of time, then nobody knows what the physical situation is they're working with. But because no matter what happens, we're going to be working with the railroads. We have for the past 60 years, and we will continue to. And that's why stability and certainty is better for everybody.
So let me push again on that. So in this particular instance, it was clear that the special permit would be up. So everyone knew about that. And at least from where I'm sitting, there still doesn't seem to be a great working relationship with MTA to have worked this out. So I think that's...
Well, I think as Joel said, we've met with the MTA, we provided comments on their plans, we're looking to have responses from them to our comments, and we will continue to work with them as they present to us more detailed plans.
Be sure I understood your question correctly. Your concern is that the planter benches may be trying to limit pedestrian access to the station? Did I understand?
Yeah, let me frame it better. I want to have a better sense of what the purpose, what the actual thought behind the design is. I am specifically thinking that an ideal design would be something that would lessen pedestrian traffic into Penn Station. And so I don't know if the thought behind the benches is to, have people wait there for a while. But that's what I wanted to give you an opportunity to ask, or if there were other designs that may have been thought of to have a greater impact in lessening the traffic, the pedestrian traffic into Penn Station.
Well, I don't think a goal of the project is to lessen pedestrian access to Penn Station or to in any way make it more difficult for people to get into Penn Station.
Not more difficult. Part of what the complaint from the community board and others is that Madison Square Garden sits on top of it. It brings in obviously a lot more people, which makes the area a lot more hectic, which makes it confusing. It makes it not a place that a lot of people want to stay for a long time. So I guess I'm not thinking of a design to put up barriers, but I guess, what is the purpose of the sitting bench? What is the thought behind the design of sitting benches as opposed to?
I'd say the benches are really it's a planter with 2 trees in it. So we are adding greenery to the street. There's very little green on 33rd Street because it's over structure. And so the idea is that Plaza 33, we've been able to squeeze in 5 trees between everything that happens underground. And we want to be able to look down 33rd Street, west on 33rd Street, to also some green, so that somehow it will, especially if it becomes a shared street, so that you actually see some continuity. It's something to go to, something to see. It's more about creating a pleasant environment. If the benches are not deemed appropriate, I would hope that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, that we could retain the trees if we must lose the seating. But the idea is no one's going to linger on 33rd Street in front of Penn Station, let's face it. But you may want to meet somebody. You may, your feet may hurt after having walked from Hudson Yards. It's really about sitting down for 10 minutes, checking your cell phone and making sure you hit your train. It's not about, having your lunch there. But the green, the continuity of green, I think is very important.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks so much for the presentation and for addressing my colleagues' questions. I really appreciate the spirit of collaboration that you've discussed today, and I wanted to ask if you can please clarify what is the type of foundation, to borrow the language that you've been using, that the CPC could refer to in its report to, one, understand or reflect your understanding of the concerns that we've been discussing, and two, the level of commitment to address them. And so I have three questions. The first question builds on Commissioner Cerullo's and the Chair's question on the civic importance of the site. I specifically wanted to ask, what is your position on the recommendation for a new architectural treatment for the back wall on 8th Avenue? I mean, I understand your general response in terms of, well, we don't have a clear understanding of what the project could look like right now. But the way that I read it is that they're saying, let's work on it together, but let's commit on doing it together and sharing the costs of installation, maintenance, et cetera. So what is your general position on that?
So our general position is we're not going to negotiate publicly. I keep mentioning this. We're business. We're a publicly traded company. So I'm not going to make a statement that's going to move markets either way until we have certainty and agreement. Then we'll make an announcement. So conceptually, we want to work with the rail agencies. Conceptually, we want the best Penn Station possible. Conceptually, we're going to, work and we'll come together. But we can't go beyond that right now since we don't have any semblance of details in terms of plans. We have beautiful renderings, but none of the, architectural, engineering, electrical to help support that. And so we can't say, yes, we'll do this, yes, we'll do that, without knowing more at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And let me reframe my question. These questions are really just trying to understand how do we think about the Arena text amendment and specifically the proposed findings, just understanding a little bit sort of like how can we define that foundation? And so I don't know if there's anything you want to add on that first question. If not, I'll move on. But I don't know.
I mean, on the first question, I believe Rich previously said that the concepts expressed in the Borough President's report, we don't take a position on, but we have, MSG has had conversations with the other entity which has made proposals of that type, and that MSG's engineers have worked with them, and it appears that MSG's concerns have been taken into account in that plan. But at this point, MSG is not taking a position and has no agreement with respect to that plan.
Thank you. And again, to reframe, I'm not just asking about the specific recommendation on how to address it. I just want to understand, do you share the concern that there's a need to improve the public realm on 8th Avenue as it relates to the facade?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
In general.
Thanks. The second question has to do with the loading for the arena and the requirement for the loadings operations plan. So can you share a little bit, how do you feel about sort of the addressing the impact of the trucks, which you've explained today, may be unavoidable as where we stand right now in terms of compromising the operations, specifically on the right of way, but also on air quality? Wondering if you can share a little bit sort of like what have been sort of your findings in that regard in terms of how can we address them, either by offsetting them or, for example, considering the recommendation that the community board has put forth in terms of creating a parking fee structure to somehow address the impact on these public resources.
I mean, I would defer to DOT on that question. I believe they're going to be testifying today.
But do you generally acknowledge that there's an issue that we should find a solution for?
Well, I would suggest that this is a dense urban environment where trucks, in many projects I've worked on them come before the commission, trucks are always a big issue, but they're part of the environment. And, it's DOT's job to try to make the streets work as efficiently as possible. But I would suggest that MSG's use of the streets is really, similar to other major companies that have trucks coming in and out of the city.
Fair enough. Thank you. I have one last question, which has to do not with what's possible to do right now, but what the commission could consider in the decision that is making right now regarding the long-term improvements that are going to be sort of like part of these sort of like parallel timelines that we've been discussing throughout. Since I'm recognizing that, you're applying for a renewal of the permit in perpetuity, I want to talk a little bit about or explore a little bit your position, your understanding, the results so far of your analysis in terms of how do you plan to address some of the long-term environmental impacts of the operations of Madison Square Garden, specifically regarding the increasing energy efficiency, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, addressing the urban heat island effect. I mean, again, this is not for right now. I'm just trying to understand where is the industry going, what do you anticipate is going to be needed, and what are your plans to address that. But also more so to climate change adaptation, to address some of the stormwater flooding that the New York City DEP has documented in its stormwater flood maps right now as they relate to 31st Street, but will affect 8th Avenue and 33rd with sea level rise. So I'm wondering if you can just share a little bit about
climate change,
your work
sea
on that
level
regard.
rise, all very important matters. I believe, but Elise can tell me, it's maybe outside of the scope of our conversation here. I will tell you, as again, the head of corporate social responsibility at Madison Square Garden, that we care deeply about our environment, that we have a number of initiatives across our family of companies that we do in that regard. And as things occur on a go-forward basis relating to the environment, to the extent that we could be helpful, we can and we will.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If there's anything from the examples that you could highlight to us in writing later, we would really appreciate that. And
I'll share with all the members of the commission our 2022 Corporate Social Responsibility Report, which talks about a number of things, including our commitment to the environment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reed. Thank you, Chair. My question is to Signe, and most of the questions that I had formulated are asked and answered. But Signe, I just want to ask you one specific question because, as you may or may not know, 10 years ago when the plan for the exterior of the garden was formulated, that plan too included 2 C-shaped planters that were placed at the same locations where you're planting these planters. And as a result of concerns about the community and the existing surroundings, those planters were removed by City Council once the final approval was given. Number one, have you had further conversations about those planters and whether or not they will be acceptable to both the community board and the council would be my first question. My second question would be, is there an alternative that you can present that would capture your vision, which I really appreciated the explanation, and you're right, we should be forming into the urban fabric and not standing out from it. What other public realm improvements could you offer should those planters be removed?
So, thank you, Commissioner. Just to clarify, in the 2013 plan, there were benches, not planters, and it was the seating component that was removed by the City Council. But just to follow up on what the prior commissioner asked, I mean, we are trying to contribute to better air quality and reducing the urban heat island effect by the trees. Obviously, we cannot capture stormwater because we're over structure and there's no place for that water to go in terms of the public realm. We have also worked on 1 Penn and the improvements to actually 1 acre of open space around 1 Penn, which includes a great deal of seating. And I believe that the attitude of the community of Vornado and the community board, they all supported really robust improvements to all of the spaces, totaling 1 acre around 1 Penn. And so I feel that we are just south of 1 Penn, and that the notion of public realm improvements, including seating, should be considered in light of all of the improvements being made around Penn Station, and of course Madison Square Garden. I believe that there, as I think Bobby said, there's a lot of on-site security now that's provided by Madison Square Garden. If I may be so bold, I believe that it's a concern about people experiencing homelessness that are why seating is not desirable in the views of the community board. And I believe that between the efforts that Vornado is making and already the initiatives that Madison Square Garden has made to improve the safety of their public realm, that these benches will not adversely impact the public realm and, in fact, add to it. But again, if that is the decision that is made, I would hope at least that the planters, the trees, can remain. I believe that is a significant improvement to the quality of 33rd Street.
I do agree with you, and as we discussed on Monday, I actually questioned why they were removed. I could not remember. I was on this body when we voted to approve the special permit, and one of the concerns was drugs being dropped off and sold from the planters. Is there any way to get a cover like we see on the city sidewalks where you have the Nina Foundation grates that protect the trees? Is there any way of getting protective coverings or suggesting something to further enhance the security of those planters? I really fear that they're going to be removed, and your vision then is going to be sort of watered down. I also would posit that, there is a concern now that I've heard Commissioner Goodridge's concerns would the planters be obstructing, and I'm not questioning it, but be prepared, are they obstructing entrance flow into the entrance of Penn Station? So those are some of the things I would ask you to consider and be prepared for, because I really would not like to see this watered down to just pavement as we see now, and bollards, which I agree with you, are hideous.
Well, on the plans that will be submitted to you, and already I've submitted to staff, there are dimensions from clear dimensions from all planters to all obstructions or entrances, and so I don't want to bore you with a lot of numbers, but that has been very carefully considered. In terms of whether we might be able to put some kind of a covering, yes, of course we could do that. I think that it would help not only alleviate the concern of potential drug drop-offs, but it would also help with rodents, if I may point out. And so that is certainly a possibility.
I really appreciate your answers. That I've known Signey before. She probably doesn't remember. I worked with her in Brooklyn at Public Place, and I do know your work, and I know what happens when elements are taken out. So I really am concerned about your vision and its implementation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we are going to move to a close in a moment on the first part of this. We've got a couple more commissioners. I've got a couple of cleanup questions, and then we're going to move on to the rail agencies. But before we do, I want to go to Commissioner Rampersad and then Commissioner Crowell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for coming today. A lot of questions I had were already asked. I just have operational couple of questions I want to ask about the operation. In terms of the number of events that you get per year, how far in advance are you made aware of how many trucks are coming in for each event?
The better tours, the better tours, we're going to get that a month to two in advance. The established ones that are out on the road, and we know that information. Other shows that are not as organized, we may not find that until week of. And in terms of the number of trucks, typically 10, 15? 10 to 12 is your average. Do you ever get more than 20, and how many, if so? Yes. We get in excess of 20, mid-20s. That's one of the larger shows, but there are certain touring acts that are above 30 semis at this time. And how many during the year? You think 4 or 5 of those? That actually come to MSG? Yeah. I would say 1. 1? Okay. Next question I had is with regards to, you talked about this being an investment. I totally get it. In the future, is the guarding going to do any exterior work to the building or your future plans? Not about treatment of the wall, I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, we can't speak
comment
to
on that?
Yeah, I mean, no problem. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. We'd be speculating right now.
No problem, understood. I just want to jump back on Monday. I asked the question. I know you guys did $1 billion renovation several years ago. during that renovation, were there any significant structural changes that were made to the building?
Yes, actually, the entire building was enhanced, because when you move from fixed seating to public areas, the capacity changes from 60 pounds per square foot to 100 pounds per square foot. So all of that structure was enhanced, in addition to comply with the Federal Safety Act and the anti-terrorism criteria. In a redundancy structure was placed so that at any given moment of time, in an extraordinary event, we could afford to lose X number of columns, and the arena would still not collapse onto the railroad station. We also reinforced the arena for an inside extraordinary event, because if you realize that there's no point saving an arena when everybody inside gets killed by shrapnel or debris. So efforts were made. The new arena, the new part, which is the upper bowl, was designed with that safety criteria in mind. The lower bowl was reinforced to accommodate the new safety criteria. So the bulk of the structural enhancements were from a safety and force protection aspect.
And the reason I bring that up is I'm glad you bring all those points out, because I know a lot of people in the public just say, okay, it's a renovation, but there's a reason for why you do it. The reason I bring up the question is because I just want to we talked about the walkway, the bridge, and I just want to know, was that even considered during this building out renovation? Was there any conceptual design to just reinforce?
Yeah.
Okay. And my last question, regards to I'm done with your part. In regards to the conversations that MSG has with MTA, you guys meet weekly, every Tuesday, you were saying. You have great conversations, I'm sure. But has there been a point where you say, okay, MTA, I'm waiting for the plans. When will you give it to me? I mean...
So let me clarify. There's two meetings. The meetings I'm referring to are the work that's going on now around the area with regards to the present renovation of the Long Island Railroad and all of that. Those are the meetings we have every single Tuesday. As far as the meetings that we've had with the MTA on the new plans, we've probably had 10 meetings or so, and in all of those meetings, we'll ask for more developed plans.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Crowell.
Just one last question. I've heard a broad range of things today. My question is, why do you think there is significant concern and consternation over MSG's operations?
Can you be a little bit more specific? It's a very broad question.
With the community's concerns. I mean, what is it about the way MSG is operating that does not allow the public to have a better perception and understanding of the things you've presented today that you believe meet the criteria? Why is it that there is a lot of public controversy?
I would suggest that if you look at the community board's resolution, and they're obviously expressing the community to a great extent, their concern is with Penn Station and the effect that MSG has on Penn Station, which is why the emphasis in their resolution was that they would prefer if MSG would move. So I don't recall that they expressed a lot of consternation with MSG itself. It's more its location and the extent to which they believe it impedes Penn Station.
And I would add, too, that I think a lot of it comes from just the reports that are out there and all, because as you've heard, we care tremendously about the community, about the pedestrians. We do everything possible. If you've come to see our load-ins and our load-outs, it's very choreographed. We've added security. We've added, people out there to make sure that everybody's safe. The only answer I could say to you is the perception that there's a couple of trucks there for a short period of time on the street. Otherwise, it's on our property. Nobody would be, from a safety standpoint, be walking through our land and on our loading dock area, which is right there, which is where almost all of the work is done. So I think it's more a perception and what's been put out there than a reality, quite honestly.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. And before we let you go, let me just ask a couple of final questions here. So I have heard throughout the morning the unwillingness to address specifics that might come down the line from the rail agencies because either there are no architectural plans, not substantially advanced, it's a concept paper at this point. On the other hand, there is a master plan and there are conversations that appear to be ongoing here, so it's not an entirely a mystery as to what might materialize. My question for you is, how detailed or how developed is developed enough for you to be able to answer some of the questions that are being posed to you at the hearing today?
I would suggest to you, first of all, that we have said specifically that we are very concerned about the raising of the pedestrian bridge, and that we have talked to the MTA about having a real issue with that and have suggested that Causey and his colleagues be involved in that. So that's been a specific comment. And I believe Joel also mentioned that there was a problem with the turning radius for the trucks, that we need a response from the MTA. So there are certain things that we have been willing to comment on. In terms of a more specific, detailed response, we've been speaking to your staff and about the percent of design development that would be appropriate to be put into the restrictive declaration, and I believe we will come to an agreement with the staff about that. And in fact, we're quite close now, and we'll be able to establish a very clear procedure for MSG to come back, with MSG having worked with the rail agencies throughout that time until we come back.
And specifically for the benefit of those who might not understand exactly what you're saying, we need to set a trigger by which MSG, if we're going to grant a special permit here, MSG will have to come back to this commission to ensure its continued compatibility with the rail agency's plans. The question that I'm asking, and that I understand what you're saying, is not yet resolved, although certainly if you had an opinion on it that you wanted to share, and certainly we can ask the same question of the rail agencies as to what that trigger should be. This is certainly a live question as to at what point we bring you all back. So I will pause for a second if you want to say anything.
One moment.
I mean, I think this is something we're still discussing with your staff, and so we will work that out as part of that process.
Okay. My last question is about just really where I started on the length of term. Mr. Constable, you noted that you're seeking an in perpetuity permit. The community board and others have recommended a permit of 3 years. There's a fair amount of daylight between forever and 3 years. Tell us, you made the case for why you believe it should be a forever. Tell us, if there are any practical implications for 3 years that we should be aware of, or any time period that is shorter than, forever. So tell us your reaction to what the community board recommended.
So I'll have Elise get into or maybe somebody else on team, practical concerns. But, and I keep continuing to say this, we are running a business for an arena that we own on top of land that we own. And the one thing, whether it's, AT&T or Google, that businesses need is certainty, right? And so coming back every few years, going like this and hoping that this body is going to allow us to continue is not a productive business model for us. I mentioned the equity piece as well. I mean, Barclays wouldn't like to do this. Yankee Stadium wouldn't like to do this. I mean, we're not alone in saying, can you please just grant us a long-term special permit so that we have certainty. In addition, I have to say the rail agencies, before they spend a reported $8 billion on a project that has us in place, if I'm them, I'd want to know that MSG isn't in a few years just going to pick up and move, obviously literally putting a hole in their plans, right? So it's in everyone's best interest that we have certainty on a go-forward basis. Hence, our request for long-term. Okay.
I would add, well,
Okay, Commissioner Dweck, go ahead.
just on that point, we keep on referencing Yankee Stadium and Barclays, and I sat on the IDA years ago when Yankee Stadium financed its building through IDA bonds. Can you tell me, do you know if there's any in-place bonds from the state or from the city that are benefiting Madison Square Garden, or it's all privately financed?
It's entirely privately financed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, we're going to thank you again for your time and attention. We will implore you to continue having conversations, and we hope productive conversations with the rail agencies. This is mission critical for the process and for the city and for the region. So we strongly encourage that, but we appreciate your time and your energies here. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
With that, we are going to now hear from the rail agencies to provide testimony. We've structured this so that we're going to allow for them to go in sequence here, 3 minutes apiece. We have Jeannie Kwan, Jamie Torres-Springer, and Jack Robbins. So welcome. We're going to have you each go 3, and then we're going to do questions for any or all of them at the end. Okay? All right. Great. Welcome.
Is there a deck that is going to?
Yes. Let's give us 1 second.
Okay. Great. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm Jeannie Kwan, Vice President for Major Stations, Capital Project Delivery at Amtrak. Thank you for providing us with an opportunity to speak today. As the owner of New York Penn Station and the Northeast Corridor rail infrastructure that runs through it, we cannot imagine a future of capital renewal and expansion that brings more people onto trains like the Gateway program without a full transformation of Penn Station. This is why the railroads are collaborating on a vision to modernize and expand Penn Station, integrating the existing station facility, Moynihan Train Hall, and a future expansion wing into a unified world-class transportation complex that provides safe and reliable transportation service. Further design work, public engagement, and environmental review will be needed to refine conceptual design for the Penn reconstruction project into a final development plan. But in any scenario, we will need the close collaboration of Madison Square Garden to make improvements to the station. We appreciate the text amendment under which MSG's special permit is being considered recognizes the importance of Penn Station to our regional network through inclusion of a required finding that the arena be consistent and compatible with existing transit facilities and with proposed improvements to such transit facilities. Ultimately, it is the Commission's purview to assess whether that finding is met, but our agencies support any mechanism that promotes collaboration between ourselves and MSG. We also appreciate that Madison Square Garden has expressed its commitment to work closely with our agencies, and we look forward to implementing our proposed station improvements with them. Our two facilities have been linked for decades. In 1963, MSG's co-location with Penn Station was a major reason the City Planning Commission first granted a special permit for this location. A majority of MSG's customers and employees use the station, with as many as 15,000 MSG patrons pouring into Penn at peak times before and after arena events. Since 1963, the environment has changed dramatically for Penn and MSG. Ridership has exploded. Complex was designed to accommodate approximately 200,000 daily pedestrian trips. By 2019, that had grown to 600,000. Even with the pandemic-related dip in ridership, we project that figure will grow over the next 15 years. For its part, MSG was designed primarily as a sports venue, but an explosion in events has made it one of the highest-grossing arena-sized entertainment venues globally. Its loading facility, designed in the 1960s, is unable to accommodate modern tractor-trailers needed for such events, and its integration with the station must be significantly updated. The site plan and loading arrangement that was compatible with Penn and the surrounding community in the early 1960s is now a constraint, which impacts safety and the efficient movement of people at the station. Now I'll turn it over to Jack Robbins of FX Collaborative to manage our master plan.
Thanks, Jeannie. I'm going to briefly describe the master plan for you. The experience of Penn Station, as I'm sure all of you know, and don't need me to describe it to you, but I will, is cramped, crowded, and chaotic. There are not enough stairs, escalators, elevators to get people from the platforms to the concourse. The concourse itself concourses are narrow, low ceiling, no natural light. Navigation and wayfinding is terrible. It's hard to get from A to B within the station. It's hard to know where you're going. The levels and half levels are confusing. It's confusing inside the station, and it's confusing outside the station. Finding a way to get into the station, it's hidden in a lot of places. It's a bad experience, and it's bad for the safety of the people, the nearly 600,000 people who use it every day. They have to suffer through this. The railroads are committed to improving the experience and the safety of Penn Station. We have a plan to fix this. We can fix this. The master plan addresses these issues and transforms Penn Station into the station that New York City deserves. It opens up and simplifies the concourses, the circulation. We move all of the circulation, the boarding, the public-facing elements down to the lower level. Then we widen those concourses, give them better organization, and remove key sections of the upper level so that you have double height. That creates a more generous experience, and it also creates a smoke reservoir in the event of an emergency. So we will all breathe easier, both on a daily and an emergency situation. Central to the master plan is the creation of a train hall in the former taxiway on the east side of the station. This brings in natural daylight. It touches to all of the platforms. We increase the number of stairs, elevators, and escalators from the platform up to the concourse level. That will relieve some of the crowding on the platforms. And the master plan does all of this, or most all of this, internal within the station, but there are some key critical elements that impact the exterior. Jamie Torres-Springer is going to talk about the implications for Madison Square Garden of the master plan.
Thank you, Jack. Chair and Commissioners, Jamie Torres-Springer. I run MTA Construction and Development. The master plan that you heard about is advanced enough that we can determine with Madison Square Garden the necessary improvements that will make the arena compatible with the station. Let me talk about those improvements. It comes down to changes to how the garden occupies the site that would enable the railroads to improve the substandard experience of our customers and address urgent safety issues throughout the station, as Jack talked about. Here's a great example. The former mid-block taxiway between Madison Square Garden and 2 Penn, owned by Madison Square Garden, vacant, has not been used for taxi pickup since September 11, 2001. Our plan would repurpose this space to create the new train hall that Jack described. To do so, we need MSG's collaboration, including property interests for the taxiway itself and a contribution to the cost of construction proportionate to the garden's benefit. Another example is the 8th Avenue entrances we talked about a lot today. The entrances to Penn at the corners of 8th Avenue and 33rd, 8th Avenue and 31st Street are undersized, inaccessible, and open onto poor corner plazas. Our plan would construct new, larger entrances, seen at right, making the station and the garden easier to find and navigate for customers, especially those who need an elevator. Since MSG owns those underused plazas, we need their collaboration in the same way as I just described for the taxiway. Loading is another key issue. Currently, MSG's arena and theater loading operations require staging, movement, and even loading of trucks on all the streets around the station block or just off of them on property that they own, which impedes access to the station and can create dangerous conditions for pedestrians who may find themselves needing to navigate around trucks. We find often MSG even is illegally loading from public streets, which I know is a big concern for the city. The master plan would create a new loading facility between the taxiway and MSG, getting much of the loading off the street and inside and allowing trucks to move more efficiently. Not a panacea, but a substantial improvement. We need MSG's support to do that. Our report, which we sent to the Commission, includes a detailed list of areas of collaboration with MSG that go beyond these examples. In recent years, we've made great progress improving Penn for its current riders. The new Moynihan Train Hall and the Long Island Railroad Concourse are a sign of what's possible for all of Penn Station and what we will do with our master plan. To implement these compatibility changes, we're looking for an agreement from MSG to enable us to do this work and for certain contributions proportionate only to benefits that MSG receives from the improvements. At the same time, we're committed to making sure that any impact on their operations is minimized or avoided entirely during construction. We're optimistic that we'll reach an agreement with MSG on these matters, which are of mutual benefit and only better utilize some of the property allocated to them in the 1960s. We're not saying MSG must move. What we're saying is that MSG must work with us to take steps to address these constraints and meet the needs of transit users. Thank you, Commissioners. We're happy to take your questions.
Great. Thank you very much. I will get started with just a few. I wanted to follow up on what we heard from MSG a few moments ago about the level of detail, architectural plans, substantially advanced, this and that. You have an atrium that's proposed to be mid-block between 2 Penn and the Garden. Can you talk a little bit? We spent some time at the beginning of this hearing talking about the taxiway, Chase Plaza. MSG came, said, too complicated, rangers would have to move, no place for them to move, all of those things. Can you just start by addressing how that would physically work in a way that allows the continued business function of MSG while also enabling the MTA's vision here?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's obviously a very salient question for this hearing. I think we do need to start at the highest level to say that, I think we heard from one of the commissioners the evidence about this. It's actually very standard and undertaken very often by this commission that in exchange for certain benefits, in this case, you're talking about the ability to have 18,000 or so more people come to these events than otherwise would be able to without the special permit, there are commitments that are made to public benefits. And One Vanderbilt, very successful rezoning in East Midtown, 175 Park, the former Grand Hyatt Hotel, or soon-to-be former Grand Hyatt Hotel, both involved commitments to making major transportation improvements at the level of concept-level design. And that is a collaboration between our public agencies and the private applicants, not just prior to the action by this commission and the city council, but after that. You start with your conceptual level plans, which are clear, and you work from there and develop from there. We have a master plan, Chair, that was developed by the 3 railroads, not an easy task, over the course of 2 years that has a tremendous amount of careful thought in it. And it makes clear that the basics, height and width for passenger areas, natural light, vertical circulation, new entrances, and enhanced wayfinding, as well as other safety measures, are the basics of the master plan. And they require the things that I've described. There's no question about it. The transfer of property, the taxiway and 8th Avenue in particular, in exchange, we've described it as a swap, in exchange for certain property that will actually help MSG with their loading. Those are commitments that can be made today. There are details to be worked out without question, but we know that those commitments can be made today.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk for a minute about the compatibility report that you sent over to us on Friday. It said, I think the big headline was that the rail agencies believe that MSG is not currently consistent and compatible with Penn Station. And I guess the real question that I have is whether that means you're advocating for MSG to move, or if there is something that is a lighter touch here that you're advocating for.
Absolutely. In fact, Chair, it is really up to the city through this commission and the city council to decide whether or not MSG can continue to operate on the site. We defer to you on that decision. You have asked us with this proposed zoning text to tell you whether there is a compatibility that can be reached between the arena and the station. And our report has detailed for you that there is not at the moment a commitment to reaching that compatibility. So that's then a decision for, you've asked that question, we're answering the question, it's then a decision for you to determine what to do.
Well, I guess there is an immediate question for us in that we have a special permit application before us today, and which it expires in 2023, and a report from the rail agencies which says today MSG is not consistent or compatible. So I guess the question that I would ask, and I don't know if this is a question that you can yet answer, is what would you have us have MSG do today to make it, in your view, consistent and compatible? I recognize there's lots of questions to come about future plans, but how about what we should be insisting upon today?
Yeah, I think that the rail agencies and MSG can come to an agreement prior to the issuance of the special permit that have 4 fairly straightforward categories within them. And we've proposed this and it's detailed in the report. The first is a transfer of underutilized property interests from MSG, the taxiway and the 8th Avenue entrances, in exchange for a volume of the station that would allow us to achieve a better loading system for MSG. So that's number one. Number two is there are several things that, frankly, MSG needs to get out of our way, like a Con Ed vault, certain HVAC systems, certain cables, and so on. The third is allowing us to do structural and other work, like, for example, I referred to the 8th Avenue entrances. In our plan, we would reconstruct some HVAC systems, including potentially the systems that cool the ice, over the 8th Avenue entrances. We would require MSG's commitment to allow us to do that. And then fourthly, MSG helping to reconstruct some of the things that inhibit these improvements but provide benefits for them. So, for example, rebuilding these 8th Avenue entrances, for which, I don't know the exact numbers, but I've heard deducting from 100%, it sounds like 30% of MSG users come in through 8th Avenue. This would be a much better entry to both Penn Station and MSG. So there's a, sort of proportional benefit that ought to be discussed there. Loading is another example where there is a significant benefit for MSG in reconstructing the loading. We're not, proposing that they bear 100% of that cost because we need to reconstruct the loading in order to create the mid-block train hall, but we would seek a contribution. That's the agreement that we believe MSG can make with us today. There is no, there's no question that that's a framework agreement, which is, what we propose. It needs to be revisited. As I said, that happens in the case of these East Midtown rezonings and other arrangements. We go back and we revisit afterwards as we work through engineering and feasibility, but that agreement can be made today and prior to the issuance of the special permit.
Okay, thank you. Let me just follow up on one point, then I'm going to go on to Commissioners Benjamin and Vice Chair Knuckles. On that Chase Plaza, chillers, electrical equipment, all sorts of complexity above. And if I understood the testimony from the structural engineer of MSG, lots of complexity there to just remove it. Can you, I think it would be useful for us as a matter of practicality here to understand, as you have looked at and considered the way to enable that mid-block atrium in the master plan, how do you do it? How would it happen? Putting aside the details of property interest, the details of what agreement is reached when. This is really just a structural question. How is it possible?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So what we neglected to do was to mention that we're going to have some technical experts from both the MTA and Amtrak join us. Peter Matusewicz, who's the project executive for us. I believe Ryan Morrison and Sarah Applebaum are joining us from Amtrak as well. I'm going to ask Peter to respond to this, other than just I want to give an overview to say in the master plan that the railroads produced, and it's actually really helpful to go and stand in the taxiway to understand this. We can build an enormous, amazing mid-block train hall close to 7th Avenue, where 70% of riders use the station. We can, get up to 100 feet of height with natural light. Basically, imagine like Moynihan Station. This is the real centerpiece. That new train hall would be larger than Moynihan Train Hall and Grand Central's main hall combined, which is what Penn Station deserves, given that it is the busiest transportation facility in North America. As part of doing that in our master plan, the bridge, the MSG bridge, which you can see is where the lights are sitting in it, in the image on the left, our plan calls for reconstructing that so that it can fit within the new train hall. And there's no question that's a complicated operation. We would need to work together to figure out how to either replace the cooling and heating above that while we're reconstructing the train hall, or to move it to another location. Lots of details to be worked out. But at this point, this is a concept that is a good concept that makes a lot of sense for Penn Station, and there's no reason that we can't agree in concept that we'll pursue it pending a determination of feasibility and an allocation of cost. I want to see if Peter has anything to add to that.
Sure, just a few things and to clear up a couple things. We're not proposing raising the Chase Square Bridge. We'll leave it right at the same elevation. We just reconfigure it to become part of the train hall. We're well aware of its structure and all of the HVAC equipment on it, and we know that we can do this reconstruction. Currently, as it is configured, the roof of it is the main structural element, and the floor of the bridge is a secondary structural element. We would simply make that floor the major structural element. This is, by the way, not at all unusual in large renovations of buildings. My own background is in transportation infrastructure. We do things on long-span bridges that are 10 times more difficult than this. And we do it with maintaining traffic the whole time. It's just engineering. This is what we do. The air handling equipment is a real challenge, no denying that. We have a tentative plan for how we can do that. It's still to be worked out. We need places to put air handling equipment. And as part of this plan, we would build extensions to Madison Square Garden. Think of them as sort of as elephant ears, and on their property, immediately adjacent to the new train hall. And that would serve as the entrances to a new loading facility and new VIP entrances. Be rather large 2 to 3 story structures. One of the advantages of doing this is it gives us roof space to put additional air handling equipment, which is really what we need. The 8th Avenue entrances would be marvelous new additions, and they would be new roofs. We could put air handling equipment there as well. The whole master plan is designed as an integral concept, right? It's like everything that we do serves more than one function because we're very constrained and we have to do it that way. And these things have been thought through. And the level of planning and design makes us confident that we can do all these things. And the level of planning and design is in many cases less than the level of planning and design that has been done for other projects, one Vanderbilt, 175 Park, during which we were able to reach agreements with the developers about roughly how much this was going to cost, and commitments were made, at levels of design even less than we have now.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Benjamin.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to reiterate something that was said earlier. In one Vanderbilt, et cetera, there was the Grand Central Special District, and the developer received significant floor area bonuses from the city in return for the work that they were doing. We're not contemplating that here. We're not contemplating any extra floor area for Madison Square Garden, and I just want to make that distinction about how these things come about. My first question is a design issue. You said that 70% of the users of Penn Station come in through 7th Avenue. Did you look at building a modern train hall on the 7th Avenue side where people are coming in anyway?
Thank you for those questions, Commissioner. I do, if it's okay, I just want to respond to your preamble, just to say, you're right that there isn't a sort of FAR here. What we're requesting is not a contribution that's disproportional to any benefit. So what we're proposing here is a swap, an exchange of property interests, a property that's highly underutilized and is not generating any revenue for Madison Square Garden. It wouldn't affect by a cent how much revenue they generate. In fact, arguably having a mid-block train hall fully integrated with Madison Square Garden's entrance and having 8th Avenue entrances that are much improved would add revenue for them.
Okay,
and reduce
that wasn't
costs.
my point. And
but I just want, we're only suggesting that any contributions be in proportion to benefits to the garden. But also, I mean, this is a land use action, and it does involve the conferring of benefits. So anyway,
Well, no. Yeah. Now that you've responded to where I set the bar, I would have to say that I don't think we agree on that. I think there is a difference between additional floor area and a property owner, two property owners reaching private agreements about whether to swap property, allow easements, et cetera. I think there's a difference.
I think I'm not sure if we disagree. I would only just, I guess, go back to the commission and city planning have asked us whether MSG is committing to make the arena compatible with the station. The answer at this moment is that it hasn't.
Right, but so that wasn't my question.
Well, that's the question that's been asked of the railroad. So that's the question that we're answering. In terms of the design question that you asked, Commissioner, I should correct myself. So 70% of station users are, let's say, entering around the 7th Avenue side. So a proportion from the 7th Avenue entrances, but a very substantial proportion, and Peter might remind me of what the aggregate number is, are coming out of the subways. So the B, the D, the F, the M from Herald Square, and the 1, 2, and 3 on 7th Avenue. Also, of course, we have passengers coming from the A, C, and E, but the substantial proportion are coming from those two subway lines. So, we built in the last couple of years that LIRR Concourse, which I think everybody is pleased with. That's really the approach that we're taking, which is that adding height and width for passengers within the station is the best thing that we can do to enable people to move around comfortably and safely. We have also built, you can see the escalator here in the foreground, what we call the East End Gateway, which is an additional entrance at 33rd Street and 7th Avenue. So there is an additional entrance there. It's actually, while the owner of 2 Penn is doing some facade improvements, it's still covered in scaffolding. So, people sort of tend to lose it, but it is actually quite a magnificent entrance. And there are opportunities to improve those entrances. Amtrak is also working on an entrance with Vornado to the south of that along 7th Avenue. So they're it's, as Peter said, we're constrained. I mean, this is a very busy site with 2 Penn in place. Those are the opportunities that we have, but our focus is really improving the passenger experience underground.
I understand that, but if you have plans for 7th Avenue and how that could function differently, since whether they're coming from the F train, the D train, et cetera, whether they're coming from the PATH train and through that long, ugly tunnel that goes to Penn Station, I might add unsafe, ugly, long tunnel. People are coming in through 7th Avenue. Fewer are coming in, and I'll get to 8th Avenue, but fewer are coming in through the 8th Avenue entrances or through the E, A, and C trains on that side. I mean, for people who know Penn Station and know where they want to go, if they want to go to Amtrak and they know about it, they're going to take the A so they can go right down. But even your train hall would be in the middle, and people would still have to come in from one side or the other, or from the subway below. So I just want to know, since you indicated there are going to be major changes on the 7th Avenue entryways, you did do that new kind of entryway at 31st and 7th. And to Penn Plaza put in that, what used to be the bookstore and is now the food hall, which on 33rd, which could be conceptually utilized in a different way to make a grander entrance. And I'm just looking to see if you have considered it and if you could respond. You don't have to respond verbally, you can respond to me in writing. I'm interested in all of the plans for how we get people. And part of my interest is because 10 years ago, we were told that Moynihan and having a grand plaza hall there was going to be the answer. So if you observe me somewhat skeptically, it's because each time we've been told that this is going to be the answer, it hasn't been. Similarly, we were told that East Side Access and having Long Island Railroad passengers detrain, but they're not, detrain on the east side at 42nd Street at Grand Central was going to take a significant load out of the Penn Central Long Island Railroad users, which are 31% of the users. I think that was in a slide earlier. But it does not appear that that has really, and there hasn't been that much time, I grant you, but it doesn't appear that that has taken the significant load off the Long Island Railroad users at Penn Station. And last but not least, we were told when Atlantic Terminal was upgraded and the Barclay Center, that would take additional Long Island Railroad riders who wanted to go downtown out of Penn Station. But it seems as if what we're saying is no matter what we do, there's still going to be the numbers from pre-pandemic, which you said was 600,000 at Penn. And so I just don't understand how, no matter what we do, we don't get what we asked.
Commissioner, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I think you really are hitting the nail on the head about why we pursued this master plan. We put up here the proposed lower level plan just for a bit of context. Just to say, I mean, I think, first of all, we built Moynihan Train Hall. It is a tremendous facility serving Amtrak's customers very well, and some Long Island Railroad customers. It's great. And it has moved a large percentage of them, and they continue to move to Moynihan. But this master plan flows from, I think, something that is really the premise of what you're saying, which is, if you ask New Yorkers to walk an extra block out of their way to do something, they're not going to do it. They just want to get on their train and the place that they want to get on their train. And the place that 70% of Penn riders are coming is 7th Avenue, either through those two subway lines or through the entrances at 7th Avenue. So our plan, we'll admit, there are constraints along 7th Avenue. It is, we all have that experience of standing in front of the entrance to Penn Station on 7th Avenue and someone comes up to you and says, "Where's Penn Station?" So we have this gateway we've built, the improved entrance that Amtrak is building with Vornado, future entrance at 34th Street. We are doing everything we can with the real estate available to expand the entrances and to improve the wayfinding, which is critical because what we need is a porous station. Then the second thing is that the mid-block train hall, it's sometimes a little hard to get situated, but it is this massive hall, right? The LIRR concourse that we finished, doubled the height, doubled the width, right? More pleasant experience. That's 20% of the station. The other 80% of the station is the subject of the master plan, and this major mid-block train hall is very close to 7th Avenue. It is the closest you can get. It is the place where those 70% of riders of Penn Station want to go, and that train hall will better serve our customers. In addition to all the improved circulation, you can see, I mean, we're not getting into a lot of this because it's not all of that relevant, but this is the middle passageway, the so-called Hilton passageway, which, you know, everyone really suffers through at this point. There is a plan to make this just as significant as the LIR Concourse. So this plan is reconstructing Penn Station for the riders today, and it is, I want to just come back, dependent on some efforts to make themselves compatible by the arena. We cannot do it without the arena contributing to compatibility here. Thank you for the questions, Commissioner.
And my last question for the moment is, how do you envision, how long do you envision that this master plan will take to implement? And in terms of the organization, you showed us kind of where people would be able to access the trains, but a large portion of Penn Station is devoted to retail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How much retail, and have you looked at how that would be reorganized?
Yeah, sure. Second question first. You know, this plan incorporates a significant amount of retail. The key to the plan, we haven't had a chance to mention this, is, you know, we have basically a 2.5 level station that's emerged over the century of this station's existence for various reasons. And for that reason, we're not able to get the height and the passenger comfort. Jack also mentioned the big problem is we don't have, frankly, enough room for smoke to, in an emergency, to move up into, so that we can't egress the platforms and the concourses quickly enough according to the federal codes. By making a single level plan, the lower level becomes the main Penn Station. That gives us an opportunity to create a much better experience, and we move some back of house up to what remains of the upper level, but we have the opportunity for significant amounts of retail in that lower level. You can see, if you go back to the LIR Concourse, some of the retail is reopening soon. You know, we've got some old favorites that are coming back. People always like to talk about
Long Island Railroad Concourse?
The concourse that we've reconstructed, the Long Island Railroad Concourse. You know, some of that retail will be opening soon, and there's lots of opportunity for additional retail. You can see some of the coming soon retail actually along each side.
Square footage of the retail?
I don't have an exact square footage for you today, but it is significant. I mean, we're because given 600,000 riders, there's a real opportunity.
Right, and I'm assuming that Amtrak is the lessor of that retail space.
Do you want to address that, Jeannie, or do you want me to?
You can go ahead. And
okay, just to say, it's an there's a whole set of you know, funding and sort of leasing arrangements to be made between the three railroads to be worked out.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Knuckles.
Jamie, I just wanted to go back to the issue of business disruption that MSG mentioned during their presentation, frequently mentioned. And assuming your master plan or much of it were to be implemented, I can't think of, in the best case, not taking more than a couple of years to do. And MSG says we can't shut down our business for 2 years. Is that assessment, is that an assessment, the disruption that they cite, is that an assessment that you share? Or B, do you think that's a heavy lift that must be accomplished because of the public good that you believe will be accomplished here if your plan is actually implemented?
Yeah, Vice Chair, it's a very important question, and it's not an assessment that we share only because our plan and our commitment is to rebuild Penn Station while minimizing the disruption to Madison Square Garden. There's no better example than the reconstruction of the Long Island Railroad Concourse that you see on this slide. It was done ahead of schedule, under budget. It was disruptive, potentially disruptive, of operations, both the Long Island Railroad, Amtrak, New Jersey Transit, and Madison Square Garden. And a place where I do agree with the applicant is that at least in that case, there has been great collaboration and cooperation between all those agencies and between Madison Square Garden and our construction team to coordinate that. And it went off without a hitch. And I think Madison Square Garden, if you were to ask them, would agree that it went off without a hitch and without disruption. Each of the components, which we would work through into detailed construction packages prior to procurement and proceeding, can be managed with a minimum of disruption. So I can't say we have those specific plans at this point. I mean, it's far too early to have worked that out, but we can say that we're confident that we can achieve that.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioner Dweck.
Thank you. Jamie, assuming the parties were able to come to an agreement, and I don't want to opine on the financial metrics of it, would your agencies be in support of the application in perpetuity?
Commissioner, we don't have, we defer, that's the city's decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bozarg.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. My primary questions were asked. I have two remaining. One is if you all see any way forward, obviously not within the details of your current master plan, but any way forward in this planning without the reconfiguration of the Chase Bridge.
I will say that I think that's a good question. As we go into detailed design, it's we're going to look at all of our options and understand what the costs and the benefits are. From the perspective of, again, this sort of plan view, creating a space that is worthy of the substantial majority of the 600,000 people that pass through here every day, our goal is certainly to have an open and light-filled mid-block atrium, and this is the place where we can do it. And it's just, it's very hard to sit here and have this discussion about, I hate to invoke Peter's elephant ears analogy, but the notion that we would have sort of a couple of entrances in the mid-block at 33rd and 31st Street with a sort of bridge, in between, it's better than what we have now, for sure. But the way in which that inhibits the opportunities for natural light, because the natural light would just have to come in through the entrances and then indirectly from above the bridge, it has a substantial effect. So there's no question we'll take a look at it, but the goal is certainly to provide that mid-block train hall. And at this point, again, Commissioner, all we're saying at this point is that we think that the applicant can make a commitment to work with us on exploring that and developing that further. That's all we're seeking.
A commitment to work with you, including other potential configurations and entry points for the train hall.
Well, as we work through design, we'll look at other options and evaluate other options. But that's the master plan, and we can make that commitment, that agreement today.
Okay. My second question is, based on the current master plan, how close do you think you are to the point of getting to federal environmental review?
Peter, do you want to address that? Yeah. Good.
There'll be two environmental reviews, one for the reconstruction of the station, and sometime later, one for the expansion of the station. We're anticipating being able to start the environmental review for the reconstruction by the end of this year.
Okay, that's it for me.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gold.
Perfect, thanks. Just a couple of points of follow-up. First is, I guess I'll ask
the same question I asked the MSG folks. How would you characterize the working relationship today?
Thanks for that question. I mean, as I said, we've gone and built almost $800 million in improvements to Penn Station over the last couple of years, and worked very well with all the stakeholders, including Madison Square Garden. I think sort of what we've heard from MSG is actually quite characteristic of the nature of the conversation so far. There's a lot of talk about cooperating and collaborating and having meetings. I sort of don't think this is like an elementary school assignment to show that you can say that you're cooperating with each other. The proof is in whether you're actually willing to have a substantive discussion. And the notion, again, we've discussed it numerous times now, Commissioner, the notion that, MSG simply cannot even comment on whether the master plan would be good for Penn Station or MSG unless they have some unknown, unspecified amount of additional design is somewhat absurd, and it makes one wonder why it is that they simply can't do that right now, but perhaps they might be able to do it sometime in the future. And I would also say that, and this is, what I've read in the news, that there seems to be no compunction between MSG and the private equity proponent of a somewhat different plan, which actually has some merits to it and something that we'll evaluate. But there seems to have been no compunction to making, what seems to be either an option deal or at least getting to the precipice of an option deal with that firm, despite the fact that that firm also has, quote, pretty pictures. And it does, I think, make one wonder why that is. What's the difference? And clearly, while there are merits to the alternative proposal for a train hall on 8th Avenue, one of the significant things about it is that it would involve a payment to Madison Square Garden for the Hulu Theater, whereas here, this would be the public requesting a contribution from Madison Square Garden to the improvement of Penn Station. So there's sort of an interesting difference here where no conversation can happen in the context of our master plan, which we've said is 2 years worth of development of this work, and there's an enormous amount of detail, and yet a willingness to make a commitment to this alternative plan at the same level of conceptualization.
And drill down for a second there, because it's one that I'm somewhat familiar with, but I guess publicly there have been some comments on both sides, even I think on your side. Yeah. I think I don't want to mischaracterize it, but if I remember correctly, what I saw, essentially you had come out against that plan for some reasons. Can you talk a little bit about what troubled you about the plan?
I'm happy to do that, Commissioner. I want to just emphasize that that's not the focus of the hearing today. In fact,
agreed. It's just you raised it, and I was just curious if we could just get a little color.
I'm very happy to get it out in the open, but I do want to say that even if you said I like the plan that has the more significant train hall on 8th Avenue, you still need the railroads still need the same commitments from Madison Square Garden. We need an exchange of property interest for the taxiway and the 8th Avenue entrances. We need some of the stuff moved out of our way. We need a contribution to construction that proportionally benefits the garden. And we need some collaboration, for instance, where we need to reconstruct columns to allow for passenger egress. There's no difference between what is required of Madison Square Garden in either of those plans, with the exception that they would be paid some, I won't sort of speculate, because I only know what I've seen in the headlines, some hundreds of millions of dollars for the Hulu Theater so that a train hall could be created on 8th Avenue. Now, that's an option that as we move through design, the railroads will evaluate and intend to evaluate and keep in our view. We are skeptical of it because, for all the reasons that we've described actually here, that the majority of passengers are on the 7th Avenue side. We are also, of course, it sort of doesn't get enough attention, but just, I don't know if you could move to slide 15 and then start the slideshow again, please. Is that possible? I don't have a mouse, so.
Okay, we're going to see if we can do that for you.
Just came out of slide view here. Got it? So just, Commissioner, what I was starting to say is that the master plan, and if you could just go back one slide, please. Oh, I can do it. Thank you. No, I don't seem to have control anymore. Anyway, the master plan anticipates making this substantial improvement on 8th Avenue. These are the entrances on 8th Avenue. They're at 31st Street and 33rd Street. So when people are walking, say, down the street from Hudson Yards, or they're walking up the street from downtown, down the street from uptown, they're going to confront these entrances first. And that's where we want to reconstruct these entrances. We actually would improve a substantial amount of 8th Avenue and then proposed cladding the theater in the center of it. So there's an improvement there. Again, this is not I'm sorry, I can see it on my screen, but you can't see it on yours. This is not the subject of the hearing, other than to say, you know, while we think that public dollars, here you can see it here, while public dollars are better used to create these corner entrances rather than buying the Hulu Theater from Madison Square Garden, it's something that we can evaluate, but it requires the same commitment from Madison Square Garden.
Got it. And then just one or two points of follow-up. On the master plan, can we assume that, I mean, this is certainly, it's been discussed, it's something that MSG has seen for some time, basically just for context, we saw, I guess, the MTA, let's say, report on our side just this past Friday. So, and I know you met with the team, or someone met with the team on Monday, but this is something that I guess that's been discussed, and it's not, let's say, it's not a week old to them, I assume.
No, Commissioner, as I said, and I must say it predates my time at the MTA. This master plan was developed between the three railroads and the design professionals over the course of about 2 years, actually in the height of COVID. I know that there were meetings. My predecessor and now boss, Jenna Lieber, had a series of meetings with MSG. I know there have been a series of meetings and detailed conversations about the master plan. You know, again, just to be clear, the way the conversations go now is, what do you think of the master plan? Well, we don't know, because you only have pretty pictures. And we say, okay, we'll talk to you later. I mean, that's really the nature of the conversation. I want to strike an optimistic tone and say, I think that those conversations really can change, and that we can reach a conceptual framework level of agreement. We're not asking MSG to sign away property interests today, to sign on for an unlimited capital contribution. We simply are looking, and I'm optimistic that we can reach a framework for conceptual agreement here.
Got it. So I think I would just close by making a similar statement as I made to the MSG team, which is that I think at the end of the day, presumably it feels like there's a couple of perhaps different extremes, but I am optimistic that if we all stay somewhat flexible, we can maybe find that middle ground that I think everyone's comfortable with. So, I mean, I guess I would just throw out there that obviously, I'm sure a lot of work has gone into the master plan, but if it's possible that there are some changes that have to be made to get everyone to where we need to be, I think that would certainly encourage that.
No question, Commissioner. That's our commitment too,
Thanks.
For sure.
Thank you very much. We're going to need to move it along. I have two more commissioners signed up, and then we're going to move on to the rest of the hearing, which includes some 65 people who have signed up so far. Let me go to Commissioner Goodridge, and then we're going to let Commissioner Benjamin close it out.
Well, I'll make, my question is, I am wondering if we should, I've noticed that you don't have a position of yea or nay, and I am wondering if we should interpret that, you know, Madison Square Garden has said, and I wrote it down because it's a very New York quote, you know, we can't tell, no one can tell us what to do, we can't tell anyone else what to do, and so if there's no reaching of an agreement here, is that severe enough to deny the permit? And I haven't heard a clear position, and I'm wondering if we should just interpret that as the cons don't really outweigh the overall impact. because I've been at other, I've heard been at many other testimonies like this. Like, for example, the only other time I've seen this is where it's two government agencies, like HPD won't comment on NYCHA, they're considered government cousins. This is a government agency and then a private entity. So the no comment part, I'm just wondering if that's, or the no clear position, I'm just wondering if that's really a reflection of that. The overall impact wouldn't really be as severe enough for the agency not to give a clear position.
Commissioner, I think we really defer to the professionals that advise the commission and the council and others, on what's within your purview. I think as we've said, the question was asked of us, and we appreciate being asked the question. We think it's obviously very salient. Is Madison Square Garden compatible with Penn Station? And we've answered the question, which is that they can become compatible through an agreement. And the agreement can be at a conceptual framework level at this point, acknowledging that we don't have all the details worked out, but they can demonstrate compatibility. That's our answer, and sort of leave it to you to decide how to act on it. I will just say that I want, because you're also sort of asking somewhat the existential question about the future of MSG, and I just want to be clear that the reason that the railroads are not, there's a number of reasons. It is not outside our responsibility, but the reason that we're not sort of waiting on, should they go, should they move somewhere else, is we have 600,000 people in that station every day, in a rabbit warren. It's unsafe. It's undeserving of the quality and character of this city. And we want to fix it now. And we have a plan that allows us to fix it now using underutilized property, using substantial amounts of public capital, but also we hope, contributions in proportion to benefits. And we can do that with Madison Square Garden on the block. So if you're asking us, can we implement the master plan with Madison Square Garden there? The answer is yes. Pardon me?
If there is, and if there's no clear position of yay or nay, then okay. But what I'm specifically asking, is there a position? If there's not, should we interpret that, and I'll speed it up, but should we interpret that as it's really not, the impact here? Because, people come here at this commission all the time and you obviously give their very spirited position.
Yeah.
So
our position.
But I think it's clear.
Okay, I'm saying, I'd probably repeat myself. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin.
Okay, sorry, but 4 quick questions. Since office use has been substantially reduced since the pandemic by about 40%, and you only gave us numbers in your very large report for pre-2019, which was the 600,000. So post-2020, what are the numbers? You don't have to tell me now, but I want it in writing. What are the numbers now? And how has the pandemic affected what your planning may be, since it does not appear that people are going to go back to work in their offices? That's question number 1.
Can I answer them as we go so I don't forget? Or
well, I would like them in writing, but sure.
So I think the short answer is we don't have a current estimate because there's been a real evolution back to public transit. I will say that we've been sort of celebrating that the MTA, both the subways and the Long Island Railroad, are returning. People are returning, and particularly, if you're sort of sizing a station to peak ridership, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're at, sort of near the prior peaks. And in the future, we have population growth and job growth in this region that we can still rely on. I also just want to know, Commissioner, I know I'm frustrating.
I want to get my 4 questions in.
Well, I think the chair is going to allow it. But just to say that also, to your point, when we open Grand Central Madison, as expected, we have a movement of passengers across town to Grand Central, but we are in the midst of completing Metro North Penn Station access, which is building 4 new stations in the Bronx and bringing the Metro North service along Amtrak's Hellgate line into Penn Station. That will be complete by 2027, and so that will be bringing many passengers back, which means we need to size the station, and it also means we need to move quickly on getting this job done because we have an opportunity now with somewhat less train traffic to get the work done here.
You done?
Yes.
Thank you. What that brought up for me was also, I don't know if you're only speaking for Amtrak or if you're speaking for Amtrak and the MTA, but you haven't mentioned any improvements to the ACE, the 1, 2, 3, or the PATH station connections to Herald Square. Now, if you could give me something about that, since we're looking at transit as part of this, the big part of this.
Love to. It's okay. I'm going to ask Peter Matusewicz to do that.
And I'd like that in writing too, when you.
Sure. The roughly 15% increase in ridership in the existing station by, say, about 2038 would not overwhelm the existing subway system.
Right, but the existing subway stations are not ideal if you're a traveler to Penn Station and you have luggage. If you're on the express tracks, you have to go downstairs and then come back. For either one of them, it is not an easy transfer to get to Penn Station with luggage. So is there any thought to making that passenger experience any better?
Okay, so there are a number of improvements we would be making as part of the station project to improve ADA access from all points. Basically, just a lot more elevators and elevators to the platforms so that people
can. And the
PATH
station?
Not at the PATH station, no. We're not.
Would we be doing anything on that connection?
No. If the build out of the general district proceeds eventually, then there would be a great deal of improvement that we laid out for the Empire State Development Corp. During their general project plan, which would, however the district is developed, it may not be that plan, but however it develops, there will be more demand, and we're going to need to move people, and we'll need to make improvements to stations. Those would happen as the district is built out.
But they're not part of this.
No, everything away from
either the
short-term
short-term plan or the long-term plan.
Right. The things away from the station currently are not part of this plan.
But they are allowed for, they're incorporated into the plan. So
yes,
if when they happen, they will connect smoothly to the master plan.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Matusewicz, when you spoke about the hall and not changing the elevation level
of the bridge,
how would the fact that trucks can't get under it now be accommodated and improve the truck situation that has led to so much consternation?
Okay, so the plan we put forward to Madison Square Garden is that we use a sliver of the taxiway on the west side and a portion of their property and a portion of our property to create a new loading facility. So you would enter from 33rd Street, as you do now. Currently, they just go into the taxiway. You go into a small portion of the taxiway. You go down a ramp. So when you're going down, you're actually going into the property that Amtrak owns that's part of Penn Station to about mid-block. And in that shared area, there would be loading docks. And then trucks would come out on 31st Street. They'd pull through, come out on 31st Street, and go out west on 31st Street.
And how much space would the railroad be losing if you're going to have a truck ramp that goes down into what is now the railroad space?
Right.
How much would they be losing in order to accommodate this?
Right. So our plan is what we call a single level station, where public spaces are all on the lower level, so further down. So what we'd be giving up is some of the headroom in a sliver of the station between 30 and 40 feet wide. And so instead of having 18 to 20 feet of headroom, under that sliver, we'd have about 14 and a half feet of headroom, or considerably more than we have now most places in the station. It's a trade-off. In the end, in order to get the full train haul, we have to trade something off.
Peter, can I just show on the, it's fairly clear on this diagram, actually. This is looking at the new mid-block train hall, the former taxiway, looking north toward 33rd Street from, somewhere in the section. And what Peter's describing is this new volume, which would be loading for MSG. As he notes, in that location, the headroom would be reduced to 14.5 feet. Just to put that in context, the real sort of misery in Penn Station is where we have 7-foot clearance, right? And our LIR Concourse, we've reached heights of 18 feet, which really is transformative. I think 23 feet in some cases, but 18 feet in some cases. And so 14.5 feet, it's a trade-off, as Peter said, but it's worth it, not only because we sort of incorporate this volume, which we need to, because that's, we can't harm Madison Square Garden, but also because we know the city is intent on getting these trucks off the street. And so this allows us to get trucks into this volume, this indoor volume, which means that, certainly with big shows, 25 trucks, you're not going to get all the trucks in there at that point. You need a loading and a circulation
How many
plan.
trucks could you get in? Have you estimated?
Yeah, so this is a conceptual level. The way that we've drawn it, we can accommodate at least 6 trucks.
One less than they can accommodate now?
I'm not sure if that's true.
Well,
I think
they told us that they could accommodate 7 trucks on site, and then the other trucks would be on 31st by North.
That 7 includes one parked on the 31st Street side, which you could still do in this. So they're equivalent. But these are covered indoors, so easier for their loading, unloading, and it's one-way circulation for the trucks. So the trucks aren't backing back out onto 33rd in order to do their route.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thanks to all of you for your time and attention. We look forward to continuing to work with you on this.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay. Let us move on. Next up, we have testimony from one of our sister agencies, the Department of Transportation, and we're pleased to have the Manhattan Borough Commissioner with us, Ed Pinkar. Mr. Pinkar, whenever you are ready, good to see you.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Kuchar. I said good morning on my original testimony. Good afternoon, Chair Garodnick and Commissioners. My name is Ed Pinkar, and I am thrilled to serve as the Department of Transportation's Manhattan Borough Commissioner. On behalf of Commissioner Rodriguez, we are here to speak in support of the city's proposed text amendment to Section 74-41 Arena Special Permit and the inclusion of a requirement for the applicant to propose a loading operations plan for DOT's review and approval. DOT's mission, of course, is to provide for the safe, efficient, and environmentally responsible movement of people and goods throughout the city of New York, and to maintain and to enhance the transportation infrastructure, crucial to the economic vitality and quality of life of the city's residents and businesses. The same vibrancy and allure of Midtown Manhattan that helps sustain the operations of a successful arena also presents unique challenges for the local transportation network. In reviewing any proposed loading operations plan, DOT will establish as priority number 1 the needs and safety of all roadway users, including residents, commuters, and visitors to both the Penn Station area and the larger Midtown core. To that end, DOT encourages the consideration of operational changes that minimize the potential for conflict between commercial vehicles and other road users, that prioritize the needs of pedestrians and cyclists, that do not impede on public spaces or transit facilities, and that minimize the impact on the surrounding street network. DOT is willing, ready, and able to work with the applicant and city planning, and will consider changes to curb regulations in the area surrounding the arena, the traffic management strategies more broadly, to support MSG's operational needs without jeopardizing the safety and circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and other roadway users. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pinkar. Just one or two from me. The loading that currently takes place for the garden, could it be consistent with future DOT plans, such as the 33rd Street shared street that is contemplated here?
It's a great question, and I think the answer is it depends on where we are in time. So we do not have 33rd Street as a shared street today, in part because of all of the constraints and the challenges that exist with the current loading operations. I think if we can get to a better place with the loading, then certainly we may be able to consider a shared street sooner than a potential larger transformation. We are working with Vornado to upgrade Plaza 33 into a new permanent space, so on 33rd from 7th Avenue to just east of the MSG loading operations. We think that's a great plan. We are very excited to think through how to create an improved public space beyond that, going towards 8th Avenue. And no doubt we'll have to have conversations with MSG, with other of the train agencies and city planning more broadly on what the future looks like for a transformed space.
Okay, thank you. I think if I heard MSG correctly, they said, well, DOT is going to tell us what we can and cannot do. And I think that that is a great invitation for you and us to actually think holistically here about what is appropriate, where staging should take place, how to minimize impact on people in and around the garden, while also allowing them to operate in a very complicated environment even today. So I think that's an important point. Let me see if there are other questions for you. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. I had a really quick follow-up to the comment that the Chair just made, which is on the Community Board's recommendation to explore some type of fee structure on parking. What is your general response? Is it feasible? Are there precedents that we can explore? Tell us a little bit about how you're thinking about that.
So with respect to my friends at the Community Board, we don't have any policies that are specific to different price regimes for specific entities. Our streets are open to everyone, and anyone who's in the appropriate category must pay a similar meter structure. We've gone and thought about different meter fees for different parts of the city. So parking in Midtown Manhattan as a commercial vehicle is much more expensive than parking in the Bronx as a private vehicle. I don't think we have any plans to change that approach, although certainly we're always considering what our meter strategy should be, particularly within the central business district and with congestion pricing on its way.
Thank you for that. But just a quick follow-up then. So you're granting MSG a permission to park on the right-of-way, and so I'm wondering if that's not feasible, then what could be some alternatives? What can we explore to balance the impact or at least maximize the public benefit of these exemptions?
So we're actually not in the meter situation. We're not granting permission to MSG. We're granting permission to the operator of the vehicle. And MSG is certainly one stakeholder on 33rd Street, but not the only one. And there could still be deliveries to those other entities. Or even if you were, in theory, a commercial truck, you could currently park on 33rd Street without going to MSG. You could just park and run down the block. So I don't know that we could ever tie it to MSG's operation, although, I mean, we could, of course, consider saying this block or areas around MSG or around the Midtown core more globally require higher payment.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Pinkar. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Vishan Chakrabarty of PAU from, well, I'm not going to characterize what you're going to speak on. I think I have a suspicion, though. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. It's wonderful to see you all. I'm Vishan Chakrabarty, founder of the New York architecture firm POW, a lead design architect for ASTM, and former director of the Manhattan office of DCP in the years following 9/11. For decades, I've advocated for reimagining Penn Station, expanding its rail capacity, and revitalizing its neighborhood equitably and ecologically. To achieve these public goals, I urged this commission a decade ago to limit MSG's special permit to 10 years in the hopes of establishing a shared vision among the key stakeholders, which miraculously has now occurred. As Borough President Levine has clearly articulated, there is no political appetite or financing to move MSG, which owns its land, because it would entail finding them a new double-block Manhattan site. However, ASTM, an experienced global builder of infrastructure through public-private partnerships, has proposed a bold and achievable plan that works with MSG to remove its theater in order to create a soaring civic gateway on 8th Avenue, build a light-filled mid-block train hall akin to the MTA proposal, and establish a single-level station across the entire block from 7th to 8th Avenue, with high ceilings, dozens fewer columns, uniform wayfinding, equitable wheelchair access, and a generous public realm with much wider sidewalks and free of today's loading issues. This design is fully compatible with future expanded rail capacity at Penn and will help spur a growing neighborhood that is inclusive of thousands of NYCHA residents to the west. If the garden cooperates with ASTM, the railroads, and the public to build this plan, it should, of course, have the ability to operate on its current site for the foreseeable future. ASTM asked me and my architecture firm to step in and fully develop the plans that were made in concert with MSG's engineers earlier this year by HOK, whose expertise brought us the rebirth of LaGuardia Airport. Later this month, the public, including all of you, of course, will see our detailed new design, which proposes a truly civic station worthy of this great city. Ours is an achievable yet inspiring vision that can be built in partnership with the government, the community, the commuter railroads, and the two landowners on the site, MSG and Amtrak. This is critical because any other plan that regards those two landowners as adversaries will be mired in litigation for decades to come. Collaboration with both is essential to solving Penn because they own the land. 60 years ago, we collectively allowed a landmark to fall. Now, in this post-pandemic circumstance, much like in the years after 9/11, we must transform our city to meet new economic, environmental, and equity challenges, particularly given the advent of remote work. The ASTM plan for fixing Penn Station is the only holistic vision that rises to this challenge. Our plan accomplishes the goals outlined by the borough president. We believe that the garden can be compatible with a great public station and a civic mixed-use building. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Let me start off by saying, well, we'll look forward to seeing the new renderings and seeing what it looks like. But give us a sense of what your assessment is of what the MTA is proposing today for reconstruction and also its loading plan, because that obviously is functionally important to everything we're thinking about here.
Sure. I mean, I have a great deal of respect for the MTA and what they're trying to accomplish. And as I said, we have a mid-block hall that is similar in height and scale to the one they've proposed. I think as MSG has testified, their plans that I've seen at least are quite conceptual. One of the reasons I joined the ASTM team is that they had done this idea of moving the theater and building a mid-block hall, as I think you all know, is not a new idea necessarily. It's just that what ASTM, HOK, and the engineers did, and this is MSG's engineers, and I really want to stress that point because it's critical, is they've been doing due diligence for 2 years on this plan. And in that amount of time, they've done an extraordinary amount of work on their loading plan. You heard the gentleman from the MTA said that they use a sliver, and I really want to emphasize that word. And again, I understand that it's a conceptual plan. I think if I drew that plan, I'd lose my license because it is critical. Look, I was part of the firm that designed the Barclays Center, and truck movement is everything for an arena. And the key is how do you move those trucks without interfering with the pedestrians that are around 33rd Street and 31st Street. And that means the flow of trucks in and out, not in a sliver where trucks are competing with little bits of roadway for each other, but a dramatically expanded loading dock. One of the things that has gotten lost in the conversation about moving the theater is that the theater is critical for 8th Avenue, but it's also critical for expanding the loading dock because, as you'll see in the drawings that we submit towards the end of the month, a huge chunk of mechanical equipment for the theater sits right next to the loading dock. So when the theater goes, that mechanical equipment goes, which allows us to have a dramatically expanded loading dock and get the trucks off the street, including the big WB67s, meaning the big, large tractor trailer trucks. I think it's very difficult to do that in the concept plans that I've seen so far from the MTA, and I would deeply worry about that, Chair.
Can you say a little bit more about how that would work? Now, in terms of getting trucks materially out of the way here, with a mid-block train haul, which it sounds like this proposal also includes.
Yes.
And with the limitation of 12 foot 6 inches at the loading bay on 33rd Street. Tell us a little bit more how that works, even if you were to remove all the mechanicals for the Hulu Theater.
We can remove those mechanicals, and again, working with the gardens engineers, we think we can get a larger clearance for the trucks to come in. And so including a 14-foot clear for those larger trucks to come into the loading dock. And that, of course, is the central problem with the loading, right? That the large trucks have to get unloaded with forklifts out on the street. Getting the trucks into the building, and so all of that can happen in the building is key. And that includes this ability to get the mechanical equipment out of there and getting the clearance we need. And again, there are thousands of issues that flow from being able to work with the gardens engineers. And these are some of the best people in the business. I worked with them 15 years ago on a different plan with the garden. And it's because we've been able to work cheek by jowl with them that we've been able to create the truck clearance, create the larger loading dock, and create also the civic grandeur in the public realm that I think everyone is so desirous of here.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to exploring that one in greater detail. I mean, I thought that I had heard the structural engineer from MSG earlier say that in light of the ramp that proceeds after you enter, that you would need to add 14 or 15 feet of clearance up into the garden in a way that they thought was not physically possible. Now, maybe it was not incorporating removal of the things that you're enabling here, but did I hear them correctly?
Yeah, it's two slightly separate issues, and I understand the confusion, Chair. It's because we have more room in plan that we can create sectional height elsewhere. So because we can remove that mechanical equipment, we can actually bring the trucks in a slightly different location that gets us the ability to, add the couple of feet of clearance that we need.
Okay, last question for me, and then I'll see if others have questions. We've heard the MTA explicitly and implicitly today say that they're really not supportive of this proposal. So the question that I have for you is, what is the path? It sounds like there's some interest and you're working very closely with MSG, but obviously you would need to bring all of the folks together and also to have the MTA embrace this. What's the path? How do you get there?
So I'm going to defer that question to Peter Cipriano, who's going to testify next from ASTM. He's going to testify remotely. He had to be in Washington today, but he's going to talk, I think, more directly about the designation path for them.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you very much. Good to see you. Thank you. Let's bring up Peter Cipriano of ASTM, who is joining us by Zoom.
Hi, Chair. Can you hear me?
We certainly can.
Okay. Again, I apologize that I'm not there in person. I'm not out of town often, but that's my luck today. So my name is Peter Cipriano. I'm Senior Vice President of ASTM North America, leading our proposal for a redeveloped Penn Station. A little bit about ASTM. So we're a global developer of infrastructure projects under the P3 model. And here in New York, we also own one of the largest civil contractors in our region, Halmar International. So we're not a private equity firm, as has been described in some instances. We allocate capital to finance projects that we ourselves build. And in a lot of places, we do this with the toll road model, such as in Italy, where we originate and where that model is pretty frequently deployed. So we were drawn to Penn Station because fundamentally the team here, we're a New York team, and this is one of the most complex and most sorely needed infrastructure problems that we have in our region, if not in the country. The fact that there's jurisdictional complication with one owner and two leaseholders in Amtrak, the MTA, and NJT, two different states and the federal government, and very complex and expensive needs, but limited resources, felt to us like an opportunity to come in and solve some problems. And so we've developed, with HOK and POW, Vashon's firm's leadership, we've been able to develop a whole super block-wide solution that delivers an 8th Avenue train hall, which we've all heard a lot about, and also, as Vashon has described, creates a beautiful soaring daylit mid-block train hall space. And critically, we've done this with the close cooperation of Madison Square Garden. I want to strongly emphasize that. And yes, as a private enterprise, our coming in thesis to this was, could we make this work? Could we acquire property from Madison Square Garden? Could we diligence that effort, which of course we could only do with their support? I could never guesstimate or make assumptions about this, about the site. That could only be done with their cooperation. And we've been able to do that and create a design and price that design and build a financial model that includes property acquisition. So in many ways, a lot of the things I think that we heard the rail agencies talk about in what they envision as part of the master plan, but maybe just with a slightly different approach. And I'm pleased to say that I think we can have the arena stay for the very, very long term and have a great arena that serves New York. And we can also have a really great train station.
Thank you very much. Let me just, I'd like you to address the designation question from before, and then if you didn't hear it, really the question is, we've heard some negativity from MTA on this proposal. How do you get there? Obviously, cooperation with MSG is good, and also something that we are encouraging the rail agencies to have, and vice versa. But you do need the MTA and the rail agencies to embrace your plan for it to be a plan that could be effectuated. How do you get there? That's question number one, and then I have one more.
So later this month, we'll be releasing a lot more details about our plan, and I hope to address that in other forums in more detail as well. But broadly today, Chair, I could share, we've had a tremendous amount of cooperation from Amtrak, who of course owns the station, and we've been able to understand the site. You know, I think that we accomplished so much of what the MTA is looking for in terms of a single level train hall, in terms of accessibility and vertical circulation. And I think that they have really been leaders in the discussion about improving the station. And I'm confident that, you know, we'll get to a place where everyone's talking productively, and there's a lot of merit to what we've come up with, and I think they'll see that.
Thank you. Let me ask before I go to Commissioner Gold. It sounds like you've had a high level of engagement with Madison Square Garden's engineers.
That's right.
One of the challenges, as we understand it, of a mid-block train hall is the existence of significant mechanical chilling equipment, as well as the structural support for a variety of different things as it relates to Chase Plaza. How do you resolve that issue, and how have you resolved it in connection with MSG in your plan?
So you're absolutely right. It's a very complicated piece of real estate, and putting a daylit train hall at the mid-block is an ambitious objective, but we have figured it out. And simply put, we leave the Chase Square in place and create two very large atriums, one on the north side and one on the south side of the Chase Square structure. So the structure remains and continues to perform its function, and the roof continues to house all of that MEP. In our view, especially approaching this as a firm that would commit substantial private capital to the project, touching that bridge, the Chase Square, and it would be enormously complex and expensive. Not to say it couldn't be done. The gentleman from MTA made the point about it. It's engineering. That is true. But we have to be smart about how we allocate our resources and our capital on the site. Doing that with the bridge, for the amount of money that it would cost, you could have a phenomenal train hall on 8th Avenue, for example. So we accomplish a space that's exactly the same size and plan at level A, and actually obtains the same amount of daylight down to level A at the mid-block, because where the master plan would reconstruct the Chase Square, you'd still have a platform overhead, a very wide platform that would obstruct light from the center of what is now the taxiway. So by leaving it in place, you have a much more efficient approach that really solves everyone's problems on the block, and gets you a daylit train hall.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Gold.
Thanks. Peter, one question for you, and something that we really haven't seen out there or heard about. How does ASTM propose to either fund, you mentioned Italy, the toll road. So what's the funding strategy here, or how does ASTM make a profit? Because obviously, can't imagine you're doing this for free.
No, and we don't worry, we don't plan to charge at the door. This would be a type of P3 as we envision it, called an availability payment. So it wouldn't be revenue risk per se, like a toll road. And effectively, our view of the capital stack, I could tell you, is
don't leave me hanging there.
Well, that was timing right there. The internet sure has delivered a blow today. Okay, we missed you. You know what? Let's go back. Let's go back to where you were about to explain your view of the capital stack, because you froze as soon as you hit the end of that dramatic sentence. So go ahead and just, if you don't mind, rewinding back to what you were about to say there.
Yes. So I'll give some insight today into the capital stack, a preview, using some round numbers. So we would first commit a large amount of equity capital up front, something like $1 billion. And we would use that capital to acquire all of the necessary parcels. And, to be clear, our vision for the station is very much conforms to the borough president's recommendation: mid-block train hall, 8th Avenue train hall, and a wraparound structure, which would be used to both get you all that new MEP for the station, better air quality and cleanliness, and also it would house all of the station back of house that gets dislocated in the level B demolition. That has to go someplace, and that hasn't been resolved in master plan. So we lift it up and really create a civic looking station that dominates the block and is fully functional. But anyway, so we would use the $1 billion to acquire the parcels, and then start a lot of the make-ready work, especially the tricky stuff, the risky stuff that's inside of the arena. Now, we've mitigated a lot of that type of work out of our plan, but there's still some that has to happen. I don't know if Bishan spoke to this, but for example, our loading plan, we don't add new infrastructure to the site like the master plan proposes. We sort of rearrange and economize the existing loading dock by removing the theater at MSG, formerly the Hulu Theater. We're able to, I think, expand the MSG half of that loading dock by 50%, because all of the mechanical for the theater is actually in the loading dock. So by eliminating the theater, you open up a lot of loading dock space.
Sorry, but can we go back to the dollars?
Yeah, so I'm just giving you a sense of what that $1 billion gets used for, because it is absolutely not $1 billion for straight acquisition. The acquisition would be substantially less than that, and then we can do a lot of the other works. Next, we'd be targeting about $2 billion in we'll call public subsidy. So that would be direct capital contribution from predominantly USDOT discretionary grants. just like the master plan envisions and like I think MTA spoke to, but they're seeking a much, much higher level of those discretionary grants, which is challenging given the other projects in the region, such as Gateway, Penn Expansion, Metro North Penn Access, you name it. There are a lot of other needs, so those dollars get oversubscribed easily. And then lastly, again, for today, broad number terms, figure about $3 billion in federal loans also coming from USDOT. So TIFIA and RIF. TIFIA was used, for example, to great success at Moynihan. That's largely how the Moynihan project got done and got redeveloped. So that's the view of the capital stack. Yep.
And then just one other question: where do you get the return on the $1 billion that you'd put up in equity?
So the availability payment would begin after substantial completion of the station. So after it's done, so let's say a 2-year EIS and 7 years of construction. So again, broad numbers today, let's call it 10 years. After that point, and we of course would have construction risk, price risk, all of that stuff is on our shoulders through the duration. At that point, the railroads would start to make an availability payment, and that would cover the repayment back to USDOT for the loans. So that's 30-year treasury rate. All of the debt is not coming from me and some hyped up percentage. That's just straight federal debt. There would be an O&M piece. So we would stay on site for a very long time, operating and maintaining the facility that we've designed and built. And we would be compensated for that, but with a really tight performance constraint. And that's how this model is applied elsewhere in the world. So every elevator that we build has to work all the time, or 99% of the time. The stairs have to be clean, etc. If they're not, then we don't get paid, or we don't get paid the full amount that we're due. That's kind of how we realize our return on equity over a 50-year period. And it's a much lower return. And this is all kind of public standard in the P3 business. The return on equity is much, much, much lower than a commercial real estate developer, for example. So numbers have been thrown out like 20% cost of capital and things like that. The overall weighted cost of capital in our approach versus, let's say, if the railroads just went with loans on their own, is really quite similar. If it probably, 100, 150 basis points apart. It's not a.
Got it.
I don't understand what we're doing.
And so just one last, so you think you'd be in the picture for, 10-ish years before you'd see a return. And at that point, I mean, presumably you're looking at, you have some metrics for IRR that you're looking at.
That's exactly right. Yes. And also I'll add that under our,
can you share? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add that under our sort of concept today, right? And it's also important to note that there would have to be a whole negotiating process that we welcome and look forward to with the railroads, and they're going to argue for their best position. And so whatever it ultimately comes out to. But one thing that's key that we're envisioning today is that we would not participate in the retail, and there'd probably be digital signage similar to Moynihan, of a very similar arrangement. And we think, and I think they concluded a master plan as well, that's a huge value enhancing opportunity for the railroads in the long run. There's, it's a big station with a lot of people every day, and it'll be new and beautiful and daylit in 2 places. And that would be a return that Amtrak and hopefully the MTA and NJT could share and participate in with them.
Got it. All right. Just one last ask, because I think you've gotten almost there. For this to be interesting for a firm like ASTM, which obviously is global, what type of IRRs do you typically look for?
And standard in an availability payment P3, the IRR is going to be somewhere between 8 and 12%.
Got it. Thank you. It's super helpful.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. My question has to do with your design concept. the MTA, Amtrak, et cetera, agreed that approximately 70% of the users of this station enter on 7th Avenue, not on 8th Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
So your plan, which involves having a grand entrance on 8th Avenue, seems to be somewhat contrary to how people currently utilize and access the facility. First question, did you look at an entrance on 7th Avenue where people currently go in? And if not, why not?
Thank you, Commissioner. We actually have. As you know, that entire 7th Avenue frontage is under construction today. So it's a challenge, and I know that it's been a part of the discussion, and I know that Amtrak has especially done a great job trying to promote that idea over the last decade. But, you know, the 2 Penn Plaza building provides as many constraints to Penn in that area as MSG does on the western side of the super block. So
although it is set back, and you have the corners that have the food hall now, and yeah. Penn Station has taken over and has a new entrance at the 31st and 7th, in addition to the mid-block, what would be 32nd and 7th main entrance.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's a great point. The 32nd Street entrance is, of course, getting redone. The NJT entrance, I think, is a good opportunity as part of our sort of approach to this project. There's a good opportunity to refresh that, possibly bring in more daylight. MTA did a great job delivering the 33rd Street entrance. I would be concerned beyond that, and I think we're concerned that requiring substantial reconfigurations to Penn to I think do something broader like you're describing, that could get cost prohibitive.
So how would you direct passengers how would the hall on 8th Avenue be used if passengers aren't going there?
So 2 things. So firstly, just like master plan, we have a mid-block train hall with a grand atrium. So like master plan, the idea is the mid-block train hall is the closest you can get to 7th Avenue. So we capture that concept completely. With respect to the 8th Avenue space, I would say this. So a lot of mistakes were made in the 60s when the station was demolished, turned into a basement, and a lot of people, I would submit, made assumptions about how New Yorkers were going to come and go and where they would go to forever and ever. And, you know, we just don't need trains anymore, and everybody can be in a basement and have an arena on top. This is a really special opportunity, and you on the commission know that better than anybody, to correct those mistakes. And I think we should be careful about making forever assumptions about people going this way and people going that way. We should have as much station as we can get, and it should be as daylit as it can be. And we think that the 8th Avenue train hall is a really clear, honestly, a clear part of that. I would say that even if you don't egress to 8th Avenue, if you look on plan, which we'll submit to you later this month, there are enormous circulation benefits and safety benefits and passenger experience benefits just to having that space. So New Jersey Transit customers, for example, we create a full station-wide east-west corridor for them, similar to what the Long Island Railroad has. We don't want New Jersey Transit customers, you know, mosh pitting anymore as they do today, and that's not a safe condition. It's not a pleasant condition. They'll spread. And I think that's exactly what the railroads want per master plan, is people to disperse and spread. And they will, Commissioner, I believe, absolutely spread and disperse down into this new 8th Avenue train hall. Is it'll be big, it'll be daylit, and you'll have direct line of sight to it, even if you enter the station from 7th Avenue or from the mid-block. So the way that people move in the station today and behave in it, and where they wait and where they idle, it's incomparable to what will occur in the new facility, because the new facility will be so vastly different and so much more intuitive. I hope that's helpful. Am I not answering the question?
Well, you're answering the question except for the part about 7th Avenue. I understand it involves a different property owner,
Yeah.
et cetera, but I still don't understand why if we're gonna do this, everybody is intent on trying to move the passengers from 7th Avenue to some other location as opposed to trying to make the experience at 7th Avenue better for the passengers.
Yeah.
As I said, I also just have this concern. I believe that there are different types of passengers who need different things.
Yes.
So by and large, the Long Island Railroad passenger, the New Jersey Transit passengers are going to the train without luggage, without baggage, without things to carry. And the Amtrak passenger is more likely to have things to carry and is probably, when they're coming from New York, they're coming by train, which is an experience that we're also not talking about, how the person on the train, what their experience is into Penn Station. So those have been my questions for each one of the agencies. So what was my question for you? How overall...
By that last point, did you mean the experience of the person getting off the train and coming up?
Absolutely. Or getting
Could I speak
to the path station. Sure.
So back to sort of the point about floor area and how the experience and plan, by incorporating an 8th Avenue train hall in addition to a mid-block train hall, 70% of passengers would ascend into a daylit space under our plan, assuming it's the middle of the day, because that much of the floor area of the station would have that exposure. So that's just one important point. And of course, there's this problem that everyone is experiencing, and I know the railroads are experiencing with particularly Amtrak with their customers, of leaving like a king, I guess, at Moynihan, but returning to New York still like a rat because the train tends to be under Old Penn. And that's also created a lot of confusion for customers who say, well, I'm returning home in a different building than the one I departed in. So we correct a lot of that. One other point, if I may, the loading condition on 31st and 8th, which I know isn't properly part of the commission's consideration with the special permit, it's a terrible existing condition. And I think one of the most unfortunate things about Penn today, that a truck backs in to load the theater and interrupts the flow.
Although that is true for most office buildings in New York these days, is that they don't go through block projects that we see every day. They either have to go past the loading dock, back in and front out, or they have to front in and then back out into traffic. That is not an uncommon situation in a built environment like New York.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chakrabarty, did you want to have 30 seconds and then we got to move on, but go ahead. I
really appreciate the Commissioner's questions about 7th Avenue. We are working very steadily with Vornado. It is a full block solution. The other thing is this 70% thing to me is most people at Grand Central exit north.
Grand Central or Penn Central?
At Grand Central, exit north.
Yes.
And yet we have a great head house on 42nd Street. I think we have to, and I think this is what you've been saying, we have to think about this as a 360-degree station, not just about where a certain percentage of passengers go. I think that's the way all great train stations work in cities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me move on. Thank you, Mr. Cipriano. We're moving on to Ken Drucker, and then on to Lynn Ellsworth on Zoom. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, everybody. My name is Ken Drucker. I'm the design partner for HOK. I've been working on Penn Station for over 2 decades with various clients, and we're really delighted Vishon has joined the team. As the architects for LaGuardia's Terminal B and master planner of the entire airport, we've recently delivered a transformational P3 experience for passengers, all while the airport remained operational. Excuse me. We envision enhancing the Penn Station passenger experience and improving one's sense of arrival and departures into the heart of New York City through the addition of natural light, improved accessibility, clear wayfinding, and enhanced public realm. The design will unify the entire block between 7th and 8th Avenue. We do not see MSG's presence as an obstacle to our success. I'm here today to fully support ASTM's proposal to reimagine Penn Station and help explain why Madison Square Garden should stay put. In partnership with ASTM, we have thoughtfully and comprehensively designed a new vision for Penn Station over the last year that transforms it into a light-filled, accessible hall benefiting the nation's busiest transit hub. Not only does our proposal carry out what Governor Hochul's wisely envisioned plan for Penn, but it does so in a way that previous failed plans haven't, delivering improvements on an efficient, cost-effective timeline thanks to a smart public-private partnership. With improved platforms, increased accessibility from street to platform, a much-needed new entrance along 8th Avenue, and of course, more space and light, this is the Penn proposal that New Yorkers have long deserved. Many have debated over the years whether moving Madison Square Garden is necessary for fixing Penn Station. ASTM's proposal will unequivocally put that theory to bed and demonstrate how we can design a mutually beneficial relationship for all stakeholders. ASTM is already engaged in many discussions with community members and local leaders, gaining initial support for key design elements and incorporating feedback along the way. With the removal of the Hulu Theater, daylighting and views will be provided in a new 55-foot high space, bringing clear wayfinding and visibility to a new double-height concourse level. The removal of the taxiway will allow for a new mid-block train hall, providing daylight to the eastern half of the station with the new mid-block pedestrian entrances at street level. The loading dock will be modified to allow for semis to enter the building from 33rd Street and exit off of 31st Street through an increased aperture to 14 feet. The US DOT for interstate highways requires 13.6 clear. So we believe in our initial studies with the engineers and with the MEP engineers, as Vishon described, the removal of that equipment allows us to provide for 7 trucks driving through the building and out on 31st Street. The ASTM HOK POW team look forward to sharing our vision later this month, but want to reiterate that designing and building a much improved Penn Station does not require moving the garden. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. We'll look forward to seeing that. Let's move on to Lynn Ellsworth of Empire State Coalition on Zoom, Sally Greenspan, and Vinny Alvarez, you are on deck.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Terrific, because I'm dialing in from Paris, where there are some really great train stations. Let me just pull up my testimony. I'm Lynn Ellsworth. I am chair of the Alliance for a Human Scale City. I'm also a co-coordinator with Sam Turvey of the Empire Station Coalition. In our eyes, many of the city's technocrats, nobody here, regulatory agencies, politicians, have been held hostage by the real estate industry for so long that some seem to have a city version of what I call Stockholm Syndrome. The belief that the only way to advance the city's interests and improve the public realm is to throw public asset candy to the real estate industry, kind of like the Queen of Mardi Gras on her float, tossing goodies to the assembled cheering crowd. I urge all of you who might feel imprisoned by this to break free of Stockholm Syndrome, to break free of doing business to please real estate moguls like the Dolans or Stephen Roth of Vornado, and to instead plan for the long-term future of ordinary people in the tri-state area. The transit agencies last week said that what we at the 17-member Empire Station Coalition have been saying for the past 2 years. Madison Square Garden is just not compatible with a better transit plan for New York and for the tri-state region. It's the garden and the post-1964 buildings on top of the station that are the true source of blight in the area. And that has been true since the Felt brothers demolished the original station and built MSG. In our eyes, a better plan would consist of move Madison Square Garden, get Dolan off the site where he squats like a dog on a manger, preventing an investment in the broader public good. Adopt a non-demolition plan for Block 780, let the area to the north, south, and east be integrated into the historic city as a reservoir of affordable Class B and C office space for small business. Force the city, state, and federal technocrats to turn Penn Station into a through running station, the anchor of a regionally unified transit network, as modeled by Rethink NYC's brilliant proposal called RUN. And icing on the cake, rebuild an above-ground station as a major city asset for all of us. Stop tinkering around the edges with ineffective ideas to improve the underground rat's nest with glassy entrances and skylights. And Signy's courageous attempt to fix up the toxic border vacuums around MSG are in the end just lipstick on a pig. We urge you to take the path of moving MSG out of there, a place where in its present site, it can never be part of the fabric of the great wonder city that we all want. Last, I remind commissioners that state power never hesitates to use eminent domain to evict people like the poor Capuchin friars who serve the poor around the corner, just to benefit a power like Renault. But some.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellsworth. We appreciate your testimony. I'm sorry. It looks like you've been muted. Okay. Well, thank you. And we're going to move on to Sally Greenspan, and then Vinnie Alvarez, and then Daryl McDaniels.
Hi, thank you. I'm Sally Greenspan. I'm president of the Chelsea Council of Chelsea Block Associations, which is comprised of about 34 blocks in the Chelsea neighborhood. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the commission. For decades, Penn Station has been a dysfunctional embarrassment to this city. It's time for Madison Square Garden to move, and time for New York City to have the world-class transit hub that the city's reputation and stature deserve. Penn Station and Madison Square Garden are two important public needs, and there should not be an either-or discussion. New York City can have the best of both if Madison Square Garden moves. Madison Square Garden cloaks their argument compliant. If they have to move, Madison Square Garden would cease to function. Madison Square Garden has a golden opportunity to build bigger and better in New York City and move their uploading and unloading facilities into the 21st century, while also having the possibility for even greater attendance from devoted fans by expanding the arena. MSG should be celebrating the potential to build a state-of-the-art arena and the upside for more ticket sales. We believe a 3-year permit extension is sufficient for Madison Square Garden to set their plans in motion to identify a location and address the challenge of a move and a new location. More time than that would only continue to kick the can down the road. It must be remembered that Madison Square Garden was supposed to put these plans in motion over the past 10 years during their current permit extension. MSG has made it clear that they simply do not want to move, and it has resisted every effort at compromise and concession. In a recent article that appeared in The Spirit, it was reported that Jamie Torres Springer, president of construction and development at the MTA, told this commission that MSG and Penn Station were not compatible now and were not headed toward compatibility. It's time to stop perpetuating mistakes that have been made with other improvement plans. It's time for Madison Square Garden to stop holding the city hostage and move forward. It's time for New York City to have a world-class transit hub, and from everything we've read and understand, a world-class transit hub demands through-running trains. MSG at its current location is an impediment to through-running trains and therefore an impediment to a state-of-the-art transportation hub. We respectfully request that the Commission agrees with a 3-year permit extension that requires a planned move by Madison Square Garden to a new location in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Greenspan. Thank you for being here. Next up is Vinnie Alvarez of the New York City Central Labor Council on Zoom, to be followed by Daryl McDaniels, John Starks, and Adam Graves.
Vincent is not in the Zoom right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Daryl McDaniels, welcome. Good to have you here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How much time do I have?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. All right, here's what it is. I'm the king of rock, but I'm also the king of collaboration. My evaluation of this situation is cooperation and collaboration. Now, first let me say, the garden cannot move. Penn Station and MSG are married, just like Run DMC and Adidas. It means something to the people. When I first played the Garden, I stayed in Times Square, but I walked to the Garden. People coming to the concert, they took the train, they took Amtrak. This is a representation of a foundation that needs to be an example to the nation. Everything changes, and yes, it does, but things don't have to move. You collaborate and cooperate to figure out how to make it better. Run DMC, we put rock and roll and hip hop together when they said, there's no way these white rockers and these black youths from New York City could get together and something good will happen. Well, not only good happened, it changed the world. I traveled the universe. When Aerosmith and Steven Tyler and Run DMC hooked up, and Steven Tyler took that mic stand and knocked down the walls that were separating us, I traveled the world. Since that day, people say, that didn't just happen in a video. It happened in the world. MSG is nothing without Penn Station, and Penn Station is nothing without MSG. But together, they could be an example to this nation of what cooperation, community, and unity should be. I'm DMC in the place to be telling you, you don't move the pyramids. You don't move the Statue of Liberty. We didn't even move the Twin Towers when we had an unfortunate event. We built something that was greater and that represented for the nation. You don't move the Eiffel Tower. You take MSG and Penn Station, you sit in the room, and you create something out of what is that could be better. That's my testimony.
Love it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McDaniels, and we certainly would be remiss if we did not recognize that it is tricky, and that we hope that MSG and MTA will, in fact, get together to solve some of these complicated problems. So thank you for being here. We appreciate it very much. All right, Mr. Stark, you are up. Hard act to follow.
Oh, I have to follow that.
But welcome back. It's good to have you back here again.
It's good being back, unfortunately, under these circumstances. Like my man Daryl said, you know what MSG, Madison Square Garden, means to me. Y'all probably saw me during the playoffs and what I was acting like, you know what I mean, because of what the Garden has given me for my 8 years when I played there. And to this day, I'm very honored to be able to come back and work for Madison Square Garden. And I'm able to be there in the Garden, doing the games, doing what I do there. I can go from level to level, and you can see the families, you can see the fathers, you can see the children and the smiles on their faces on what it means to be in the Garden and what it means to be at an event in the Garden, whether it's the Knicks, whether it's the Rangers, whether it's a concert, you feel it. You feel what the Garden brings to you. And like I said, I'm fortunate enough to do what I do at the Garden with the Garden of Dreams and what we do in the community and how we give back. That's our number one goal, is to give back to the community, which gives back to us in a big way. And what Daryl said is, oh man, had me ready to jump off my seat, put on my jersey and go run out there on the floor. It means that much to us. Those who have performed there, those who have worked there. I'm a train rider, and so I know what Penn Station means to be able to come and go up underneath the Garden, get to your train, and what have you. And so, like I said, we want to work together. That's what we're all about as an organization. We want to work together to, better the community and to be able to have our fans experience what the Garden is all about. And so, for me, there's no other place where I'd rather be down there on 33rd Street and between 7th and 31st, between 7th and 33rd, is in that incredible building. And I can speak for people who comes there, who wants to be there, as far as, athletes who want to come and perform at the Garden. I've been in any arena. I was actually down in Miami. I was very fortunate enough to be able to be down there for the playoff game. It don't feel the same. It do not feel the same. I've been in Golden State. It don't feel the same. I've been in L.A. don't feel the same. I've been in Chicago, don't feel the same. What that arena represents, not only to New York City, but to the world, means so much to even like Phantom moving the Garden. No, just like Daryl said, it's like the Eiffel Tower. It's like, you know, any other important monument. You know what I mean? That arena means so much to New York City. You know, people have that on their bucket list to come and come to an event there at the Garden. So that's my words.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your being here. Let me move on to Adam Graves. Welcome. Good to have you here.
That's tough to follow. Two people that I admire and have gotten to know very, very well. And I will tell you, as a Canadian growing up in Canada, and then as a 14-year-old was my first introduction to New York and Madison Square Garden. And as a hockey player, and I know we've talked about hockey a little bit in the Chillers, I've skated on that ice, and I call Madison Square Garden my home. And I know as a Canadian, people always ask about Madison Square Garden, and it's the first place they want to go when they come to the city. It holds a special place in not only New Yorkers, because my two youngest kids are New Yorkers, born in New York, but I think it holds a special place in the world. And I've always said that to some of the young players coming in, to skate on Garden ice is a privilege. And over the last 3+ decades, I've got to know so many fans, thousands and thousands of fans, and they, to a person, tell me the stories of not only just their family, but friends, and the capsules that are created in that building over decades of watching games. And for me, that is a special part. I've either played or been in, as we talked about earlier, been in pretty much every building in the National Hockey League, and nothing compares to Madison Square Garden. The energy, the sight lines, it's the world's most famous arena for a reason. And certainly some of the things that we do outside of, our Knicks and Rangers and our incredible entertainers, political events that have taken place over the years. You just have to take a walk around the 366 and all those special events that have taken place over time, but also our Garden of Dreams. Over 400,000 kids since 2006 have been a part of that program. And I know Maxwell was here earlier with the mentorship program. We have a mentorship program as part of that. Also scholarships and some other things, but also special, joyous experiences where these kids come in, not just once, but on several occasions to experience the Garden. And that inspiration and what that means to those kids and their families can only take place at Madison Square Garden. And Madison Square Garden, I call it my home. It's at 33rd. And I, as a Canadian, am privileged to be here in front of you and share what I call home, and Madison Square Garden is my home. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. Let us move on to Brian Mullen.
How you doing? I'm Brian Mullen. I'm the youth hockey ambassador for the New York Rangers, and I was one of those youth hockey players around New York City. Played roller hockey growing up in Hell's Kitchen, and my dream was to play for the New York Rangers. And my father worked for Madison Square Garden. He was one of the guys that made the ice and put down the basketball court. He worked for them for 40 years. So when I did make it finally to the Garden there, my dad got to watch me in the penalty box. He used to sit in the penalty box there. He got to watch me play for the New York Rangers. He watched my dreams come true. And now for the youth hockey, being the youth hockey ambassador for the New York Rangers, I work with thousands of kids along with Adam, and we teach them the game of hockey, and we get to bring them to the Garden and watch their faces when they skate on the ice and watch their dreams come true. And it's just an amazing feeling. And like Adam said, the Garden is his home. I grew up in that building. I was Ranger stick boy. Like I said, my dad worked there, and I got to play there. So The garden is on 33rd Street, and it shouldn't be moved. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Samuel Turvey. Welcome. To be followed by Eugene Sinigaliano of the West 34th Street Residential Tenants Association. Mr. Turvey, welcome.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman Garodnick. Thank you, other members of the commission. I'm with Rethink New York City. I'm also with the Empire Station Coalition and the Penn Community Defense Fund, and I either coordinate or co-coordinate those efforts. Placing Madison Square Garden atop Penn Station was one of the worst land use decisions in this city's history. Now we are being asked once again to continue this folly. The governor, the Empire State Development Corporation, Vornado, and the railroads would like to keep Penn Station pinned under Madison Square Garden for another 50 years. They want to tear down the neighborhood, evicting residents, small businesses, and demolishing many architecturally worthy buildings in order to do so. They will say absolutely anything to get their way. The ESD declared the neighborhood blighted, and the governor labeled it a skid row. Italian infrastructure firm ASTM, in collaboration with James Dolan and Madison Square Garden, would preserve Dolan's perch above one of the world's largest transit hubs, but at least would apparently refrain from demolishing the neighborhood in order to do so. And that's the key to the support they're getting. It's a non-demolition plan. Why the governor's leaving that GPP alive is beyond me. Now the railroads are saying not so fast to keeping Madison Square Garden where it is. Now they are saying Madison Square Garden is incompatible with Penn Station. Suddenly they are shocked to discover that there is a 20,000-seat arena squatting atop Penn Station. The same railroads, and with about the same degree of credibility, opposed the implementation at Penn Station of the modern transit operating model known as through running on a similarly fungible set of criteria. Their behavior reminds me of one of the famous axioms of Groucho Marx: whatever it is, I'm against it. That is, unless the idea emanates from me and my bureaucracy. We asked the City Planning Commission to help New York implement much-needed course correction for the sake of the city and the metropolitan region. Madison Square Garden, in its present location, is an impediment to sound transit for the New York region. If you want vertical circulation in Penn Station, implement through running. Nothing can do more to improve vertical circulation than that internationally recognized plan. Madison Square Garden needs to move. It was a terrible decision to place it atop Penn Station back in the 60s and has not improved with age. And to the railroads who implore us to depend on their expertise but cannot give us timely, straight, or consistent answers, I would ask this. Has anybody here seen our old friend Andy Byford? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turvey. Moving on to Mr. Sinigaliano, to be followed by Paul Gronke and Felicia Park Rogers, all on Zoom.
My name is Eugene Sinigaliano, and as the only at-risk of displacement individual that was a member of the Empire State Development's Community Advisory Committee Working Group, I have a deep understanding of their terrible Penn Station project plan. I represent hundreds of residents, 400 businesses, and 10,000 employees that will lose their homes, offices, and jobs with multiple city blocks destroyed by their outdated, fatally flawed special interest plan. One of the worst mistakes is allowing Madison Square Garden to remain atop of Penn Station, which locks the busiest transit hub in North America below ground in the basement and handcuffs any truly significant transit improvement. New York deserves a world-class above-ground through-running station that is the center of a unified regional rail network. Transit experts, architects, engineers, civic organizations, community boards, and most of our elected officials all agree that Madison Square Garden needs to move. Moving Madison Square Garden will be expensive, but it is far less expensive and devastating than condemning 2 city blocks to be demolished only to build a stub-in Southern Expansion terminal station for New Jersey Transit. Removing MSG and all its massive support columns would allow far superior transit planning and implementation, including major capacity increases within Penn Station's existing footprint. If MSG is moved, it would negate the need to destroy the surrounding neighborhood and reduce costs. It is so unfair that MSG does not pay any property taxes or pay anything to improve Penn Station and the very transit problems their location creates. Estimated to be a tax loss to New York City of $43 million a year, this is special interest at its worst. Huge big rig and production trucks hog and block the public realm all around Penn Station and create safety hazards. They block public streets, taxiways, pull up on the sidewalk, and even the pedestrian plaza to load and unload, and even illegally unload on the street. During MSG's renovation about 11 years ago, they did heavy demolition all night long into the morning. They did not care or listen or try to work with the community to resolve our misery. MSG has also been using facial recognition to identify and target individuals it does not want to allow inside MSG. Does any of this sound like they are a good neighbor, care about the community, or pay their fair share? Even the just released compatibility report by the railroad state MSG is not compatible with Penn Station. Everyone truly already knows this. It was a horrible choice to put MSG on Penn Station in the 1960s. It's worse now. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build a world-class station for 8 million New York City residents and millions of commuters. MSG's special permit must be denied or extended just long enough for them to move. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Paul Gronke, then Felicia Park Rogers and Joanne Moore. Mr. Gronke.
I am Paul Gronke, President or Secretary Treasurer of the 100 West 16th Street Block Association. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We're talking about the need for two enormous entities in New York City, Madison Square Garden and Penn Station. One is a premier entertainment center. One is or should be a premier transportation infrastructure center. It seems to me that infrastructure trumps entertainment, hands down. Madison Square Garden needs to move and make way for the best transportation hub we can build for the New York region. You know, we never imagined we could live without the old Yankee Stadium or the old Shea Stadium, and yet we tore them down and rebuilt new stadiums. We can rebuild Madison Square Garden. This should have happened a long time ago. Madison Square Garden should be given no more than 3 years to develop a plan and start their move to a new location in Manhattan. Giving them a license to continue in perpetuity is just that. Remember what in perpetuity means. No, they're never going to move again. This is the only opportunity we're going to have. When Madison Square Garden moves, we will have the 21st century entertainment and travel centers that New York City deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Felicia Park Rogers and Joanne Moore. I'm sorry. Come back. Mr. Gronke, don't go anywhere. Can we bring him back? He's on? Okay. Mr. Gronke, I'm sorry. I missed a question for you from Commissioner Benjamin.
One quick question. When you say Madison Square Garden should move elsewhere, do you care where they move? If it's Brooklyn or the Bronx or Staten Island or Westchester?
Manhattan.
Do you believe that there are other minimum 2-block sites that could be procured that would be
yes, I think
in Manhattan in a location that is transit access friendly?
In the Hudson Yards area and also on 34th Street. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gronke. All right. Now we're back to Ms. Park Rogers.
Hi, I'm Felicia Park Rogers, Director of Regional Infrastructure Projects for Tri-State Transportation Campaign, which has for 30 years advocated for improved commutes, transit, and safe streets for the region of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. It is the position of TSTC that in order to make a truly 21st century transportation hub that works for riders and commuters, MSG must move. In order to dramatically improve the safety, reliability, efficiency, and capacity that is needed to move hundreds of thousands of people across our region, the original tracks and platforms of Penn Station must be redesigned and modernized. The platforms need to be widened. The tracks need to be redesigned in order to meet the current and future needs of the railroads that run through them. Expansion does not solve the problems with original Penn. The only way to achieve a truly modern, safe railroad system is to remove the more than 1,000 columns that now chop up the infrastructure of the railroads. If MSG continues to refuse to move and the governor and mayor continue to not insist on it, then we must realistically look to a plan B in which MSG stays in place. In return for the multi-billion-dollar benefits that they derive by not paying taxes and by their financially valuable proximity to the nation's busiest train hub, TSTC insists that MSG participate in making the most of the station that we have. It is good for New York, the region, and it is good for MSG. Currently, the station is a mess that is bad for commuters, visitors, and the legion of riders who work and attend events at MSG. It would be prudent for MSG to be an active and thoughtful partner in the efforts to improve Penn Station, and it is incumbent on the Planning Commission and City Council to require them to act in their own best interests. To that end, we endorse the CB5 resolutions regarding the MSG special permit, namely that the length of the special permit should be restricted to 3 years with a full review of the progress after 2 years to ensure MSG works with the city and the railroads. MSG must collaborate with the MTA on the reconstruction and modernization of Penn Station, including but not exclusively on the mid-block former taxiway, the 8th Avenue and 7th Avenue entrances, the 7th Avenue breezeways and pedestrian bridges, granting the MTA's property requests and overhauling the HVAC systems. It is unconscionable that taxpayers should be forced to pay for these things when MSG is not paying taxes and is blocking improvements. MSG should share the cost for any improvements that will benefit them, such as new entrances, wayfinding, and signage that will improve pedestrian navigation and flow, and they should pay for their own loading and unloading improvements. Lastly, MSG should sell the theater, which is barely used, at a reasonable market rate cost, rather than the hugely overvalued cost of $1 billion, which they now insist upon. The Penn Station improvements are estimated to cost $7 billion. Much of this cost is due to working around the constraints imposed by the current MSG. MSG could decide on its own accord to move at any time. Just because this commission may grant in perpetuity does not mean that MSG is committing to stay in perpetuity. Therefore, it is critical that MSG work with the state, the city, and the public now to make these public investments to the station as comprehensive and smart as they possibly can be. MSG must work to act as a good faith partner. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next up is Joanne Moore on Zoom, followed by Andrew Ridgey and Jessica Walker.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission members. I hope the gloom isn't making me too invisible here. I can hardly improve on what some of the other rail advocates have said, but I want to come back to this question of the permit. I believe a limited time permit extension incentivizes cooperation on whatever it is that the railroads think is feasible now, and it certainly does not impede the possible removal of Madison Square Garden. I want to echo, as a rail passenger and a longtime rail passenger, that I think it is a carbuncle and that I think it is misguided of government to balance the two interests evenly, rather that government should prioritize public transportation and not just the public face of the station, though that is an important aspect of it, but the crying desire of those who use that station for daylight. Now, while I suppose it's technically possible to move Madison Square Garden for a limited period of time while the entire unified complex, and I would argue that the engineer, Mr. Ginjita's words were particularly damning in that respect, the current structure impedes permanently, seemingly, certain improvements. So while a temporary move would be possible, in that case, it might as well be a permanent move, and then we can give that station the daylight it needs. What might be unreasonable is to not renew the permit at all, but in that case, of course, we could proceed with the new station's plans next year, potentially. I also want to caution against getting too worried about the, I'm going to say implied threat that if they can only host 2,500 people, they might sell it for a mega office development. I'm not sure that mega office developments are necessarily as subscribed as heavily as once might have been the case or as might be hoped. So through running, passengers first, Madison Square Garden is not the point of this, but the public's benefit and public grandeur, in fact, as has been said in the past. Passengers first. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for being here. Let's move on to Andrew Ridgey, followed by Jessica Walker. Mr. Ridgey, you there?
Andrew and Jessica are not in the Zoom room.
Neither of them are in the Zoom. Okay, we're going to move on to Bill Barak on Zoom, also present. Okay, good. To be followed by George Calderaro. Is Mr. Barak there?
Bill, you should have the ability to unmute. Bill, you should have the ability to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Bill Borak. I'm treasurer of the Union Square Coalition, Community College, which I'm speaking now, and also was president of the Council of Chelsea Block Association, with whom Sally Greenspan spoke eloquently about before. Change is difficult. I repeat, change is difficult. There was many spoke about why MSG should stay where it is, and that it would hurt their community programs, the garden, I believe it's called the Garden of Dreams. There's no reason why at a new location, the Garden of Dreams can't continue. There's no reason at all. As pointed out by Sally Greenspan, MSG needs to be moved to get to become a world-class terminal with through running. I have traveled all over the world. I've used world-class stations in China, in London, and Japan, and this can happen, but not with MSG on top of it. As was mentioned before, MSG has this long-term, 50 years, they will not have to pay any taxes. Last 10 years, they were actually told they should move within that time, and they did not do so. They should not be rewarded by not doing what they were supposed to be doing. A new location can be accessed by New York people. I was a New York fan, Ranger fan for 76 years, a Knicks fan for 76 years, and those who spoke from those teams should know that they can do the same thing at a new location. I won't stop going there. I used to go to MSG. I used to go for events and big games and Ranger games, and could do so at a new location. So I want to support what Community Board's 5 resolution was. They represent the community, and they said that MSG should move within 3 years and find a new location, and there's no reason why that can't be done. I think, commissioners, you should think out of the box and reread what is being said by the advocates who say MSG should move to get a better location. A lot was said by the experts, but I think you have to listen to the community experts. It also has been pointed out that some of the community plans will save billions and billions of dollars from what is proposed by the governor's plan. And as was mentioned, the governor's plan includes eminent domain, getting rid of businesses and residents who have lived there for years and years and years. This should not happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. We're going to move on to George Calderaro, followed by Robert Brenner and Catherine O'Sullivan. Mr. Calderaro with us? Great.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Hello, I'm George Calderaro. I'm a board member of the 29th Street Neighborhood Association, the Initiative for a Sustainable Midtown. speaking for the association. The association was founded to protect and foster the quality of life of our community from 24th Street to 33rd Street, from 8th Avenue to 1st Avenue. This mission is exactly in opposition to the role and history of Madison Square Garden, which has diminished the quality of life in our community on a daily basis since it opened in 1968. It's time to move the garden, which has been a blight in our community, taking us for granted and using our streets and sidewalks as a loading dock for constant load-in, load-outs, among many other affronts. The New Yorker recently called the current Madison Square Garden, quote, a 10-story trash can. The much reviled Penn Station cannot be renovated or even function properly with through-running trains with Madison Square Garden sitting on top of it. As has been noted frequently today, the MTA admitted that Madison Square Garden is incompatible with the current and any functional Penn Station. But Steve Dolan doesn't want to leave. This is partly because his 50-year special permit allowing the garden to earn billions without paying $800 million to date in property taxes. As you know, this unconscionable 50-year permit was extended by 10 years to give time for the garden to relocate, an imperative it has ignored. With this permit expired, we cannot allow it to be renewed, and certainly not, quote, in perpetuity, while, as noted, plans for a decent Penn Station are still being developed. Our community is tired of being abused by billionaires like Steve Dolan and Steve Roth and mega corporations like MSG and Vornado, who take all they can from the community and contribute nothing to the places where we and hundreds of thousands more work and live. On the contrary, for example, they demolish our communities and leave vast vacant lots for decades where massive historic buildings like the Hotel Pennsylvania once stood. It's time to act on what the New York Times calls a, quote, eviction notice for Madison Square Garden 10 years ago when the permit was foolishly extended. Time is up for the permit and the garden. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Calderaro. Let's move on to Robert Brenner and Catherine O'Sullivan.
Robert, you should be able to unmute in Zoom. Robert, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
Okay, so he's not there. So let us perhaps move on to the next, and we can see if he comes back around. Okay, so Catherine O'Sullivan would be next, to be followed by Aaron Sanders, Brian Fritsch, Rich O'Malley, and Vinny Alvarez. So just saying those names out loud in case they're listening. Okay, Ms. O'Sullivan, is she there?
Catherine, you should be able to unmute in Zoom. Catherine, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
All right, let's move on to Aaron Sanders.
Good afternoon, Chair Garodnick and Commissioners. My name is Aaron Sanders.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Sanders, and I'm the Public Policy Director at the Association for a Better New York. On behalf of ABNY, I testify before you today to express our support of Madison Square Garden's proposal to extend its special permit to continue operating its world-class premier arena. ABNY is a 52-year-old civic organization dedicated to the advancement and support of New York City's people, businesses, and communities. Madison Square Garden has been the preeminent sports, civic, and entertainment arena in New York City since 1879. MSG is a world-renowned venue that sits at the nexus of commercial and tourism activity, attracting upwards of 4 million people annually, and serving as one of New York City's most vital assets. MSG's ability to attract top-tier talent and host world-class events makes it a must-visit destination for spectators and performers alike. Given the prominent historical significance and impact on the city's economy, ABNY contends that MSG should be granted a special permit to continue operating at its current location. Additionally, the economic benefits of MSG operating at full capacity are tremendous. Each year, MSG employs 12,000 workers, contributes $2 billion to New York City's and state's economy, and supports thousands of jobs outside of the arena at bars, restaurants, and attractions in Midtown Manhattan that rely on MSG's crowd to survive. MSG is a part of the fabric of New York City, and ADME strongly supports a special permit to allow for the continued operation of the arena. A strong and vibrant New York City requires an active and busy Madison Square Garden, operating at full capacity. As we continue to recover from the economic devastation of the pandemic, reducing MSG's operating capacity would have a devastating ripple effect for the tourism and hospitality industry alike. If MSG operation permit was eliminated, it would cost our city thousands of jobs. It is imperative that our city of New York grants MSG a special permit to continue operating its current location. We hope you will support their proposal. Thank you for the time.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Next is Brian Fritsch, to be followed by Rich O'Malley.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Brian Fritsch, Communications Director for Regional Plan Association. For over 100 years, RPA has used its position as a research planning and advocacy organization to conceive of and help advance long-range plans that promote the health, equity, sustainability, and prosperity of the tri-state region. Having worked on transportation, public realm, and regional planning issues surrounding Penn Station for many decades, RPA is strongly supportive of City Planning Commission's plans to renew Madison Square Garden's operating permit for only a limited time. We believe MSG must be a key partner to the transit agencies in their joint plans to revitalize the station to support the hundreds and thousands of riders that pass through the station daily. They should not get a permit renewal of their operating permit, a permanent renewal of their operating permit, and must support the delivery of an upgraded station. As the busiest transit hub in the Western Hemisphere, Penn Station is pivotal to reaching our regional's environmental goals and keeping our region economically competitive. Transportation is the #1 driver of carbon emissions in New York and New Jersey, and improved transit options are essential to reducing those negative impacts as the region grows and changes. Even under our most conservative assumptions about economic growth and work from home, RPA has projected that Trans-Hudson travel will be at or above pre-pandemic levels by the time the renovation of Penn Station would be completed. And it will increase by at least 15% by 2050 and possibly as much as 32%. We must plan for that future now and support the Gateway program, the Penn Station Access program, and upgrades to Penn, including an expansion of the station. For those with a keen memory, in 2013, RPA submitted similar testimony as to why it was appropriate for MSG to be granted a temporary extension. While much has changed over the past decade, including the pandemic and the opening of Moynihan Train Hall, the core of that statement remains the same. But perhaps our biggest internal shift in thinking since that time is the assumption that MSG must necessarily move in order for Penn Station to reach its potential. We no longer believe that to be the case. We agree with the transit agencies that MSG and Penn are currently incompatible in many ways, but we've seen a number of plans that would allow MSG to remain in place while delivering a safer, more accessible, reliable, and unified station. None of these plans work, however, without MSG being a willing partner in the with the transportation agencies and the larger regional community as plans are created. Limiting the operating permit will help support that goal. The upgrades, necessary and long overdue, will be mostly funded by taxpayers. Because MSG is a venue dependent on this public transportation hub to fill seats, the taxpayer funding will benefit MSG for decades. But instead of MSG helping to subsidize the project, taxpayers MSG continues to get a tax break and should no longer get one. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Wait, stay right there for a second. Commissioner Dweck has a question for you.
Great,
thank you. I'll repeat my earlier question. Assuming MSG and the transit authorities were able to work out some kind of agreement and improve the station, would RPA be in favor of permanent perpetuity?
I think that would be reasonable, after the upgrades are completed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Rich O'Malley here in the room with us. Hi, Mr. O'Malley, welcome.
Chair Garodnick and members of the New York City Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rich O'Malley. I'm the Director of Communications for the New York Building Congress. We represent over 500 constituent organizations and 250,000 tradespeople and professionals. They plan, build, maintain, and advance our region, allowing it to thrive. As New Yorkers, we share everyone's concerns about what the future holds for Madison Square Garden and Penn Station, two key New York institutions that we rely on, and for very different reasons. Madison Square Garden is undeniably a jewel of our city, an iconic landmark, and we firmly believe that its continued operation is vital for the economic development and cultural vibrancy of New York City. Each year, the Mecca attracts over 4 million visitors to Midtown Manhattan and generates more than $2 billion in economic activity for our city and state. Its strategic location at the transportation nexus that is Penn Station makes it the perfect venue for hosting major concerts, events, Knicks and Rangers games, and other cherished public entertainment throughout the year. As such, the Building Congress strongly supports the proposal to allow the continued operation of Madison Square Garden Arena and approval of the zoning text amendment to update the existing Section 74-41 Arena Special Permit set to expire in July. We urge you to consider the important economic contributions the arena makes to our city. This permit would allow for events with more than 2,500 spectators, and any reduction in its operating capacity would not only affect the arena itself, but also have economic consequences for the businesses that operate in its vicinity. A full post-pandemic recovery in New York City requires the success of major institutions like Madison Square Garden. At the same time, we actively support Penn Station revitalization, and we firmly believe there is an opportunity here to move beyond the false choice we hear between the two things that New Yorkers deserve. We believe there are ways to maintain MSG and reimagine Penn Station. Let's work together to preserve a premier cultural institution that creates jobs for so many people and revitalize a world-class transit hub that meets the needs not just today, but for future generations. The Building Congress recognizes the unique cultural and economic value of Madison Square Garden, and we urge you to reaffirm your commitment to its ongoing success. And thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Next up, Vinny Alvarez on Zoom.
Vinny is not in the Zoom room.
Okay, let's move on to David Halauka, who is here with us. Welcome. And then he will be followed by Jordan Oslander on Zoom and Phyllis Weissman in person.
Hi, I am David Haloka, an architect. I am also a member of Save Chelsea, a community advocacy group which supports CB5's recommendation to limit any new MSG permit to 3 years. I read with alarm the compatibility report prepared by the railroads. Fundamental safety concerns of egress and smoke evacuation are compromised. Some egress travel distances exceed code minimums by over 40%. To know of these risks and fail to act on them is to share responsibility for any tragedy that might come. The longer a permit Madison Square Garden is granted, the longer these emergency conditions will persist. The railroad's master plan could, with MSG's compliance, address these code compliance issues. But Penn Station's critical importance to the city and prominence as a potential terror target call for more than minimal code compliance. Its platforms could be cleared more quickly with the removal of columns that were installed to support MSG, and the garden's removal could allow for even more egress points than the master plan envisions and better smoke control. The vast Hotel Pennsylvania is being demolished across 7th Avenue from Penn Station with no replacement on the horizon. It begs to be part of a new site for the garden. The improvements to Penn Station's spatial quality that the master plan envisions likewise amount to an improvised fix. The proposed crevice-like atrium above the current taxiway would pale in comparison to Moynihan Train Hall's wide-open glazed roof. The atrium's pinched appearance might be a metaphor for the way Penn Station would still be shoehorned into leftover space around MSG. The exterior renderings of the resulting jumble are no one's idea of coherent or inspiring architecture. Penn Station is the city's primary portal. No matter how much is spent trying to reconcile MSG and Penn, the result will always be a forced marriage and set a compromised tone for the experience of the city. What would be spent trying to make a silk purse from a sow's ear could far more rewardingly be invested in new, better, and separate homes for each. A chance for the kind of architecture that sets the stamp of excellence on a city, as Ada Louise Huxtable described the original Penn Station. The ripple effect would indeed benefit the entire city and invaluably enhance its power to attract visitors and talent. That crucial return shouldn't be left out of the equation. We can't afford not to move MSG. Ada Louise Huxtable also said, any city will get what it deserves. If we take the path of least resistance, we'll be rewarded with an architectural portrait of our own lack of initiative. Let's deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere quite yet. Vice Chair Knuckles has a question for you.
Sir, I know that you are an architect, and presumably you know the city well. I'm just wondering, where would you suggest a relocation of MSG?
Well, as I mentioned, Penn Station is being torn down right across 7th Avenue. And in fact, Penn Station and the Pennsylvania Hotel were originally linked by a tunnel. Presumably, that tunnel could be retained or widened so that perhaps people could enter that block without even going outdoors. It might require also incorporating the block to the north. And beyond to the east, you have the kind of underutilized Midtown Mall, which is a vast building. Perhaps parts of its facade could be retained as well. And also, all of Midtown is going through a period of decompression post-COVID. It seems to me like it shouldn't be such a great hurdle to find a new location for MSG, particularly the huge benefit it could have not only for Penn Station, but for MSG itself.
Thank you very much. Next up is Jordan Auslander on Zoom. And just to preview, we've got Phyllis Weissman, Layla Lagasico, Alex Washburn, Anthony Donahue coming up.
Ready for me?
Ready for you.
Great. Well then, good afternoon, Chair Garodnick and commissioners. My name is Jordan Auslander, transit user, sports fan, and actually a DCP alum. So the cost-benefit analysis, I think, for Madison Square Garden is probably in the shadow of 1958, not 1963, with the loss of the Dodgers and the Giants more at hand than the loss of the landmark station. It's easier to relocate Madison Square Garden than Penn Station. Its very name attests to that. It's currently in its 3rd location, and the original McKim, Mead, and White structure should have been landmarked. We're not talking about Carnegie Hall acoustics here. Madison Square Garden is portable, franchised even. Look at the MSG Sphere they're building in Las Vegas. If we are to be sentimental, it should be for the grandeur of the original Penn Station, another McKim, Mead, and White structure. And the station needs to function as a station, not 2 dead ends. A world-class arena can be built, but at what cost? The Madison Square Garden people don't even seem willing to share the wealth, much less pay the taxes they should. They admit to obsolescence, which can't be mitigated, yet they do not seem to have entertained relocation. Another 3 years is more than generous, especially if their tax abatement continues, and it still delays any meaningful solution. The Yankees played at Chase Stadium while their stadium was renovated in the 70s. Both are gone now. Transitional alternatives exist at Barclays, Uniondale, or God forbid, New Jersey. The outmoded Coliseum was reconstituted as the Javits Center. 3 Manhattan sites have been proposed for Madison Square Garden. Hudson Yards, 34th and 6th, that was just mentioned by the previous speaker, and also perhaps the bus terminal site. But then using a modicum of imagination and perhaps a little through running, why not Sunnyside Yards, which has all the same commuter rail access, including Jersey Transit and Amtrak, subways, parking options at a lower tax rate than Manhattan, and outside the congestion pricing zone. So 3 years if you have to, but they've had plenty of time to consider alternatives. They are unwilling. Someone has to force Madison Square Garden's hand to do what's right for the city. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Phyllis Weissman. And then, oh, there you go. Hello, Ms. Weissman, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your perseverance in listening to all of us. My name is Phyllis Weissman, and I'm a member of the 300 West 23rd, 22nd, and 21st Streets Block Association. And as the previous speakers have said, I encourage you to only extend the special permit for 3 years. I was born and raised and live in Manhattan. I've never left. And when Madison Square Garden was on 8th Avenue between 49th and 50th Streets, I used to go to Rangers games there. What was it? It was a seat in a building for me to watch a sports activity. When it moved to the current location, which is, it's been there now for over half a century, I went there and I felt it was the same kind of a place. Is it a monument? Is it a Mecca? No, it's a place for people to go to enjoy entertainment and sports. It can only hold approximately 20,000 people, as someone said before. We're dealing with daily commuters in the area of 400,000 to 600,000, depending upon the previous speakers and what they've said. When you look at that, that's not even comparing apples and oranges. They're, 400,000 to 600,000 daily commuters is a lot more important than 20 or 25,000 people in an arena. Madison Square Garden has moved in the past. It can move now. And I've never found it to be a good neighbor in the community. In fact, the MSG gentleman said that they only load between like 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. Well, earlier this year, I was on 8th Avenue walking past Madison Square Garden late in the afternoon, and he's right. It is very well orchestrated. They had the guys with the flags, and they were guiding pedestrian traffic, but it was a total mess. There was traffic and honking horns, and people were confused because they're on their phones and they don't know where they're going. And really, it was a total mess. They've done nothing to beautify the area in the whole time I've lived there. And they've never even reached out to local underprivileged communities like Fulton houses and Elliott Chelsea houses, which are in their neighborhood. I think it's time for Penn Station to become the world-class train station it ought to be, and for Madison Square Garden to modernize itself. It's a win-win situation for both parties, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. I think you're correct. There's a real opportunity here. Okay, let us move on. Next is Layla Lagasico. Layla, welcome. And then Alex Washburn, followed by Anthony Donahue, Bruce Hain.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Layla Logiziko. I'm the chair of the Land Use, Housing and Zoning Committee of Manhattan Community Board 5. CB5 has thoroughly examined the application and finds that Madison Square Garden Arena does not meet the findings of Article 74-41 of the zoning resolution. Consistent with our position stated in 2013, we strongly believe that the preferred alternative to address a multitude of issues surrounding Penn Station is for the arena to relocate. We reached this conclusion after a thorough examination of the application and the zoning text amendment. CB5 held a total of 4 public hearings and meetings attended by a cumulative total of over 500 people who overwhelmingly testified in opposition to the operating permit. Of particular concern is a safety concern raised by the compatibility report issued by the railroads against that states the platforms do not clear fast enough to meet NFPA 130 requirements. NFPA 130 is the National Fire Code. And the issue here is not at the concourse level, but at the platform level. I really want to flag that for the commissioners because we have not talked about the platforms too much, which we believe is a huge issue. CB5 firmly opposes the issuance of a permit in perpetuity. Instead, we recommend the denial of the special permit for MSG unless MSG commits to pursuing a permanent, sustainable solution, which includes relocation. Furthermore, we advocate for the restricting length of a special permit to a three-year period in the meantime until they move. We acknowledge that viable sites exist, especially in CB5. It is imperative that all stakeholders, including the applicant, majority property owners, railroad operators, and elected officials at various levels, engage in a genuine and collaborative effort to find a sustainable and permanent solution. To ensure progress and accountability, in addition to a restrictive declaration, we propose the establishment of a binding working group comprising all relevant partners responsible for providing regular updates and conduct a comprehensive review of the conditions and progress at the 2-year mark. We cannot go back to 2013 where we were told things were going to happen and then no one worked on it. It needs to be baked into the recommendation that this commission is going to make. In the interim, CB5 recommends several improvements, including public fund improvements, the provision of public bathrooms, as well as additional bicycle storage. In addition, in excess of what is provided in the text. The loading activities related to Madison Square Garden and the theater at 8th Avenue are a burden to our blocks. Until a permanent solution is enacted, we advocate for the establishment of a fair parking fee structure commensurate with the burden the heavy vehicular traffic causes to our district. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Question from Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for your testimony. The testimony and your written comments. I wanted to ask you, can you expand a little bit on the discussion behind the proposed fee structure for parking? And kind of like, how would you go about that? I think you heard probably the response from DOT in this regard. I'm wondering if you can respond to that.
Yes, of course. Of course, it's under NYC DOT, but the trucks that actually park to do the operations, to servicing MSG, both the theater and the arena, are actually under the Mayor's Office of Film. So I think that, as much as DOT has, the overarching, oversight, I think that, through the Mayor's Office of Film and Theater, there is a way actually to, put together a fee structure that, would be imposed on those trucks. I think it is totally realistic. Currently, we had a little bit of a hard time actually finding hard data on how much is paid, but from what we heard, Madison Square Garden is charged, or like those trucks are charged $120 per day. It's pitiful, and it is not commensurate with the burden that it is putting on our district and on the operations of the train station. So we really believe that, if they are going to continue to operate with this loading operation that is incredibly cumbersome to our district and to the train station, they have to pay for it. They cannot use a public right-of-way for quasi-free in, continuation of the operation of the arena. And what we've heard today really furthers the point that, it is extremely difficult for them to operate the arena. They can't move this, they can't move that, they can't put the trucks in, they can't relocate the bridge and the breezeway. They need to move.
Thank you for that.
Great.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
I'm back.
I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Who is that speaking?
My name is Robert Brenner. And
wait, hold on. Wait 1 second. Mr. Brenner, you got to hold on a second. You're not next up on my list here. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, yeah, Mr. Brenner, you got to stay put. Let's make sure that you're signed up properly. And we have a follow-up from Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you. Not on the relocation, but on the loading plan. do you feel that the board, or what are some specific opportunities that you see could be incorporated into the loading plan as far as your analysis right now in terms of the conflicts on the right of way?
So, we have seen different plans, the MTA plan, the ASTM plan. We want to know more. We hear lots of people saying, you can't do this, you're proposing that, it looks good on paper, but it's unrealistic. We actually want to hear it from the engineers, and we want to know that it is practical and doable. We're certainly very mindful of, height of trucks and the radius that they require to make those turns. I think that creating a loading bay that would require a truck to make, 34 maneuvers, which, we've been told that in one design, that's what it would entail, is probably not desirable. Also, on the notion of shared street, I really want to stress for this commission that, having tractor trailers commingling with pedestrians is not an option. This is something that really is unsafe. So there has, maybe there's a way to do it so that they're not there at the same time, but only having them at the same time is really not a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, great. All right, next up is Alex Washburn. Welcome. We have you here in the room. We're very happy to see you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. What a week, dear commissioners. I'm Alex Washburn. I was a founding president a long time ago of the corporation that built the Moynihan Train Hall back in 1996. Started that. And I was also the most fun I had in my career, the chief urban designer for city planning for many years. The most amazing job in the world, and I envy you guys every day, like what you do. But I also am so happy to be here post-pandemic in person because you learn so much at these public hearings. And today we learned a lot. Of course, the big thing that Amtrak, New Jersey Transit, and the MTA, in a truly remarkable report, I mean, not least of which because it was unanimous, said that Madison Square Garden is fundamentally incompatible with Penn Station unless certain things are done. Now, we all knew that it was a big loss to lose the original Penn Station, but that was 1960s planning. Now we're in a different era, certainly. And the organization that I'm here representing, the Grand Penn Community Alliance, grandpenn.org, simply wants to have a new station somehow worthy of the original. But what we learned today was that unless big structural fixes are made, columns moved, then the station, even after $7 billion of investment, would be unsafe, unsound, and unsuitable for the 21st century. I mean, that's bad news for anyone who rides a train. But I did hear good news today, too. And I think the good news is that a great arena is not incompatible with a great station, as long as one is not on top of the other. I, heard from Joel Fisher of just how intertwined Amtrak and the Garden are. But I thought Run DMC put it the best. They're married. They're just married. And the funny thing is, it's a married couple living in bunk beds. So, today we're really here to discuss whether the Dolan should have capacity rights to Madison Square Garden at this site in perpetuity, and what would be the requirements of an agreement to let them hold on to that capacity, and how to hold them to that. And the chair mentioned a trigger earlier, which is reasonable. And the most simple trigger, of course, is a time limit to the extension, whatever that time limit might be. But coming just after the alarm bell from those three railroads, as well as the big shifts in Albany and, of course, the change in the Manhattan commercial market, it seems like not the best time to give something in perpetuity. It seems like a good time to think, are there other options? How can we have the best arena and the best station? So, am I gone?
Time.
Too bad.
Well, why don't you answer that question? How does one do that? Go ahead. Let's just hear. We want to give you the chance to make that point.
So we do believe that there are superblock sites available nearby. Obviously, several on the table. They are the best one. The one across the street is majority controlled by Vornado, and there are several other landowners. We have to respect their rights and a process. We actually have an incredible plan that would move, but we need to show the property owners first, the garden as well. But, you know, I can tell you from my professional expertise on this, it is, if there is agreement, which is not easy in New York, there could be an amazing, amazing garden that's better than the one in Vegas. It will make everybody fall in love with the garden for the next 50 years, but at a kind of a scale and modernity that may also have the ability to change the economic development trajectory of this whole swath of Midtown. So it's again, I wish I could show you my laptop, but I feel I have to show them first as the landowners. But yeah, it's an exciting time.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much for your patience and for being here, as always. Okay. Next up, let's go back to Mr. Brenner, who it sounds like we now have back on the Zoom. Mr. Brenner, if you can hear me and can unmute yourself, then you have 3 minutes.
Let's turn on video. Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi. Hi, my name is Robert Brenner. Sorry for stepping away before. I'm a licensed New York City tour guide. I'm a member of the Guides Association of New York City. And as every New York City tour guide knows, Madison Square Garden was originally over by Madison Square Park, where the New York Life Insurance Building is now. In 1925, it moved to the Times Square area, where Worldwide Plaza is now. In 1968, it moved again to this current location over Penn Station. My point is, there's nothing sacrosanct about this particular location for Madison Square Garden. It has moved twice before. It can move again. All of the discussions I heard this morning from the MSG folks and from the various transportation authorities was, you know, kind of presupposes Madison Square Garden stays where it is. I'm suggesting, and I'm glad to hear other people suggesting, maybe it's time that Madison Square Garden moves. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay, let's move on here. We've got Anthony Donahue.
Anthony is not in the Zoom room.
Okay, Bruce. Oh, he's here. Whoa, amazing. Like, we thought we were going to see you on a screen, but here you are in person. Welcome.
I'm here.
All right.
Hold on one second. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I've been going to Madison Square Garden since I was 8 years old. Ironically, the first garden event I ever went to was the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus. Second event was a Rangers game. Third event was a Knicks game. And the last 25 plus years, I've been to about every Knicks game. And Madison Square Garden, yeah, give it up, give it up, give it up. Madison Square Garden means everything to me. It's my home away from home. When I was a little kid going through maybe some trauma in my life, if I got to go to Madison Square Garden, it meant everything was right. And getting to the garden, for me, living in the Bronx, it's so easy. I get on the 2 train in the North Bronx, 1 train all the way down. There's nothing like when you get to 42nd Street and you know you have 1 more stop to Madison Square Garden. You get off that train, you see Madison Square Garden, and you know you just got to go right upstairs. You don't have to walk like 3 or 4 blocks. You get off that 2 train, you go right upstairs to Madison Square Garden and root for the Knicks to win, and hopefully they do. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But, you know, Madison Square Garden it's in the perfect place, and if they were to move it, you know, it's not like there's a lot of land around here. It's not like it's Nebraska or something. Like, where would you put it? But I don't know, that's for y'all big shots to decide, of course. But Madison Square Garden should be where it is. And all these people that want the garden moved, I was wondering, like, does it mean anything to them? Like, how much it means to me? Like, it means the world to me. Also, I've been taking my little sister to Madison Square Garden since she was 4 years old. I took her to her first Knicks game in 2003. In 2010, she was diagnosed with her first brain cancer. And Madison Square Garden, the Knicks organization, and the Garden of Dreams Foundation was always there for us.
doing tons of things for us, including tickets to different concerts and multiple Garden of Dreams proms, which meant the world to her and meant the world to me. In 2019, she had her second brain cancer at the age of 20, and she passed away August 29, 2020. But Madison Square Garden and the Knicks organization was there for us the entire time and is still there for us. So the Garden is very special to me, and every time I go there, besides rooting for the Knicks to win, I think of bringing my sister there all the time, and it's a very special place. And I can't imagine watching a Knicks game anywhere else but on 33rd and 7th at Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And very sorry for your loss.
Thank you very much.
You were able to enjoy those special moments together with
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Bruce Hain and Joanne Dunbar on Zoom. Welcome. Hello.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, commissioners. I consider myself to be the foremost rail transportation planner of my generation by default. And, you know, the only reason they want to get rid of Madison Square Garden is so that they can get the columns that are boxing in the tracks and forcing them to be in the same position so that they can lay it lame. I mean, they've done it they knew for 30 years that they would have to have, you know, twice as many trains going out to Long Island from Grand Central. And don't seem to be able to talk about it. Isn't that funny? Well, you know, I suppose this is the first I've heard of the smoke problem in the basement and the evacuation problem. But I would think that 200 feet down in Grand Central would be you know, not quite up to code either. So you know, they obsess about things to build a station a few blocks away that serves all the same lines. That's insane. There was something else they could have done, but you know, people who say that the garden should be moved, well, they don't have any plan. And then they've done these modifications. I think that the Italian company contractor is the better bet because they have a plan. And what's his name admitted to me today out front that they don't have working drawings to show Madison Square Garden. So what are they doing? It's, you know, like putting the platform in at Jamaica, you have a need for twice the capacity, and they're doing away with their capacity. So you wonder why they do things like this. And Amtrak doesn't have a good record with train stations. They moved out of Grand Central. They moved out of Michigan Central. They moved out of Cincinnati. And that one was wrecked. All of them were wrecked to a degree. They chopped off the sides of Washington Union Station, and now they want to move the tracks 200 feet back from the curb, farther than they already are. What for? To make an incompatible, you know, architectural statement.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate your being here.
Yeah, well, I'm not very positive about a lot of things, but I was glad I was able to remember that.
We're glad you were here. Thank you. Okay, let me move on to Joanne.
I'm here live.
Dunbar.
Yes.
Great, live and in person.
Live and in person.
Second of the day. Thank you.
So, thank you, commissioners. This is my first hearing, and just first off, I can't believe they don't give you lunch. Like, this has been a long time. So, anyways, my name is Joanne Dunbar. I'm a long-term resident of New York City and a frequent attendee of events at Madison Square Garden. So I'm not here in a professional capacity. I am not a hip-hop artist. I'm not a basketball player. I'm not a hockey player. But I'm a fan of every one of those. And I have the same passion for MSG that they all do. Like Adam, I grew up in Canada, so I'm a huge hockey fan, but I am an entrenched New Yorker and, of course, a huge New York Rangers fan. From October to May, and I really do wish it were June, I am at MSG. Yes, it has been last year and next year. I'm at MSG probably at least once a week, or on average 1 to 2 times a week. And in fact, I'll be there this Friday to see Brian Adams and Joan Jett, so that gives you a little idea of the era I grew up in. So I am no secrets. When I bought my Ranger season ticket about 13 years ago, I lived in Toronto before, and there was no way I could ever get season tickets there. Originally from Winnipeg, so wasn't a huge fan. Became a Ranger fan living here, bought my tickets, and the proximity to MSG, that to my work, and the accessibility were really key factors. My offices were in Times Square, then have since moved to Manhattan West. Very easy to get to MSG. And more importantly, when I take clients or colleagues, no matter where they live, it is extremely easy for them to get to and from MSG. So whether they're in any of the boroughs, Long Island, Westchester, Connecticut, New Jersey, so it's always an immediate yes. So I always have friends at the game. I myself live in the city. I've lived in Midtown. I now live downtown. And I take the subway to and from games. For me now, it's the 2 trains, 3 stops to the games. That accessibility is really critical. I find it easy to get in and out of the games. And often I'm going to and from the games on my own. And so as a woman, in the evening, not having to walk extra blocks, that accessibility is really important to me. But now to the really important part, and I don't think we can overlook, as you've heard earlier today, but Madison Square Garden is one of the most iconic landmarks in New York City. There is so much history there, and it really is special. I have friends and family and colleagues from Canada and around the world that when they come to New York, one of the things on their bucket list is seeing an event at Madison Square Garden. I think the fact that I have Rangers tickets, I'm their first call, so, I tend to have a lot of friends through that. But also when they're here, their ability to get to Madison Square Garden and back is, again, safe and easy. Madison Square Garden is a special place, and I think you've heard that, but if you have ever watched a Rangers playoff game, there is nothing like it. Just like Adam said, I have been to a number of arenas around Canada and the U.S. There is nothing like watching a game at Madison Square Garden, and especially during the playoffs. So from my perspective, Madison Square Garden is exactly where it should be, and I hope that we can keep those bucket list dreams coming true at the world's most famous arena. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much for being here. Helen Gittleson on Zoom is next, and then not in the Zoom. Okay. How about Lucy Levine and Gail Davis, then Elizabeth Goldstein in person. But let's see if we have Ms.
Hello.
Levine.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. The Historic Districts Council urges the City Planning Commission to withhold support for Madison Square Garden's operating permit renewal application. The garden's owner, James Dolan, seeks a permit for the arena to operate in perpetuity in its current space above Penn Station. Supporting such an application would rob the city of the opportunity or even the ability to dislodge the garden from its site and appropriately rehabilitate Penn Station. HDC is a member of the Empire State Coalition opposing Governor Hochul's plan to redevelop the Penn Station area by demolishing several blocks of existing streetscape to make room for a deluge of high-rise office towers. In 2022, HDC chose the Penn area as a Six to Celebrate area of focus, working to preserve and raise awareness of more than 40 landmark-worthy sites in the neighborhood, including hotels, churches, and neighborhood historic fabric, which are all threatened by the governor's plan. It's not the neighborhood's historic fabric that stands in the way of a dynamic new Penn Station worthy of this city and of its status as the nation's busiest train station. It's Madison Square Garden's inappropriate perch above the station. Allowing MSG's operating permit to expire would liberate the site from the constraints of the garden and allow the city to comprehensively redesign Penn Station without resorting to the wholesale destruction of historic resources throughout the neighborhood, as Governor Hochul's Penn Development Plan currently proposes. New York City deserves deserves both a world-class sporting arena and a world-class train station. Madison Square Garden, in its current location, offers the city neither and prevents both. There is no reason that MSG needs to sit above Penn Station. The building's use and its location are not linked. MSG could operate as an arena elsewhere in the city, while Penn Station could become a transit hub worthy of its name. HDC looks forward to seeing designs for a new Penn Station and a new MSG, decoupled and dynamic. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Let's move on to Gail Davis. Ms. Davis with us in person. Be followed by Elizabeth Goldstein, and then Sarah Hunter and Vincent Alvarez.
Hi, Chairman Garodnick and Vice Chair Knuckle. My name is Gail Davis. I'm a resident of East 30th Street for 30 years, which is very close to Penn Station and Madison Square Garden. And I urge you not to issue the special permit in perpetuity. If anything, I would ask that you issue it only for a limited time period in order for Madison Square Garden to move. I believe it was a mistake to tear down the original Penn Station in order for Madison Square Garden to build above it, and it would be another mistake to build a new Penn Station under Madison Square Garden again. Our city needs a new transit facility separate from Madison Square Garden. Let's not compromise. Let's not make the same mistake again. New York City deserves and needs a world-class Penn Station that will meet today's environmental needs. Commissioner Osorio spoke about environmental needs with Penn Station, and the current tracks are 9 feet below sea level. If we could rebuild Penn Station, we could rebuild it at ground level. We wouldn't need to build it as an underground facility. This would be environmentally much more helpful to the city going forward and meeting the future, when flooding may be the new normal. We must act together to create a new transit plan to lead us into the new century and meet our future transit needs. And that includes through running. Through running has been mentioned as a way to help meet our transit needs going forward for the next 100 years, perhaps. Madison Square Garden has moved 3 times before, and I've heard the testimony of people who feel it's their home, and I've heard testimony in other forums from the people whose homes may be demolished on 30th Street to expand Penn Station with Vernato's plan. They've had time to look for other locations the last 10 years, and they haven't. From today's presentation, it seems to me that Madison Square Garden will not voluntarily move, since it will disrupt its business. And I don't see that that's going to be a thing going forward, that they're going to voluntarily move. I believe this is a unique opportunity to transform the region's economic strength and connectivity.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
I believe if Madison Square Garden wanted to benefit the community, they would decide to move.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Goldstein, welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, I am Elizabeth Goldstein, the president of the Municipal Art Society, and I very much appreciate this opportunity to address you this afternoon. Our submitted testimony has much greater detail than my remarks this afternoon will have, so I really urge you to take a look at that for the fuller explanation of our arguments. The operating permit before you is an opportunity for the city to support the transformation of both Penn and MSG. We hope that you will provide that strong direction with an appropriate balance of carrots and sticks. The City Planning Commission should grant an area special permit for a maximum of only 5 years, not in perpetuity as requested by MSG. The special use permit should not be extended beyond 5 years unless there is objective evidence that a reconfiguration or resiting of MSG has made significant planning progress at the time of the extension application. When the city renewed MSG's operating permit in 2013, it anticipated that substantial planning for a new Penn Station would be underway. Unfortunately, that did not happen. However, today there is ample evidence that such a plan is proceeding. This is the opportunity to transform a subpar train station, the nation's busiest, into a world-class one commensurate with the civic importance of this district. If we don't take this opportunity to renovate Penn Station now, we will be burdened with a deficient, dangerous train station for at least a generation. By granting an operating permit to MSG in perpetuity, we will have lost a key lever to ensuring a better future for the Penn District and Penn Station. We have long believed that MSG must move to allow for the required renovation of Penn Station. Over the last few years, we've also come to believe that that is important for MSG as well, their own achievement. In recent weeks, a new approach to Penn Station and Madison Square Garden has renewed hope for achieving a grand train hall and a gracious public space. It shows that we have vastly more expansive options than have been presented to the public for an improved train hall and area circulation. We must not shy away from exploring and selecting amongst the most innovative options within the real practical constraints of the moment, including the availability of federal funding. The Department of City Planning's proposed zoning text amendment to incorporate additional required findings for the area special permit clearly signals that the ongoing development of Penn Station as the main Penn.
I want to hear that thought, though.
Okay.
So finish that thought about the text amendment.
Okay, clearly signals that the ongoing development of Penn Station as the main transit hub must be the priority for Block 781. Indeed, the public use of Penn Station must be paramount to all the other uses of the block, including Madison Square Garden and 2 Penn. Thank you again for this opportunity to address you.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience in testifying today. Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to Sarah Hunter. Terry, I guess Mr. Alvarez was not in the Zoom, right? No, okay. All right, Sarah Hunter, Terry Fontanilas, Matthew Robinson. So let's start with Sarah Hunter.
Hi guys, my name is Sarah Hunter, and I'm the Director of Guest Relations and Accessibility Services for Madison Square Garden, and I've been employed with the company for the last 8 years. Not only personally as a Manhattan resident of the Upper West Side for the last 11 years, but also in my job, this location is crucial. Guests come from all over the world to attend Madison Square Garden, and they are able to do so in large part because it is so accessible by train. Being above Penn Station allows guests in the tri-state area to attend easily without having to depend on driving. This is not only better for our guests, but also better for our environment. Both these group of guests to MSG boost tourism for the area, which with the restaurants and small business owners depend on. I know personally the restaurants in the area are solely dependent on MSG events. The difference in reservations and attendance are drastically different between a dark night at MSG and an event night at MSG. Accessibility services is also a huge part of my job at Madison Square Garden. Penn Station is one of the most accessible MTA train stations in New York City. And along with the multiple accessorized stops on our square block, we are able to make entry into Madison Square Garden one of the easiest for guests who use mass transit to get into the building. Thank you for having me on today.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Okay, let's move on to Terry Fontanilas and Matthew Robinson here. We have Terry in the Zoom. Great.
Yep. You guys hear me? Sorry.
We can.
Hello, everyone. I'm Terry.
Hello.
I'm Terry Fontanillas. I am currently a senior coordinator at Garden of Dreams. Interesting story. From the age of 6 until I received a scholarship from the Garden of Dreams Foundation to attend Fordham University, I participated in the Garden of Dreams program as a WECO kid, one of our partner organizations, and now I'm proud to call myself an MSG employee. So without the immediate proximity to the Penn Station, I wouldn't be able to attend these inspirational and impacting programs here at MSG, which truly just shaped my career and my life. An example of those programs is MSG Classroom, which we work with the MSG Networks, which is parallel to MSG. And just being in that program and being impacted by that program is a clear example as to why I needed to be here, how I sort of got inspired and chose to work here at MSG. So, and even today, I still rely on the Garden's proximity to Penn Station to get to work every morning to facilitate these programs that now I run, and just give kids just like me the same opportunities, the same inspiration, the same just allowing us to see the Garden and its iconic views and events. So that's why I'm here today, to ask the commission to grant Ms. G's special permit application in perpetuity. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fontanillas. Appreciate your testimony. Mr. Robinson, welcome.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matthew Robinson. I have an architectural background. One of the things that I wanted to say is that Gail had mentioned two things that were very interesting. That there's the PATH station, there's 6th Avenue, there's 7th Avenue, there's 8th Avenue in terms of the subway stations and the transition from there to Penn Station. I think that is very critical to look at. To keep all the players honest, for all those who know, there's something called BIM, or there's point cloud, that for all the players involved and all the properties involved, you should know if there's a BIM, if all the properties have been scanned, if they're in BIM, and if they're integrated in terms of floor plans and the sub things. So the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and stuff like that. In 2 Penn Plaza, as you guys are asking, from the 2nd floor or 4th floor down into the sub levels, there should be a BIM drawing so that you can intellectually discuss the issues. As far as it going to in perpetuity, I think that within 2 years, 3 years, you would know whether the players are being honest or not. And when you request BIM models, and that they're all integrated and that they're all confirmed for existing conditions, you'll also have a better idea of whether the players are honest. In addition to that, when you're looking with, in terms of saying 34th and 6th, you're talking about 2 blocks. So it's almost like saying you're going to take two Macy's blocks, and put them together. And that's not that simple. It's very expensive. Some of them are landmarks. So the concerns where people are saying, well, there are landmarks that you're going to be destroying. Well, you're going to be destroying them if you go 1 block east. I also agree with Gail that there aren't that many sites where there are mega sites where you could put something there. The way that they lay right now, like he said, like bunk beds, they're integrally related. And the beauty of going to a game is you can go straight downstairs regardless of weather, and you can get out of the city very quickly. And if you're dealing with transportation, cars and Ubers and all that other kind of stuff, Madison Square Garden, where it is now, is the best location. But I do agree that if you're doing 3 years or 5 years, if there are benchmarks that you can set where they have to present X, Y, and Z, I think that's important. In addition to that, I think that the removal of the Hulu Center and dealing with 8th Avenue is important for light In addition to that, when people leave and go through the 8th Avenue side, they're going uptown. So they go to, they go up 8th to the 40s, the 50s, the 60s. And I think that's important. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for being here. Okay, moving back to Zoom, we have a Dr. C.M. Pyle. Dr. Pyle with us?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Let me just find my remarks. Thank you, Chair Garodnick and the commissioners. I wish to ally myself as a native Manhattanite who has lived in London, Paris, Rome, and Milan using their excellent train stations, with the statements of Lynn Ellsworth, Samuel Turvey, and Community Board 5 against granting Madison Square Garden a renewal of its contract in perpetuity, no less, on this site, and to add that its owners pay no property taxes on land that they claim to own. Do they then own Penn Station? Losing New York, and where is the land? Actually, the land is the station. Losing New York some $43 million per year. This has been true for decades. So our city has lost many hundreds of millions, perhaps billions of dollars. And what has MSG done to plan ahead in the past 10 years? It is no Eiffel Tower, and it could become a better garden in another place. It certainly will never disappear. The point made earlier by an advocate for the renewal of the permit in perpetuity that MSG and Penn Station were supposedly developed as an integral plan is clearly not accurate. Penn Station on this site greatly precedes MSG on this site. The garden has moved 4 times in the past and would benefit greatly from moving and rebuilding its magic, on a different site. So would the neighborhood benefit from MSG's loading being moved, especially to the proposed Hudson Yards site. Have you walked across any street in the West 30s recently? Trucks are ubiquitous, standing for days and nights at a time, rendering a shared street, in quotes, both unnavigable, one needs to step off the sidewalk to pass the trucks, and dirty. Quite apart from the 1960s boring banality and if I say so, ugliness of the MSG building, the structural columns extending downward from the garden interfere with the flow of pedestrian and other traffic in the railroad station below. And the station itself is dark, unwelcoming, and dirty as a point of arrival in one of the greatest cities of the world. The inconvenient Moynihan train hall for Amtrak does not solve these problems. Through running tracks must be implemented. The whole situation rather reeks of corruption by real estate interests, which support certain politicians, many of whom do not live and never have lived in New York City. New York City's population represents 1/2 of the population of New York State. Yet we seem to have less say about our dwelling place than people from our own dwelling place than people from rural areas who never set foot here. Furthermore, thousands of people and their small businesses thrive in the surrounding neighborhoods, which include Macy's, one of the most famous extant department stores. And these are only so-called blighted because they've been permitted to be rendered in uncanny.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay, let's move on to Graham Bishai, who is perhaps with us in person and perhaps not. Okay, let's move on to Margaret McEnroe on Zoom.
Margaret is not in the Zoom room.
Okay, how about Louis Wolfowitz from Amtrak, presumably gone, right? Gone. Okay, Josiah Darnell on Zoom? Yes, great.
Hello, can everybody hear me fine?
We can.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. As you said, I'm Josiah Darnell, and I am part of the Garden of Dreams Foundation, and I'm also an employee at Madison Square Garden Networks, MSG Networks. And I've been a part of Garden of Dreams Foundation since 2016. I've attended the Garden of Dreams prom, the Garden of Dreams night at the Garden for a Rangers game, and I've also received the Garden of Dreams Inspire Scholarship. Each and every one of those things have been extremely impactful in my life. The prom allowed me to connect with many people that I wouldn't otherwise have had the chance to. Attending Garden of Dreams night helped me jumpstart my career because I was invited to be a guest reporter, and being exposed to all the behind the scenes work and interviewing guys like Henrik Lundqvist, Sam Rosen, and Joe Micheletti just made that dream feel so real that it became my reality. And now I'm looking to pursue a career as a reporter. And the scholarship helped me cover the remaining cost of my tuition at Pace University, so I didn't have to take out a single private loan. The foundation was also instrumental in helping me land a job at MSG Networks as the Knicks production assistant. And while working at MSG, I've been exposed to a whole new world of media and really got an in-depth look at how television operates. I've been able to network with talented individuals and gain so much knowledge that I don't even watch TV the same way anymore. I've been able to hop in the producer's chair and produce graphics and a few other pieces. So now I'm paying attention to commercial breaks, graphics, and sponsorships a lot more closely now. MSG Networks has given me the chance on multiple occasions to go on air and talk about the Garden of Dreams Foundation. And then to make things even better, as we've all been talking about this entire day through this panel, to make things even better, the location of the garden and the GDF offices makes the commute there extremely easy for me and sometimes enjoyable. I live in Queens and I have multiple options on getting to the garden. I can take the subway, the railroad, or I can drive. The subway and the railroad takes me right to Penn Station. So right there where the garden is, I don't have to transport or anything. And that's vital because we know that the commute to work or anywhere or anything or anywhere for that matter is sometimes half the battle. If there's ever a time where my usual way of getting to the garden is compromised, there's so many alternatives that I have due to the multitude means of transportation that either stop at Penn Station or near it. But I've been very grateful for the convenience of the proximity of the garden because it's never difficult for me to travel there. To wrap things up, just being a part of Garden of Dreams has been nothing but a blessing. I've seen the impact the foundation has had on many people's lives and mine as well. It's always beautiful to see a kid have their dream come true, whether it's meeting a celebrity, a Ranger or Knicks player, singing the national anthem, being a guest reporter, dropping the puck, receiving the Inspire Scholarship, and MSG Classroom, which I've been able to produce their show the last 2 semesters. These are all priceless experience and moments that we were all able to share right there at Madison Square Garden.
Time.
And okay, and that's why GFF.
Thank you very much. It's certainly a little unceremonious the way that the mute ends and the whole thing ends, but we've been consistent all day. Apologies to all, but we really appreciate your being here and understanding our time limits. Okay, let's move on to Ernest Fazio on Zoom. Is Mr. Fazio available?
Ernest is not in the Zoom room.
How about Pamela Wolf?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Pamela Wolf. I'm representing today the Chelsea West 200 Block Association. We stand in complete accord with the statements of Lynn Ellsworth, Sally Greenspan, Sam Turvey, Paul Gronke, Eugene Senegaliano, Bill Borak, Calderado, David Holoka, Leila Lodgisico, HDC, the Municipal Arts Society. I don't think I need to go into all of the reasons that have been spoken about in this meeting. What I do want to say is that I want to bring home to you all, commissioners, each of those speakers represents hundreds and possibly thousands of citizens of New York. It isn't just our voices, it is the voices of all those people speaking to you. And that's a heavy burden for you. I beg you, Madison Square Garden must move. If anyone wants to know my opinion about where it could move, it is the site where the Hotel Pennsylvania, that magnificent, proud structure, which is now gone, is a kind of a no-brainer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Okay, let's see if we have Abram Morris. Is that you, Mr. Morris? Yeah. Great. And we're going to follow up with Richard Cameron, T. Lawrence Wheatman, Josiah Darnell we saw already, right? Right, so we can take him off. Okay, Mr. Morris?
Hi, everybody. Living in this city, sometimes it feels a little depressing. I took a train down here. You might see someone who doesn't have a home in absolute desperation. And then you go outside and the sky is filled with smoke and it smells like a wildfire because the world is burning. Someone in my generation is constantly aware of the problems that we face in society, and it's impossible to ignore them. And if you go down to the neighborhood of Penn Station, it's kind of like every problem has been steamrolled into one single place. And it's tragic because we've been robbed as New Yorkers of a place to go throughout the country and enjoy travel in a green way. And we've also seen throughout this neighborhood that people who without homes are treated terribly. There's not a single seat that you can use in Penn Station. And the idea that we should be downgrading all of our public infrastructure in the name of making it impossible for people to sit down and be comfortable is ridiculous. The idea that we should downgrade our city so that we can cater to the ultra-rich is ridiculous, and it's tragic. In my mind, it's pretty simple where Madison Square Garden has to go to Hudson Yards. You're looking for a super block? That's 4 blocks in one. And don't tell me you can't build a station on top of train tracks. That's literally what Madison Square Garden already is. And if you want to know how to get there, the MSG trolley, the MSG shuttle. You take it from Penn Station right to MSG. There you go. Have your game. Then all of a sudden, that neighborhood becomes a totally distinct one. You got Hudson Yards, you got Madison Square Garden. You also have the Jacob Javits Center, and that creates an engine for economic mobility in that part of Manhattan. You don't have to take MSG out of Manhattan. There's a site that's already there that's perfect for it. You think about truck loading? Well, the West Side Highway goes right there. Bicycle access, too. You got the Hudson Greenway, and pedestrian access as well with the High Line. We need an above-ground train station bad, because people of my generation know that car dependency is going to kill us, and that's why we need congestion pricing as well. In my mind, it just makes sense. It's simple. MSG has to move, and you've heard the community speak it, and the only people that are against its move are people that stand to benefit monetarily from it. The public realm needs to be improved, and it shouldn't come at the cost of private profit. It just shouldn't. It's unfair to us as New Yorkers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Morris. Let's go to Richard Cameron on the Zoom.
Richard is not in the Zoom room.
Okay. How about T. Lawrence Wheatman?
T. Lawrence Wheatman is not in the Zoom room.
Barbara Hertel?
Barbara is not in the Zoom room.
How about William Otterson?
William is not in the Zoom room.
Howard Urel? Maybe in person. Mr. Urel, are you here? Okay. How about Ty Avery on the Zoom?
Ty Avery is not in the Zoom room.
Okay. As we get to our final handful, let me just note, if you wish to testify in the matter of the MSG special permit, this is becoming your last moment before we close the hearing. We have several more people who are signed up. I do not know whether they will or will not be in the Zoom, but if you're interested in testifying, sign up now. Okay, next, John Mudd is in the Zoom. Okay, Mr. Mudd, welcome. Mr. Mudd, while you're getting settled, I will note that Madam Secretary will offer an opportunity to provide written testimony at the end of the hearing. So this is your opportunity for verbal testimony coming up soon. Okay, Mr. Mudd, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much. My name is John Mudd. I'm with the Midtown South Community Council. I'm also with the Empire Station Coalition. I echo what Pam said. I'm all behind that. And the young man that just spoke, Mr. Morris, brilliant. He said it very well. The profound mistake of dismantling the Penn Station, pushing it underground and plopping the unattractive circular theater atop is clear as the day that the demolition permits were drawn. We're doing a lot of work around struggling, collaborating, bargaining between Madison Square Garden and Penn Station and developers and city and public, when it's easier, the easiest step forward would be to move the public traded company. Moving the Madison Square Garden would allow the Pennsylvania Station as an opportunity to escape its dungeon and its decrepit despair to become New York's most innovative transit system. And bowing to a public traded company to lose this opportunity to revitalize the city would be more than foolish. The Penn Station is an afterthought and the area around it is a disaster. Very true. And so is the public. The consternation of the MSG is that it serves no use for the community development. MSG is a public traded company, a business which invests minimally to maximize wealth at the expense of the public and growth of our city. A partnership between the Penn Station and MSG considers not the public interest, but solidifies the power of the public traded company. Moreover, allows no creative way to enliven our social network or travel ease. Our transportation is shit. The public has been bearing it far too long with an overcrowded quagmire of pathways filled with stale air and grime, and there is an increase in transportation costs expected. Although a grand gesture as it would be to move MSG and breathe life into Penn Station, we would ask you not to narrowly focus on it, but to think more broadly about the importance of through running regional transit system that will disperse people easily, offering less congestion and saving existing housing and architectural structure. Although a bold leap in the right direction, these are only half measures in the deteriorating times and serves to postpone our inevitable demise. The grand aspirational statement to be made here is to consider the adjacent area and the development of societal's health along with lifting of the Penn Station out of its hole. Achieving transformational change requires a community and housing revival near and around Penn Station that redefines the utterly debased and immoral development ideology responsible for today's crisis. The shared area must become more than a transit hub to drone through for people's daily bread, and rethinking development policy is a dire necessity to sustain and protect lives, livelihoods, homes, and to salvage the city's dignity.
Thank you very much. Let us move on. On the Zoom, do we have Jane Buchanan? Great. Ms. Buchanan, whenever you are ready, you can go ahead.
Jane, you should be able to unmute on Zoom.
Hi, hello, I'll start again. I'm Jane Buchanan. I'm representing myself. I'm a longtime resident of New York City, and I live just a stone's throw from Penn Station and Madison Square Garden, just south of them at 28th Street and 8th Avenue. I live in the historic limited equity mutual housing development called Penn South. I am here to voice my opposition to granting a special permit for MSG to remain sitting atop Penn Station. MSG is an impediment to creating a world-class train station and transit hub. Penn Station and MSG are located in Midtown or Midtown South. By the way, where did this Penn District appellation spring from? Who or possibly what real estate entity came up with that name? In any event, Penn Station and MSG border the northern part of Chelsea. It's my neighborhood and the neighborhood of countless other New Yorkers. It is a vital community full of thriving small businesses, stores, delis, and restaurants, large and small apartment buildings, and includes an historic church and other buildings of notable architecture. It is not blighted or a skid row, descriptions which I believe emanated from the governor of this state. Needless to say, my neighbors and I take exception to that description. Frankly, it's insulting. However, what can be considered blighted is the current Penn Station, which is incredibly cramped, very nearly impossible to navigate, and woefully inefficient. I urge the City Planning Commission to vote against granting this special permit for MSG to remain, so that we can make way for the world-class train station and transit hub that New Yorkers can point to with pride. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Buchanan. Do we have Miguel Reyes Velasquez in the Zoom? We do. Great. Be followed by Joy Goldberg and Mr. Yoro. I understand you're back, so we'll have you up.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the Commission and to all the commissioners for your time and your patience. I would just like to say that I add my voice to all of the testimony that has been given in opposition to this particular request from MSG. I don't think that it needs to be revisited in depth, but I really urge the Commission to reject this proposal. I think something that that hasn't really been said is just how hard it is to change the status quo. And I want to recognize the really strong arguments that have been given by other testimonials, including their attachment to MSG, as well as, you know, the scholarship recipients and all of the positive things that come, all things that could happen if MSG changed locations. And it's really hard to weigh that against the potential of a really world-class transit station and system. And because that's currently a hypothetical, we don't have that. But I think that the number of people whose lives could be touched far outweighs the number of people who have these attachments and who have these very important and meaningful connections to MSG, many of which we share, you know, some of us share with them. But I don't think that is one reason to continue the status quo of MSG in the current location that completely changes or completely obstructs the potential for Penn Station. You know, today, the sky is absolutely gray. If we became used to this, that's kind of like what has happened with MSG. We're completely used to the way that this place has always been there. So, you know, we would never know the potential change that could happen if we don't disperse the clouds, per se, in this metaphor. So I would just really urge the Commission to take that into consideration, that it is a bold step, but it's the bold step that the city needs to really, really provide the transportation needs that millions of New Yorkers have. So I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Is Joy Goldberg in the Zoom? Ms. Goldberg?
Joy, you should be able to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We certainly can.
Oh, I'm so glad. Honorable Chair and Honorable Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I hope that I heard about the smoke happening in the city. I hope that everybody is okay there. I'm in Florida right now. As befits all royalty, New York City is about beauty and aesthetics. New York is royalty. And what is rarely mentioned here is that the Madison Square Garden, designed by Stanford White and built in 1890, was a beautiful, graceful, elaborate work of art with arched windows, decorated columns and towers, and detailed artwork etched into the building's walls. This was spectacular. Okay, that's as opposed to ripping up the heart of Manhattan for a cash cow project which anyone could say is spectacular, quote and unquote, and vibrant, that favorite word, but a tree is known by its fruits. The tree is not determined by vain, vacuous words designed to influence the hearer, empty allure followed by destroying hands, and 10 monstrous towers of avarice while using the name of Penn as a smokescreen. 2 terrible errors happened, not one. A far less aesthetic Madison Square Garden was built over what once was also a spectacular, breathtaking Penn Station, now destroyed. In short, we have the historic opportunity to rebuild not 1, but 2 astonishing places worthy of the greatest city in the universe. Not having architectural specifics at this time is not an impediment. It is an incentive for intelligent, productive architects to come forward and make history. If the plans for uprooting New York's people and her buildings are so swiftly in their place, note how many floors are already left of Hotel Pennsylvania, how much more so the real thing. I'm sure this isn't too difficult for real New Yorkers who love our city to figure out. Please move the garden and build better twice over. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. We appreciate your testimony. I'm going to invite Howard Yarrow up, but as he comes up, let me note that as far as I can tell, he is the last person to sign up to testify today. So if you wish to be heard on this matter, please, now is your time. Mr. Yarrow, welcome. Good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, and good to see you again. And commissioners, it's so interesting. I missed my turn, I guess, and I came back. And Ms. Goldberg, I think it was, who just spoke, took all the words right out of my mouth. I was going to invoke Stanford White. I've done a lot of preservation work around the city for many years, and I was going to invoke White. I'm currently on Save Gould Library, which is White's masterpiece with the Hall of Fame for Great Americans up at Bronx Community College campus. But there's Madison Square Garden, not his. On top of his Pennsylvania station, so to speak. So in support of all of the practical, all of the economic, and all of the reasons that have been given this afternoon in so many different ways, I do want to invoke Stanley, and maybe if he's looking down, or I don't know where he is, but at this bit of a tussle that we're having about the property, I'd like to think that we could do just a little bit of an amend for the destruction of the old station and the complications which have ensued, and do the right thing and not grant the permit, thereby moving the process in the right direction for the neighborhood and for the city. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Yarrow. I believe that will be the last word for the day, unless you, Madam Secretary, tell me there's anybody else who has raised their hand, either virtually or in this room, wishing to testify. Seeing none, I'll ask you if there's any other business before the commission today.
No, Chair Grodnick, there is no other business before the commission, but I do have some public information to share. For those of you who are unable to or did not wish to testify, you can submit written testimony online by selecting this hearing on the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal, through DCP's website, or by mailing your comments to City Planning Commission, Calendar Information Office, 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271.
Terrific. Let me thank you, Madam Secretary, for your time and perseverance, as well as this entire commission at 6 hours and 20 minutes. It was a long one. Really appreciate your presence, your attention, your thoughtful questions. Of course, everybody who turned out, either in person or virtually, to share their views with us. And of course, to the applicant and the rail agencies, we really appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation with you. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
The time is 4:21 p.m.